Let's talk about Problema, a Brazilian knockout machine. The most feared heavyweight on the planet.
A clash of titans here. With the championship.
Goze. I had to brace for impact there, man. Welcome everybody to our PFL watch along for Battle of the Giants. That's right. Brace for impact. I love that video, Goze. Ever since we talked to the president of PFL, Peter Murray, a few weeks back, and he said, watch out for that video. I've been watching it every day just to get psyched up. It is Saturday morning, and we're ready to rock and roll. Hello, everyone. I'm Gorgeous George, and that's the Goze from MMA Junkie Radio, and we're here to enjoy well, it's going to be an evening for some of you, an afternoon for some of you, and a morning of fights here on a Saturday, and I'm psyched. How about you, Goze?
Yeah, I'm fired up. I was actually same with you. I think I play it every day. It's definitely think about all the time and effort that went into putting that trailer together, but it gets you fired up because honestly, it represents so much, right? You look at those two guys, they're enormous. Like if you've ever been around Francis Ngannou, that guy is an absolute giant. Ferreira is actually bigger than him. So like just seeing those two in person, finally face to face and all that, and playing these videos every day, it really has gotten me hyped up. And you have to remember what it represents, right? Whoever wins this fight could have an argument, one more than the other, of who is the baddest man on the planet. And that is so important in our sport.
I got some work cut out ahead of me here this weekend because I have to do the rankings for USA Today Sports and MMA Junkie, and unless you've been under a rock, you know that rankings has kind of been a big deal the last few months, weeks or so, and this one definitely has implications on baddest man on the planet, #1 heavyweight in the world. So not only does somebody have to win, if somebody can starch, that also helps their case. Because here at MMA Junkie and at USA Today Sports, we rank all of the fighters in every league. So you see a little bit of fighters from every promotion. This one will be fun, and I look forward to it. And not only do we have the baddest man on the planet goes to contend with, you know, seeing who gets that title, right? We have the baddest woman on the planet, in my opinion, because Cris Cyborg fights Larissa Pacheco. Now both of these are title fights, by the way, so there will be a belt on the line, and Cris Cyborg has been doing this for almost 20 years, right? She's won the Invicta belt and defended it, the Strikeforce belt and defended it, the Bellator belt and defended it, and the UFC belt and defended it. Now she's trying to win a 5th major belt to have there on display along with the title defenses. I can't imagine how many belts she has. And then Larissa Pacheco is the 2022 and 2023 PFL champ in 2 different weight classes, by the way. So she obviously carries a lot of stock as well, and it'll be interesting to see who comes out of this one. Larissa Pacheco, by the way, is the favorite in this fight, and we will be talking gambling, X's and O's. So this is going to be a fun watch along here.
Yeah, and we promised a lot of new bells and whistles, and I'll show you guys here. For this particular card, you guys are going to be able to watch the prelims with us. We're all going to be on the same time frame. We can watch it this way. George and I will call the fights as we are watching it. So it'll be a little bit of a different experience there. And then, you know, of course, once it becomes time for the pay-per-view, everybody go out there and buy that pay-per-view. It's a quality pay-per-view. If you look at some of the stuff that the UFC has put on, look at this card. It's not that much different. I mean, it's very, very, very stacked. So you could do that. If you don't want to purchase that pay-per-view, then you hang out with us here, and we do what we do for every watch along. We call the action, but the screen goes away. It's just us two. But overall, I mean, look how cool this is. Like, we have to really give props to the PFL for allowing us to do this, to our team at Panda for putting all this together. This has been a lot of work for a lot of people. One of our good friends at USA Today, Chris Corder, and then of course we have Matt Wells and Simon Simano heading over on the junkie side. We've worked for weeks trying to, some people even months, trying to put this all together so that you guys can enjoy it. And look, the final product, I think you guys are going to be happy with it. I'm excited. We get to watch the fights here on the screen. Like, that's amazing, George. And you guys can partake in the action. Like if you want to leave a comment or something, you have a question, let us know. We will try our best to answer that for you guys here. But overall, we just want to have fun on this broadcast. It's a really, really good card. And I really love the fact that, for the most part, we're always talking UFC, right? But there are other players, and what the PFL is doing here is pretty damn amazing.
I couldn't agree more. And yes, these are nice bells and whistles, but this is one Liberty Bell, man, like the one in Philadelphia. We were just talking about Philadelphia a little while ago. This is a Liberty Bell size bell, because getting to actually see the prelims on the same screen so that we can all watch at the same time and kind of comment, because we do have a interactive chat room, so you can leave a comment and a question. And as you know, look, I got a great sense of humor, so does Goze, and I have thick skin. But the more higher quality the comment, what's going with the flow, hey, we're going to answer to it. We're going to react to it. And obviously, if you want to do your thing, do your thing. We might fire back. We might not. I don't know. We got a job to do. But this is going to be a fun fight, fun day of fights. I almost said a fun night, a fun day of fights, and it's all what you make it out to be as well. So let's, crack a beer. If it's morning where you're at, still morning where I'm at, so I'm having a coffee. There might be some whiskey in here. I ain't going to tell anyone. But get jacked, because this is going to be a fun night of fights. Even the prelims, I was looking at them throughout the week, and though you may not recognize some of the names, look at the records they've established, right? A lot of these fighters get down, man. A lot of them have, not only like they have high finish ratios. A couple of fights are, someone's must go. And then, of course, Renan Stots is going to be the main event of the prelims, a former champion over at Bellator and one hell of a talker, but he's got his hands full as well. So we're going to get into that as soon as these fights start. And again, you will be able to watch the fights here on this screen. So like Goze said, shout out to Panda, USA Today Sports, MMA Junkie, PFL, everyone that make this come together. We hope this is the first of many of them. But your way to help us is share the video, right? Share the stream. Maybe share what we've posted all week long on Facebook if we're friends, or if you do the follow thing on Instagram. Share the DMs, share, repost, retweet, retruth, whatever it is that you're on. Help us out, get the word out, because a lot of people are sitting around going, man, this college football game is lame. It's 59-0 already. What's Alabama playing that team for? And now you can see something that's going to be a lot more competitive and just as violent.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing when we talk from week to week, like mixed martial arts doesn't really take its foot off the gas, right? There's always something going on, but there are different times of the year where now you got baseball playoffs, right? You got college football, pro football. You are asking a lot out of sports fans. So to put together a card like this, that's where, if you're a true hardcore MMA fan, you have to tune into something like this. Like, it cannot be ignored. The baddest man on the planet, baddest woman on the planet might get decided tonight. And on top of that, the undercard, it's got some gems in it, So I think overall, this is something that we all have to pay attention to as fight fans. And I'm happy that we get to do it with you guys. It's kind of a little different, right? George going this early in the morning, but I kind of dig it.
I do as well. And there's a couple of fights that we may have skipped around only because we focused on the prelims that are going to be starting pretty soon. And obviously those big fights at the top, baddest man on the planet, baddest woman on the planet. But we also have a title fight. Johnny Eblen will be defending his Bellator middleweight title against Fabian Edwards. They're going to run it back. They did it about a year ago, and it was a competitive fight. I remember the judges scored scorecards prior to Eblen finishing the fight in the third round. One guy had Edwards up 2-0. Another guy had Edwards up 2-0. Sorry, Edwards 2-0, Eblen 2-0. And then there was a 1-1 in there. I think most of us felt it was 1-1, but still, it was competitive. Edwards did have some successes on the stand-up, but in the end, he did get finished. Now, 1 year later, he says he's ready to go. When we talked to him about a few weeks ago, he says, I already know what I did wrong. I'm going to get this guy. His O must go. And he's turned on by the fact that he might be able to give somebody their first loss. So he's ready. And Johnny Eblen, look, he's exciting, but he does tread a little bit, along the line of dangers and risk taking. He's a great wrestler, but he loves his hands too. So how long will he want to do that with a striker like Edwards? This is the brother of Leon Edwards, so they have formidable all-around games, but it's the striking that's their bread and butter. And let's not forget Paul Hughes and AJ McKee. They're going to start the pay-per-view. Pay-per-view is $49.99, so it's not that much. You might as well lock that in right now. Whether you're on Junkie or wherever you might be, you go to the skin and it gives you all of the different links so that you can purchase it. In North America, it's on ESPN Plus or DAZN, and worldwide it's on DAZN. So hopefully I made that specific enough. It's pretty easy. DAZN's got you covered worldwide, but specifically in North America, it's ESPN Plus or DAZN. Worldwide, it's DAZN. So I encourage you to get it because they really did invest a lot of money into the card and talent into the card. And if you don't have other strong organizations always pushing the UFC, then the whole product, the whole sport can grow. So support the organization by, helping them out by purchasing this pay-per-view. That way we can get more pay-per-views and more talent. And it's not like they shy away from it. They've had some great signings these past few years for their regular season and playoffs tournament format. And they've also purchased Bellator. So PFL is definitely investing in the sport. How about you give them a hand? $49.99 is very, very fair price for this outstanding card. One that I would say is along the lines of some of the UFCs that I've purchased for sure just in 2024. It's solid, man.
Yeah, and you see some of that influx of talent, right? Where I don't even know that we've really scratched the surface too much. I know we saw Bellator versus PFL pay-per-view wise or head-to-head, but you think of some of the guys that are on this card, right? Like AJ McKee is predominantly a Bellator guy. I really think that a future for him within the PFL can be a lot of fun. Like we haven't really scratched the surface too much with Bellator. We have, but I think we could be doing more, seeing more, possibly in 2025, possibly an addition of like a bantamweight division. Things can get really, really fun here. The merger of the two companies, I think, will help. We'll see what Cris Cyborg can do because Larissa Pacheco, it's no joke, right? Like Larissa Pacheco is a tough fighter. The odds are a little confusing, but I kind of have Cris Cyborg. I don't want to say all day, George, because I don't want to disrespect Larissa Pacheco, but I just feel like she's better than her everywhere. So I need to figure out why these odds are like that. It's almost tricky.
Yeah, I don't know if it's her age. She hasn't really slowed down. She's been boxing more, I guess, as of late. But wherever she goes, she's destructive. But Larissa Pacheco I think she's on 10 fights in a row that she's won. I mean, I got some interesting stats on Larissa. I had to look at these one more time because I think a lot of people feel like I'm crazy when I include her in this fearsome foursome. Starting, prior to Amanda Nunes' retirement, Amanda Nunes, Cris Cyborg, Kayla Harrison, and Larissa Pacheco. Larissa Pacheco has lost twice to Kayla Harrison via decision, but she's also beat her once. And the last fight they fought, she beat her. I'm not going to play the whole "you're only as good as your last fight" card. No, 2-1. Harrison's up 2-1, but Pacheco did win the last one, and it was for a title. So I know that that's something that irks Harrison. That was her first L, and she still thinks about it. I think it still motivates her, right? But she moved on. She moved on to the UFC, and Cyborg came over from Bellator, and now she's part of PFL. So it's these two locking up. But if Larissa Pacheco can beat Kayla Harrison and Cris Cyborg, can't do nothing about Amanda Nunes because she's retired, at least for now. That's pretty impressive when you're included in a fearsome foursome. When you can say, "Hey, I'm 2-2," but the 2 wins are also against 2 different fighters.
Yeah, I mean, dude, the whole thing, when you think about it, is so compelling. Even blending in, a little bit of what's going on over at the UFC with their fighters. I guess that's kind of what you want, right? Out of a division, you want it to be competitive. You want to ask these questions across the board. For so long, if you look over into my background, like you'll see a Pride glove, right? UFC versus Pride. Who had the best fighters? That was an argument for a very, very long time. So in a way, it is kind of fun when organizations can kind of boast that between each other. On spinning back click, I think we kind of mentioned what it would be like if you were to take a PFL roster and match them up against the UFC roster, and you do, let's just say, five fight main card. I don't know how that goes, man. Like, really, when you take some of their best fighters, you always have the anything can happen factor in mixed martial arts. But really, really, when you're breaking it down, it'd be pretty damn interesting.
Yeah. I wish we could, but for now, we played the hand that we're dealt, and we have Pacheco versus Cyborg, and I'm pumped up about it. I was going to tell you some of the names, and I got so carried away talking about that fearsome foursome. So aside from winning the 2022 lightweight title, Pacheco, and the 2023 featherweight title, she also is a jungle fight champ, which is pretty big deal, actually. It's kind of like being a LFA champ, Cage Warriors champion. And she's got wins over Irene Aldana, Carol Rosa, Sarah Kaufman, Jenna Fabian, Julia Budd. I mean, she's no joke at all. Hey, it looks like our first fight starting goes. So Michael C. Williams is introducing the two that are going to start today off. Tariq Ismael against Taha Bendaoud. And if you're wondering about the odds, this is one of the closer fights in terms of the odds, right? Ismael comes in at minus 180, fighting out of Canada. And Bendaoud is coming in at plus 150, and he is fighting out of Morocco.
Who do you like, George?
I've heard about this Ismael guy prior to this fight. I'm going to go with him. He's got 3 times more experience as well, and I think that's actually kind of a big deal. Looks like Brian Miner will be our third man in the smart cage. And so I like Ismael, to answer your question.
Yeah,
and they're in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, man. So this is gonna have some bells and whistles on their end too. They come strong. Sorry, Goze, go ahead.
No, I'm leaning your way too. I kind of like that as well.
Look at these two. They want to charge at each other.
Yeah, they do. Kind of a lazy touch of gloves there, but
yeah, it's an unnecessary touch of gloves at that point. If you're getting ready to stomp at each other like a couple of bulls, then do it.
Mm-hmm. You kind of see already what Ismael wants to do in this fight, and he gets it. He gets that takedown. I don't know, George. When I'm watching fights, man, the second, unless you've got a completely decorated game on the ground, when I see that closed guard and that lockup up top, I'm just thinking this guy might be on his back for a while. Right now, here, using that rubber guard, maybe he's working something, but these things come in waves, and in mixed martial arts, it hasn't really done much for me lately. The rubber guard.
Now, the Throwdown Apparel Company, which is the one that's associated with PFL. Look at Ismael already. Inside control, trying to trap that arm, it looks like. Or set up an arm triangle, maybe. We'll see. Bendaoud thinks he's a cockroach or a frightened turtle. I don't know what he's doing there. He should be trying to regain that half guard at least, or make sure to block him from Ismael putting his right knee over the top and getting into a mounted position.
Mm-hmm. I think for me, this is the worst position.
Oh, here we go.
I know he's trying to go for mount, but I feel like more damage is done from here.
Yeah. Or if you're against the cage, you can trap someone for a long time in the half guard.
But I mean, just a clear advantage of what it is he's trying to do. He's just moving in and out of what he wants. But he needs to start landing damaging blows, because yes, he's had control. He's been on top for a while, but he hasn't done a whole lot with that. And what that means is, if they get back up, I
don't think that triangle is of any consequence there.
If they get back up to feet, it's just so easy to even the score when you haven't really done much when you were on top.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
it's
need
not
that.
fun, but
All right, here we go. It doesn't matter now. So Ismael still on top. Bendaoud trying to sweep, trying to get up. Unsuccessful there. Now he'll at least be up against the cage, and maybe he can put his back against the cage. Many ways of getting up that way. But for the time being, Ismael is holding him down. Now, we are overseas, so the judging will be interesting as well. There's been a lot of controversy with judges, well, pretty much forever. I shouldn't even say in the last week, in the last month, in the last year. It happens all the time. But when you fight in different parts of the world where they haven't promoted as many fights, a lot of times you may not have the most experienced judges. I'm not going to call anyone bad or good because most fans think all judges suck, and that's not true at all. So I call them less experienced, or the ones that might just from time to time turn in a controversial card. I really think the judges are really, really good. Bendaoud was attacking a leg lock there, but it looks like Ismael has already at least pulled his knee out or pulled his leg out, and yeah, he's safe now. And now he's back on top. Some ground and pound would be good for Ismael here because he's kind of playing with fire a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
All this grappling and not much to show for it in terms of damage or his attempt to finish the fight. If you attempt to finish the fight, then you get a lot more credit when you're grappling. Otherwise, you better be striking and hurting somebody. And with everything going on right now, a couple strikes the other way, and this round, could wind up going for Bendaoud. So I was
This
saying the
round,
throwdown company it makes it easy for us because you can see Ismael's name. But if you ever get thrown off, if you look at the name where it says Ismael and you look to the right and it's red, he's wearing the red gloves. He's out of the red corner. So if you see the fighters, you're like, who's who again? You can see that the red tape on his wrist, that's Ismael, and Bendaoud is in the blue corner with the blue tape on his wrist.
he's just a step ahead this whole fight, right? Like even when there's like a little bit of a scramble, he just seems to be quicker and he gets what he wants in the fight. I mean it's a 10-9 round, even though he pretty much dominated the entire thing. He just didn't have damage. He didn't really throw much from some of those good positions.
It is the end of the round, and I don't see how Ismael doesn't get a 10-9. But he did play with fire a little bit. Like I say, over 5 minutes, he didn't cause damage, but he did dominate. And please don't even think of, because when you hear the word dominate, sometimes people wonder, well, was that a 10-8? Because in the rules, the unified rules of MMA, a 10-8 requires dominance, duration, and damage. He dominated. He had duration, but there wasn't damage. And you kind of want to at least have damage being one of the two. And the rules say that if two or the three are present, again, it's better to have damage to be one of the two. In this case, it's just duration and damage. Sorry, duration and dominance. Then you may consider a 10-8. It doesn't say you have to put down a 10-8. You may consider a 10-8. Here they come. That was a quick minute.
That was.
Let's see what the live odds are. Ismael minus 425. Okay. Hard to disagree with that one. Bendaoud definitely does not want to go to the ground. Better get some underhooks.
He's got to know
There
this
you
is coming.
go. Yeah, that was easy. Remember, we were talking about experience before the fight, and sometimes that's just what you need to do is learn along the way. So Ismael is on top again. Still in the first minute of the second round. Now he's in half guard. Now he goes to side control. And Bendaoud is going to use this opportunity to maybe push off of the cage and see if he can roll out of here.
But see, like he's got one of his arms trapped. Well, he did. I mean, that's a perfect opportunity to just land some ground and pound. You got to get something for that takedown.
He should have just got up. Oh yeah, Ismael for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there's some elbows there.
Yeah, I mean, he's just dominating this fight.
A
It seems
finish
like
would
he's
be a nice
got.
way to start the night, and the odds are minus. What is the minus 1600 now? Is that minus 1,000 or minus 1600? Minus 1600. Okay.
If you're Ismael, like you've got this fight under control, you're doing a good job. I think now at this point, there are just so many fighters week in, week out. You got to do something to make people remember you. You know, make them talk
Especially
about
when
your
you're on
name.
a card like this, no one else is watching. You're unopposed. UFC's not till later. This is your chance to shine right here. Get the finish. Smash.
Bendaoud, I mean, unless he does something crazy, he's gonna really have to go back to the drawing board and figure some things out because these takedowns, they were just given up way too easily. And the positioning, right? Once they're on the ground, like this dude's just going from half guard, a mount, the side control. He's doing whatever he wants. Referee's taking a closer look.
Okay, here's some punches that are raining down. You know, if you're someone that tunes into the PFL during the regular season, no elbows are allowed because it's such a busy format.
Mm-hmm.
The fighters to be able to continue, right, to get their 2 regular season fights in and then advance in the playoffs. So they don't allow the elbows till the playoffs. But this isn't that type of card. There is no regular season or playoffs. This is an arena series type fight. You know, 2 fighters were pulled. Oh, watch out here. The arm's not in there though. Oh, yes, it is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Can you
Bendaoud there
imagine?
attacking with a triangle. He taps.
Wow, he
Wow,
tapped him out.
Bendaoud submitted him.
Oh
He
my god.
submitted Tariq Ismael after literally almost 10 minutes of domination from Tariq Ismael. I would have resorted to at least the Quentin Rampage Jackson slam or something, man.
Oh my god.
He got caught. And you know, earlier I was almost saying his game off the ground, he needs to get up because it's almost useless because Ismael's basically thwarted everything he's thrown up. But he actually caught him.
That is unbelievable.
And
I
what
don't
if you
even.
hit your live bet too?
Oh, can you imagine?
Yeah, that's probably a half a nickel payday, man. If anybody put 100 to win 5 or whatever it was, I only focused on. Look at him. Here it is. He's got the arm and he's got the triangle, but right here it's the squeeze that's getting him.
Mm-hmm.
I guess he did try a little bit. See, at that part, I think I would have tried to lift him a little bit more.
I think he could have gone a little bit more, yeah. But look, that setup is just, oh man. I think Ismail just got too confident, you know, with what he was doing. Doesn't it still seem like there's a little bit of space?
It did. Look at that. Like a boa constrictor. He just sneaks up the right
And
leg
got the arm.
over. He readjusts. He tightens it up. And here, right here, that should have been more of a slam. And there's the tap. When he slammed him and he didn't get it, if anything, the head might have gone in there and gotten cinched up a little tighter. Ismael knows it right away. He throws out his mouthpiece and he sits down in disgust. Wow, clutch win by Bendaoud. Taha Bendaoud now goes to 4-0, and he makes the best out of his opportunity to do well on a big card. Morocco, you got yourself another killer out there. There's some good fighters coming out of Morocco. Some good soccer players too, man. That soccer team's been kicking butt ever since the World Cup.
They're really, really fast. The I don't even really know what to. It's a win at the end of the day, right? When you're looking at Tapology or wherever you go to get your information, but it probably wasn't the best performance, but you got to be happy that you found a way to pull it out. But now you got to go back to the drawing board and figure things out, because everybody's going to know the recipe to beat you. You can't pull these submissions off every time like that. Something's got to change.
Wrestling. You got to stop those takedowns. In fact, that commercial just reminded me it's takedown, not throwdown. I was going off the apparel company from the early 2000s. I was named Throwdown. It's takedown that is the apparel company associated with PFL. They got some cool stuff too, man.
Yeah,
I've gone on the website and looked at it, whether it's training gear or if you want to pick up something, for yourself to sport. It's cool. I like it.
That Throwdown gym was what eventually became the Syndicate gym that we have today.
Yeah, in Las Vegas, where Khalil Roundtree fights out of, Zhang Wei Li and Merab Dvalishvili. They've been on fire. Look at Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. It's popping. They say it's the fight capital, the new fight capital of the world. I always tell them, pump the brakes, relax. We still got Las Vegas. Here's the formal announcement. We still got Las Vegas. You're definitely on the scene. Maybe you're the other side of the world's fight capital of the world, and you have had some big fights. I tip my hat to you, but let's get some consistency. Vegas has got so much history of doing this. I'm not sure that I'm ready to anoint another sitting. Now, that said, I live in Las Vegas. Maybe I'm homering.
To be fair, you also probably have to experience it once, right, to see what it's like. But you're right. When you're here in Vegas, when you're not surrounded by what is about to happen, you still have the history of everything that has happened. We've often said when you walk through the Mandalay Bay, when you walk through the Thomas and Mack or the MGM Grand, or even the parking lot, what used to be the Mirage or Caesar's Palace, there is a history in those bones, right? And you feel it. You see those old fight posters, and you remember some of the wars that took place there. I don't know that Riyadh has something like that just yet. They're just hitting you in the face with everything that's new. But there's something to be said about that history that's ingrained in this city, the bright lights, all that stuff. I'm not saying nobody could ever compare, but fight capital of the world, that's where we're at right now, I think.
Yeah, you need about at least 25 years of history. I mean, Fan Man, Holyfield's ear getting bitten off, all of the title fights, plus there's been pro wrestling, biggest events of WrestleMania here, kickboxing at the Mirage, boxing itself, mixed martial arts, the amateur level, the pro level, the regional promotions, you name it. I mean, epic cards. So it takes a while. And yes, to be fair, I got to go to Riyadh. I think if it wants to be maybe a sports capital, I could see that. They entertain Formula One, soccer, boxing, MMA, but we have a football team here. We have a baseball team that's coming, an NBA team's around the corner, a world title, a Stanley Cup winning hockey team. Also, I think a minor league in the MLS, right, Goze?
No. So, well, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, and a AAA in baseball. So, I don't know. Pretty soon, Las Vegas is also going to be a possible sports capital, but that's taking time still.
Don't be disrespecting the Running Rebels, though.
Running Rebels, can't forget about them.
They play today.
Yeah. What's the record? They still only got the one loss to Syracuse?
Yeah, I think it's 5-1. They got Oregon State tonight. That's why I asked for this pay-per-view to be early so that we finish in time for that game.
You made a call to the Sheik out there?
I did.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? We're just reminded too by Pete, WNBA, the Aces.
Yeah, I don't know about that one yet. No, I'm just
What are you
kidding.
talking about? They won
I'm
2
just kidding.
championships.
I'm not a big WNBA fan. Goze was supposed to take me to a game, but the season ended. So I've yet to go. So I said I won't bag on it anymore until I go. If you can't dunk a ball, I'm just not
Some
as
of them
fired
do.
up.
Some of them do.
Yeah, but not in the warm-ups, Goze. I'm talking about in the game.
Yeah, like you're not going to see somebody do it in somebody else's face. But yeah, on a fast break. Well, yeah, I guess a couple of them did do it during the game. But
Our next fight's going to be Ibragimov 7-0 against Nacho Campos. Now this one has a big odds disparity. Ibragimov is 7-0, Campos is 5-0. So you would think, what's the deal here, right? But Ibragimov is minus 1600 and Campos is plus 900. That is a huge disparity. Ibragimov is the mauler, right? They call him the mauler. He's fighting out of Dagestan, but he lives in England. He comes out of the Manchester top team. I love hearing that. And his specialty is the arm triangle, but he is a ground specialist. He can submit you or beat you up via ground and pound. Most of his fights have been finishes, but he's probably the biggest favorite on the card.
yeah, that's pretty huge. In fact, that's so much that I don't really even like seeing that much because you almost think, well, what the hell are they doing fighting each other? But as George pointed out, the records. So it's on me now, right? Because I kind of feel bad because technically you didn't deserve that loss. You called it right. It was going exactly the way you had called the fight. It just didn't end the way we said. Nah, I guess that's the point, right? Is you want money in your bank account. So I mean, look, I honestly think Ibragimov is gonna take him down and he's gonna wear him out. Um, would I lay this much money in a fight where two people start off on the feet? Probably not. But that's who I think will win. So I'm gonna take him here.
I wonder if anyone got Ismael at like minus 500 when he was absolutely dominating, just thinking, oh, I want to scoop up an easy hundy here.
Had to
500 to make 100.
Yeah.
And they'll give me $100 to toy around with college football or one of the fights later on the card. And now you're down a nickel. And imagine if anyone did it when he got up to like 1,000 or minus 1,600. He was cruising. He was on the way to banking round number 2. And he just looked like the stronger and fresher fighter before getting caught there in that triangle. What a great comeback for Bendaoud.
A great way to start off the night.
Yeah, for him too. And by the way, right now they're showing Larissa Pacheco and a little bit of her background. She now lives in Las Vegas, no longer lives in Brazil. She moved here. She said the taxes were killing her. You're a foreign fighter. You got to pay taxes where you fight. And then when you go back, and so she wanted to move to Las Vegas, which I'm not sure things are any different because you're still not fighting in the U.S. and then you got to come back to the U.S. But over here, she's made herself at home in Las Vegas, in Henderson. They got an American top team affiliate there, and a lot of these fights that the fight week vlog that they had, I like that. And then they also had kind of like some preview videos of each one where you get to know each one a little bit better. And Pacheco seems really, really laid back. She almost admitted it, like, hey, I just like to be hanging at home personally. I don't like to go out much, especially during camp.
Yeah, I mean, this city will eat you up alive, right? If that's your MO. You definitely have to learn how to stay away from the strip. And you can do it from time to time. You just can't make it a habit. But yeah, those videos are pretty interesting. We have some that we are going to play for you guys throughout this broadcast. And there will be fighters that will be joining us too for a little bit. So you'll definitely get a chance to see that sneak peek. The one on with Cris Cyborg as well was very, very interesting. Just what she's kind of gone through in her life. They're showing her right now and how she's adapted to living here in the United States. And look, there's just no way around it. I think when we interview her, George, doesn't she usually have in the background, the belts and all that stuff. Like that is so remarkable to be able to have done that sort of career. And when you think about when she started, right? Like over a large period of time like that, to just be that dominant is absolutely insane.
Don't get me started, Goze. There's an argument for Cris being the baddest woman on the planet, with or without that Amanda Nunes loss. First, I want to ask, for those of you that are watching on YouTube, if you can hit the like button, you would make my day. So please, it just takes a second, right? From the minute I said it, like 5 seconds ago, you would have already been done by now. You just hit the like button, boom, click, done. Now, if you want to subscribe to the channel, that's in addition. It's a bonus for you because it's great free content, as we are, in my opinion, the best media source for mixed martial arts. And if you're an MMA fan, then you definitely want to be affiliated with MMA Junkie, whether it's through the website, through our free app on mobile or tablets, consuming our social media, which in this case would be our YouTube channel. Hit the subscribe button and you'll have access to all of our free content there, all of our videos. Now, getting back to Cris Cyborg, here's the thing. I'm big on head-to-head. If you've been tuning into this whole watch along here, you heard me say something about the rankings earlier. And I'm passionate about rankings. I think head-to-head is definitely one of the biggest criteria, components of a ranking system. And because, you know, if I say, I think A's better, and Goze says, I think fighter B's better, A's better, B's better, A's better, B's better. Well, what happens when they fight? That kind of solves that, doesn't it? It should, except there's other criteria. And since Amanda Nunes knocked out Cris Cyborg, Amanda Nunes has lost. Now, she did come back and beat that same opponent that she lost to. And prior to the Cyborg loss, she went into that fight with 4 losses. Cyborg had only lost once. Now Cyborg has 2 losses. Amanda Nunes has 5. So there's overall record. There's your titles, your title defenses. Cris Cyborg has more titles and more title defenses than Amanda Nunes. She has a better overall record. She's been doing it for a lot longer. Her win streaks are longer. Her level of competition, not bad, because remember, she had a stop in the UFC with some title defenses, but when she wasn't in the UFC, there wasn't women fighting in the UFC. They were fighting elsewhere. So she's basically been wherever the top fighters are in the world. So she can match resumes pretty close to Amanda Nunes. If anything, maybe even topping her. But she's got the loss to Amanda Nunes. Amanda Nunes cleaned her clock, knocked her out, and that's that, right? So, you know, like I say, what weighs more? All of those wins, all of those win streaks, all of those titles, all of those title defenses in different promotions, proving it across 20 years. Is that enough to overcome the head-to-head loss? For some, yes. For others, no.
The extra belts, I think, are very helpful in that argument. It's so tough because at the end of the day, the whole reason we do this is because we want to find out what would happen if either one of them faced each other, and we have that answer, and it was a very definitive answer. But how long can that haunt you? And then everything else that you're just able to do, like, we really don't know what Cris Cyborg's ceiling could be, how much longer she could do this. But let's just say she were to get this win tonight, and somehow at some point, if Kayla Harrison keeps going, if she were be able to get that one, then I think it would be pretty. I think we'd have to let go at that point of Amanda, and the fact that she has the win over her. But every time we get into it, like, great points are made. You made excellent points, but it's just so hard to put past the fact that they fought, and that was the result, right?
Yeah. Now there is things called round robins, and Cris Cyborg's best bet is for someday her and Juliana Pena to lock up somewhere, whether it's a co-promotion or one of the ladies goes in the other direction. But at some point, if they can fight before Cyborg's time is up, because I think she's closer to retirement than Pena. I think Pena's around 34, Cyborg's 39. I think Cyborg said she wanted to make it to age 40. If she could beat Pena, then you would have what's called a round robin. I beat you, you beat her, she beat you, whatever. Now, granted, Nunes did come back and even the score with Pena. And then there's another one that a lot of people don't know exists. But round robins are more relevant when they just happen. Like when we had Gamrot, Dariush, and Sarukian, for example, and they had all kind of beat each other. That's more of a relevant round robin. And even that one's now pushing 2-3 years. Here in this case, Cris Ngannou lost to Cris Cyborg, got finished by her. Cris Cyborg got finished by Amanda Nunes. But a lot of people forget that one loss that Nunes had in the UFC prior to Juliana Pena, prior to going on that one run, was to Cris Ngannou. So it's a round robin, but it's like 10 years apart. It's not as relevant. If Cyborg can somehow get put into that category of a round robin, that also helps her case. Remember, this is subjective. There's a lot of people that are Nunes fans that are like, are you crazy? I'm not even trying to hear it. And I understand. You're passionate about the fighter that you back. And then there's others that are going, that's not a bad point, because they see that there's more to a career and defining somebody than just one fight. So I don't know. It's a fun argument to have. It's, like I say, it's subjective. There's usually not a wrong and a right. There's just a majority and a minority of who might and might not agree, and that's fine. But I'm here for all that, man. I love that kind of chatter.
Yeah, that's what makes our sport fun. We love to do that type of stuff, and it can get pretty interesting. You never know, because there's also like the argument. How many times when we're talking about the men and we talk about, well, who's like the greatest combat athlete of all time, right? Because if you do that for the females, well, now you got to throw in people like Ronda Rousey, throw in Kayla Harrison, right? What they were able to do. Kayla at the Olympic level, what she was able to do over what Ronda was able to do, it's a lot more. It carries a lot more weight. But yeah, it gets really, really interesting. But I don't know. I love talking about that.
Yeah, greatest combat sports athlete of all time is a rabbit hole that not many want to go down, because not only do you have the fighter you're going to argue for, but then what they did, not just in MMA, because we're saying combat sports athlete, not just MMA athlete. And so in doing so, you got to weigh Cejudo's gold medal at the Olympics, along with his 2 titles and 2 title defenses, versus Pereira and his 2 kickboxing titles, and Harrison and her PFL titles, and what she might do in the UFC and judo. Yeah, my brain's gonna explode, because it's too early in the morning. But we do have a guest right now, and we are going to be joined by a couple of guests here during our watch along. We have Chanel Dyer, and she's got a fight coming up, by the way, against Paulina Wisniewska at PFL Europe 4. So she's, I guess we can say, starting camp. I don't know. We'll ask her. Let's bring her in. Hello, Chanel. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for jumping on here. This is the MMA Junkie PFL Watch Along Battle of the Giants. Are you ready for some fights?
Yeah, always ready for fights. That's my typical Saturday night.
Yeah. And how about your fight? Have you started the camp yet, or are you just kind of chilling and getting ready to embark on a camp for December 14th?
I've been chilling. My last fight was only 3 weeks ago, but I'm literally fighting in 8 weeks. I'm gonna start a soft camp next week, go through training camps, and then do a hard 7-week camp for my next fight.
What's it like being undefeated? Now, for some, they say it's like a lot of pressure. One day you might lose, because in MMA, even the great ones take losses. But at the same time, it's got to be pretty fun, right? To walk around,
Yeah,
strutting, knowing that no one's taking you down yet.
yeah, it's amazing. Being undefeated is amazing. I started my pro career only last year, and I'm 6-0 now with 4 finishes. Made a statement in each of all of my fights. Being undefeated, yeah, it's amazing. Especially in MMA, I think I'm gonna lose one day, but I'm not gonna lose anytime soon.
And you're only 23 years of age. At what age did you get started in MMA. I think your generation starts in MMA. There's no longer, I used to do karate,
Yeah.
I used to do taekwondo, and all of a sudden I migrated over to the sport. You started in MMA, right?
No, actually, I started in Muay Thai when I was 9 years old, but I transitioned to MMA when I was 17. So I've done MMA for about 6 years now, but I consider myself a well-rounded fighter.
All right. So you're going to chill and watch this fight with us here?
Yeah, Ibrahim, he's a great guy. He's a great fighter. I hope he wins.
Yeah, someone's must go. He's a big favorite. He's like minus 1,600. I don't know if you know anything about the gaming world, but basically he's a big favorite coming into this fight.
Yeah, rightly so. He's undefeated as well with 7-0, and he's taken out so much prospects. I remember the first time I ever heard of him, I think it was only 5-0 in the UK, but he was the guy that nobody wanted to fight. Everyone was avoiding him like the plague, and rightfully so. If you saw his last fight in PFL, he finished the guy in 50 seconds. So I think he's going to show everyone what a great fight he is tonight.
All I know is you're showing everyone what a great commentator you are. I'm getting ready to punt
like
Goze here in the middle, and
Yeah.
it's just going to be you and I, or either that or he's going to punt me, but you're doing a good job here. I'm glad you're sticking around.
Yeah. And I don't know what it is about that last name, because growing up, I had a kid named Bobby Dyer, and that kid was getting in fights left and right. So that just biting
Yeah.
in that last name's blood or something. But
Yeah,
yeah,
definitely a
kinda-
fighting name.
Yeah, I fist bump with George. You've done a great job so far. We're excited to talk to you today, and this fight's getting close to being underway here. Got Dan Mergliotta, one of the best referees in the game. I don't know, that first fight threw us a little bit for a loop. We thought we knew what was going to happen, and then all of a sudden, coming out of the woodworks, that submission, like you just never know what's going to happen in the sport.
Yeah, he's so young as well, but he literally submitted Josh Reed, and Josh Reed he's a veteran in the game. He has so much to his accolades, and having Ibrahim submitting him 50 seconds just showed how good he is. I don't know much about his opponent, but PFI, they always have great matches, so I think this is going to be a great match. Whoever comes out the victor.
Mm-hmm.
Nacho Campos out of Spain, and so Ibrahim is from Dagestan, but he now lives in England, right?
Yeah, he lives in Manchester, about 2 hours away from where I live in London.
Okay. Yeah, the UK, man, they're on fire. A lot of world champions, a lot of top contenders, undefeated fighters like you.
Yeah, the UK's popping off right now. We're only small, but we have so many great fighters showcasing our skill levels all across the world. And yeah, we're taking over.
Nacho Campos pressing Ibrahim up against the cage here early in round 1 minute in. Some shoulder strikes. Go ahead.
I think this is where Ibrahim wants to be. Obviously, he showcases his submission skills, his wrestling skills. Obviously, he's from Dagestan, so I think he wants to get the fight to the ground by any means possible.
You know, Chanel, the other day, we had Mario Batista on the show, and he fought Jose Aldo, and they were in a similar position here. And he said, part of my plan was to tax him and get him tired, but it backfired because Aldo was so composed and comfortable, and so he wasn't wearing down like Batista thought he was. So his plan was almost backfiring. How tiring is that position against the fence?
It is tiring, but if you're efficient enough, then you can actually rest in those certain positions. If your level is high enough, you can rest in those certain positions. But if you're fighting a really great fighter, they know how to defend a lot. It's really taxing on the body. I think wrestling is the most hardest part of MMA, especially training wise, and you give a lot of energy to get these positions. But when you get the positions, then you can rest, where Ibrahim's doing right now. He's in a great position.
Yeah, I was going to say, he looks pretty composed and calm right now, even though he's the one that got taken down.
Yeah.
Fence grab there. You got to be careful because they might put you back in the same position. Nacho Campos now trying to take his back. Ibrahim is able to get to his feet. Let's see if he can turn into him. He's fighting the wrist control there. Doesn't want to go for a ride again. Now, Nacho, in this instance, if he doesn't get it paid off by getting the takedown, he's kind of exerting a lot of energy.
Yeah, there's a lot of wasted energy there.
Campos has got to figure this out quick, man, because this could be rinse and repeat over and over.
2 minutes left here.
This is a little bit of what we were talking about in the last fight, where while there's been a lot of control, there hasn't been a lot of damage. So if for some reason Campos can get out of this, switch things out, he doesn't have much ground to have to pick up for. We need to see a little bit more aggression, which now we're seeing a little bit more. But yeah, Campos has got to figure this out soon, because this can be a long night like this.
Yeah, especially they can elbow as well now. So in those grappling positions, you can just rain down elbows and cut them quickly and finish the fight even faster now.
They're both talking to the ref. I wonder if someone's holding a glove, holding a fence. Campos. Yeah, let's see here.
By the way, so Chanel, you've scored a lot of points with us so far. And Simeon, I could see you in the waiting room there. So I'm going to probably ask you the same thing. We had to wake up early this morning, not because we had to prepare for this, but we had to see one of the greatest teams in all of England, Manchester United. Are you going to fist bump, or are you going to come at us with someone else?
No, I support Man United
There you
from
go.
young, so that's my team as well.
All
Man
the way
United.
from London, huh? You get
All the way
any?
from London. I get
Anybody
so
give you a
much
hard
stick.
time over that?
Even from primary school, ever since I was about 7, everyone used to give me stick for supporting Man United. I lived 20 minutes away from Chelsea, and it was like, why don't you support Chelsea? But I don't know. I love Ronaldo, so Man United.
Nice. All right, Ibragimov there mixing in some strikes now.
I think he's just gonna ride out the round now.
Oh, nice elbow there. That didn't feel good.
Oh.
They get back to the feet. Dan the Tan gets in the middle. That's one round. Did we see a 10-8 there? I don't think so.
I don't think so. It was getting close.
I think there was enough damage.
It happened. Yeah. But the question is now, going into that corner, right? Like, how much can you possibly tell your fighter? I mean, that was just a lot of control there.
Yeah, a lot of control time. And the thing about control time as well, it not only drains your physical energy, it drains your mental energy as well. Someone's just holding you down, you just want to get out. It tires your brain. So let's see how he comes out in the second round.
What do you prefer in between rounds? You want like a rah coach, like Leon Edwards' coach, that's firing you up, or do you feel, or do you want somebody that's calm and is maybe giving you technique and a little strategy that you can soak in during those 60 seconds?
A little bit of both. I think a little bit both is needed. And I'm blessed. 2 of my coaches, they're literally polar opposite. One of my coaches gives it to me raw and says, if I'm losing, I'm losing. If that's bad, that's bad. My other coach just gives me technique, calms me down. So I think you need a little bit both, depends on what the situation is.
Nice knee there by Campos on the way in.
Nice elbow.
Yeah. But there goes Ibrahim off again, going for that takedown. This time going for a single. Campos winds up with some back control and a hook, and 2 hooks maybe. Let's see if he can hang on to this.
Mm-hmm.
He's already off the back. The hook is out. Ibragimov already attacking a single. But at least he's winning the first minute of the second round. He definitely dropped the first round.
I like the elbow. You got to somewhat make him pay for what he's doing.
Definitely.
Who are your coaches?
Brad Pickett, Ashley Grimshaw, and Barry Healy.
Yeah, good coaches.
Great coaches.
Brad Pickett actually gave Demetrius Johnson one of his early losses.
Yeah, he tells that to me every single morning.
Yeah, I would too. That's one heck of a flex. You can't go every day without mentioning that to someone, right?
Yeah, it was a great fight as well. Yeah, he's an amazing coach, amazing wrestling coach.
All right, Ibrahim has already gotten control of the fight. Back on top. Let's see what he can do here.
Yeah, Nacho's just he's got to start moving. He's got to start doing something. I can't believe how much the sport has evolved over the years. We've been doing our show 18 years. Back in the day, so you see how his legs are locked up, right? He can't do anything. Chuck Liddell, remember one time he just told us, because we used to ask him, like, how is it that when you get taken down, you just get right back up? And he put it so simply. He just said, I just stand up. The second they put me down, I think about nothing other than getting back up. And it worked for so many years, and you just can't do that no more. People are just
Uh,
so good at what they do. And
I wish it was that easy. The amount of people that tell me every time I got taken out, just stand up. I mean, I wish if I could, I would. Definitely. Everyone's so good now. Like you have to be so well rounded in MMA. Everyone's good everywhere. Everyone's just not coming into a fight being a specialist at one type of thing. They're great everywhere. So MMA is amazing now.
I have a feeling we're going to see this for 3 rounds.
Yeah.
Well, the win is obviously important, but man, a win when it's a finish just seems to catapult you a little bit more. What kind of conversations have you had with PFL about where you stand right now, Chanel? You kind of remind me a little bit of Dakota Ditcheva, also a fellow English woman who undefeated did it through the Europe, branch of PFL, and now she's become one of the biggest stars in PFL. Like, is I know you're your own person, but would you like to follow, I guess, that type of trajectory?
Yeah, 100%. She's doing what I want to do, the same thing. She's undefeated, I think 12-0 right now. I want to be undefeated as long as possible. She won the European season last year. I'm going to win the European season this year. I think she's going to win the global season this year, and I'm hopefully going to do the same next year. So we're definitely on the same trajectory, and hopefully that we get to meet in the future.
You think she's going to beat Tyler Santos?
I think she'll beat Tyler Santos. I think it'll definitely be a war, definitely be her hardest fight to date. But she's proven herself. She's 12-0 for a reason. She hasn't hand selected her fights. She fights whoever puts in front of her. And I think she's evolved since her first pro fight to 12 pro fights. And I think it's going to be a great fight. I'm definitely going to be watching that fight. It'll be a great female fight.
Yeah, I agree.
You could just see the levels of frustration on Nacho Campos's face, man. Like, he's just so frustrated. He cannot get him off him even for a second.
Look at that
that's
judge.
When you, and
Sorry,
that,
I was
and
going to say, look at that judge on the side. Doesn't he look like when one of those people goes, damn, when they hear something that surprises them?
A little bit, yeah.
He has to lean over that panel just so that he can get a good view of what he's judging. That's how close it is, folks, when you're out there. Sometimes the judge has to look at the monitor, and sometimes they have to look by, through a referee or through the other fighter. I'm not defending judges. I'm just saying it's not always easy. I'm sorry, Chanel. What were you going to say?
And I was just saying that it looks like you start getting frustrated now. And when you start fighting emotionally, that's when mistakes start happening, and that's when your opponent can capitalize on it. So it'd be an interesting third round, I think.
Yeah, no doubt. Like, you're basically seeing somebody starting to break a little bit. It looks like Nacho Campos worked on wrestling, worked on this positioning. A few times he's been able to mitigate the damage, but each time Ibrahim keeps coming back and putting him on the ground, suffocating him little by little, banking the rounds. Another 10-9 for him. Looks like 2018 going into round 3. All right, here we go.
At this point, George, the rah-rah part might serve him better than whatever it is they've told him at the end of the last 2 rounds. And after the fight we just saw, like, how can you count this guy out?
Why is he high-fiving? Right away, Ibrahim could have just ducked under and gotten another takedown. Uh-oh. Opening up the striking game a little bit, and there he goes.
False sense of security, that.
Yeah. Let's see what happens with that. Fights on the ground. Nacho Campos on his butt, but he does have his back to the fence. Ibrahim already grapevining the legs. Might be tough to get up at this point. What would you do if you were Nacho Campos in this position, Chanel, at this point?
I would try to use the cage to my advantage. Obviously, try to get your legs out, try to push him, try to post his face away, create some space, create your knee line. Because if he doesn't have your knee line, then he doesn't have the secure position. So try to get your knee line out, use the cage, and use the cage to try to get back up. Obviously, try to open the space up with some offense, land some elbows in that sense, cross facing. But obviously, space is what you need in that sense. But Ibrahim, he's not giving him any space.
Mm-hmm. I liked his move, at least that it was explosive.
Mm.
And now look, okay, he might be able to get out of this. We'll see. Nope, Ibrahim's still able to wrestle. Now he's got his back against the cage. He's going to be able to drag him down right here, I think. We'll see. He did it earlier in the other direction.
Man, I know it's not the most entertaining style, but look, at the end of the day, that's why we're here, right? We're trying to figure out who the best in the world is. In the morning, George and I chose to have a breakfast sandwich. This dude chose to go probably wrestle, and that's what makes him so good at what he does. People just have to figure out how to stop him. I mean, that's why we have multiple fights on a card, and they can't all be barn burners. But I mean, you have to admire his dedication to his craft. I mean, this has been absolutely amazing what he's been doing. It's not the most entertaining, but holy crap! I mean, it seems unstoppable.
Yeah,
If you're Campos, go ahead, Chanel.
In a technical point of view, what Ibrahim's doing is amazing. He's literally shutting down someone's whole game in certain instances. So, in technical point of view, it's actually a great fight. I know for like the casuals and a lot of people, they just want to see a fist fight, but you need to get out of these positions to make it a fist fight. So, yeah.
Couldn't agree more. Joining us soon will be Simeon Powell, 9-1 overall, another fighter from the UK. 25 years of age, young cat, you know?
Yeah, Simeon Powell, he's my bro. He's my big bro. We're from the same team. Like
nice.
we're literally from the same gym. We do our fight camps together. He's my big bro, man. So yeah, shout out Simeon Powell. He's an inspiration to me.
Nice.
So you know him well. Is he going to give us the Manchester United fist bump, or is he going to put one in our nose?
Nah, he supports Arsenal. He supports Arsenal.
Simeon.
Arsenal's from London, so
that's just gonna be high and by with him. Then he's not gonna call fights with us.
Literally. Man United only.
There's a lot of Man United supporters out there. There's Tyson Fury in the combat sports game. Tyson Fury, Conor McGregor, Michael Venom Page is also a big Man United supporter.
I think because back in the day, like a couple of decades ago, Man United was the team to support, but now everything's changing. But back then it was Man United.
Brendan Loughnane too.
Yeah, well, he's from Man, so standard.
Ditchova, by the way, is Man City.
Man City. Man City's new.
It's
like right across the road from each other. But they're winning everything right now.
Yeah. Nice body triangle there by Ibrahim. Now he's going under the armpit with some nice uppercuts. Trying to put an exclamation on this. You know, if you're going to go to a decision, at least dominate. And he did. The finish would have been a lot better. And Nacho Campos, to his credit, I wouldn't say he ever broke. He just had a rough night, frustrated, but he still seemed to be aware of where he was, trying what his best, but he's just not the better fighter.
No. A lot of his game got neutralized today, but credit to him, he's fighting to the end. He shows his heart, and you can tell he's a proper fighter that wants to bring the fight to the end.
Good point. And he'll be better because of this.
100%.
You know, it's great experience. Both of them will be. It's great experience, but now he knows what he needs to work at, to get better. So, like I say, that is nice to have, but sometimes they say there's a turning point in your career, and sometimes it can be that first loss. I don't wish it on anyone. I hope you stay undefeated, Chanel, and pull a Habib. But it's just so hard in this sport. It hasn't even happened that many times in boxing. Joe Calzaghe, Floyd Mayweather, Rocky Marciano, I believe, was undefeated. So they're just what those. You can't really name that many. Bud Crawford, I think, is undefeated right now. Or does Bud have one loss? Goes, I'd have to look it up. Terrence Crawford, he's undefeated, right?
I think he's undefeated.
Yeah. So this is pretty obvious who's going to win here. All right, and then Chanel, man, we've had a great time with you. Hopefully, we can do this again because you really can explain the game very well. I think you have a future in broadcasting if you want to do that while you're fighting. It seemed like you enjoyed it.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I love watching fights. I always watching fights. I'm always doing that commentary to my siblings and my friends while I'm watching fights with them. So yeah, I enjoyed it.
Mm-hmm. Well, hopefully we can have you on before your fight so we can recap how your camp went, promote your fight, keep in touch. I think we're going to see some big days out of you the same way we did with Dakota, just seeing her kind of blaze through. We had a feeling she could do well. I didn't know she was going to be a finalist, but you mapped it out. That could be you in 1 year too.
100%, and it will be me. I'm going to train. I'm going to put everything in to come out on top.
Nice. All right. Well, thank you for joining us on today's PFL Battle of the Giants watch along for the prelims. You're a young fighter. Do you want to thank any sponsors or give any shout outs, plug your social media or anything you got going on?
Yeah, shout out that prize guy, shout out Vigorate, shout out all my sponsors, shout out GB Top Team, Denosi Academy, all my coaches. Tune in the Zone December 14th where I become PFL European champ.
That's what's up. All right. Take care, Chanel. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. So it's not compelling at all in the sense of we know Ibragimov is going to get the decision here, but we'll wait for him to get his hand raised. And then Simeon Powell is going to be our next guest. I was watching him, Goze, when Chanel kind of gave him a shout out. He was leaning back going, yep, that's my girl. So that's cool that they know each other, and she said some really, really nice things about him. And that's cool when one fighter is inspired by another professional prize fighter.
Yeah. Teammates have a crazy bond, man. It's super cool.
I thought Nacho Campos was raising his hand like he thought he might get the decision.
That would have been the world's worst.
I think Mayhem Miller did that. Jason Mayhem Miller, I think got dominated one time, and he was raising his hand like he thought it might be him.
Mm-hmm.
He's done some pretty funny things. I think one time he weighed in like 20 pounds overweight, and when he stepped on the either when he stepped on the scale or prior to stepping on the scale, he asked for the
towel. He was like,
towel, like that was going to make a difference. Over. He was 20 pounds over. I think it was a fight in Italy when he was having all of his problems. But he was hilarious. All right, so 2 fights are in the books. Let's recap this quick, and then we'll bring in our guest. In the first fight, this fight was really one-sided all the way up until the end. Tariq Ismael was just having his way through 2 rounds, almost 2 rounds, against Taha Bendaoud, and Bendaoud slapped on a triangle and upset him. I mean, the live odds were like minus 1,600 on Ismael at one point. So it was just, like I say, he was just getting dominated. Bendaoud was, and then Bendaoud pulled a rabbit out of his ass or something out of his hat. So congrats to him. He's now 4-0. Ismael's 8-2. And in this fight, Ibragimov goes to 8-0 as he decisions Nacho Campos, giving him his first loss. The Spaniard goes back to Spain now 5-1. Our next fight's going to be Makasharap Zukov against Derek Sanders. And joining us for that fight is Simeon Powell. Let's bring him on, Goze. The Arsenal fan, huh? What's up, Simeon?
All right, guys. How you doing? Can you hear me, yeah?
Yeah, we can hear you. How you doing?
Sweet. Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for jumping on with us. And I think I saw your reaction. You heard Chanel saying great things about you. Pretty cool that another professional fighter is inspired by you, and it seems like you've been a good friend to her.
Yeah, that's little sis, man. Like she's doing amazing. Proud of what she's doing. Like, yeah, we've got a good support unit at GB Top Team, so it's like a little family out there.
Do you get more nervous for your friends when they fight than your own? I think I've heard that before, where sometimes the nerves are even worse.
It does get like that. It does get like that. For certain fighters as well, definitely. Like, but something about Chanel, like I have this like confidence whenever she fights. It's like, you know, she's gonna pull off something special, you know. So I don't have it too much with her, you know.
We lightly touched on the success that's been had in the UK these last few years. Well, Europe, but specifically the UK. For a long time, they used to say there's just not much wrestling going on, but obviously that was 20 years ago, and now I'm sure there's a lot of fighters that have been either imported, you know, to pass on the wrestling knowledge, and obviously coaches that have learned, and now look at all the successes out there. There's a lot of world champions, title contenders, undefeated fighters. When did you get turned on to mixed martial arts? Was it a particular fight or fighter, or did you just walk into a gym one day wanting to defend yourself? What's your story?
Well, MMA, like, I've always been a combat sports fan. So like growing up, Rocky was a big one for me, like the movie, and like so that I think that birthed my do you know what I mean? Like how like my love for combat sports. But how I started, I think there was a few fighters. Obviously, Anderson Silva was big growing up. Used to watch his highlights. Used to think he was sick. Obviously, John Jones. There was one fight that actually like put me onto MMA was the Paul Daly and Nick Diaz fight. That one round when that 1 round was crazy. I remember seeing that on like World Star Hip Hop, where I used to go on the online world website, like back in the day. So it's like those sort of fights definitely put me onto MMA. And then I joined the gym at 16, started training, had my first fight, probably a year deep in, and that was it. Like I was like, this is what I'm doing for the rest of my life.
Hey, Simeon, so were you a big boxing fan growing up? Because you mentioned Rocky.
Yeah. Say that again, boss?
Are you familiar with Marvin Hagler and Thomas Hearns, that fight that they had?
Yeah.
Okay. So about a year ago, we did this video where we asked different fighters and people in the MMA media what they would consider the Hagler Hearns of MMA, what that would be like, right? And a lot of people came back with Nick Diaz and Simtex, Paul Daly. I think that was a good one. I thought Nick Diaz and Takanori Gomi was another good one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Gilbert Melendez and Diego Sanchez came up a lot.
Yeah.
Michael
Robbie
Chandler
Lawler and Rory McDonald, maybe.
Yeah.
That fight was.
But yeah, that fight was really meaningful for a lot of people. Probably created a lot of fans. I'm just curious because you brought it up. What are your favorite Rocky movies, and then which are the ones where when they come on you kind of switch the channel?
Yeah, I would say Rocky 4 is my favorite.
With Drago?
Definitely
Drago?
4. Yeah, Drago, yeah. Definitely. I think that's my favorite. And then like I'd have to go 4, 1, 2, 3, maybe. And then like the rest I don't really care about, you know. Like 5 and is there 6 1? I don't know. 5 and 6, I don't know. Yeah, I probably didn't even watch them. But yeah, probably Rocky 4 is my favorite.
Have you had your Drago moment? And what I mean by that, because I think a lot of fighters can probably relate to that movie where something personal takes over you, right? The fight, it's not so much that you want to prove you're the best or you want to protect something. It's just something personal inside you that you want to get done. Have you had your Drago moment yet?
Nah, I'm searching for it. I can't wait for that moment though. Yeah, I haven't had anyone that I hated or had anyone that's killed my friend that was my training partner yet. But yeah, I can't wait for that one though.
You know how we asked? We were talking about Manchester United, and we know you're an Arsenal fan. So yeah, we love a lot of things coming out of the UK. Okay, but give me an update on this because we don't get the news the way you guys do. George and I were big fans of that Top Boy show.
Yeah,
and I know it's done, but are they talking about like doing a spin-off or something like that? Because we love that shit. That was great.
Yeah, that show. Do you know what that show is like? It's like part of UK urban culture, and like I've been watching that because it originally came. There was one before the Netflix one, right? So
Summer House.
Summer House, yeah, and that was on like our national TV. So I think it was like 6 o'clock. out meet, like everyone would watch it. Next day, go into school and probably talk about it. Do you know what I mean? So it was like a big thing growing up. Yeah, and that's one of my favorite shows for sure.
Is there one though where you could say, if you like that, you'll love this? Like, what are we missing out on?
Ooh, that's a good question. There's a few like underground ones. Like oh, actually, have you watched Supercell on Netflix?
No, good.
Supercell, yeah, that's like London culture, but it's like with superheroes, but it's about how like the sickle cell gene mutated and now it's called Supercell. And
Mhm.
like, yeah, it's a really cool show about London and stuff. So check
Okay,
that out.
I'll do that.
That sounds cool. All right.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
you mentioned Anderson Silva.
yeah.
Did you ever see when him and Lee Murray fought about 20 years ago? And then did you ever see how the energy they had pre-fight, how they wanted to have a go at each other, like you guys like to say over there? That was pretty intense, huh?
Yeah. That was a big moment. You know, I think that was in Cage Rage, I believe it was called Cage Rage. Yeah, he's we all know what's his name? Ah,
Lee Murray.
Anderson Silva. Yeah,
Oh.
Lee Murray. We all know Lee Murray. He don't play, man. We've all heard the stories out in London, man. So like we know about him. He always brings it. Anderson Silva though, props to him. He come over and done his thing.
Yeah, and for those that are watching here on the watch along, we're talking to Simeon Powell here, who is a PFL fighter who's got a fight coming up. Or sorry, he's 9-1 overall. No fight coming up. That was our prior guest. Do you have a fight coming up yet, Simeon? Or
Nothing yet. But
you're done for the year?
I'm itching. I'm itching to go.
And because your last fight was Bellator series, will you be like part of a regular season for a PFL, or have they told you how they want to use you?
Nah, they haven't told me just of yet. I feel like I got to go back with my manager. We're gonna talk down, come up with a plan, and present it to PFL Bellator. Because ultimately, I want to be active. I want to have a lot of fights next year. Maybe squeeze one in before the end of the year.
Okay. All right. We'll get back to that, and then I'll finish my Anderson Silva Lee Murray thing I was going to say. But right now, let's give our fight pick for this fight coming up. Makasharap Zynakov -750. Derek Sanders +525. Goze. You got the last one right. Go ahead and pick.
Well, look, we talked about how high that line was in the last fight. It actually did play out. What that line represented kind of played out in the fight. Here, -850 is still very, very high. I would feel weird going against that. I do feel like the fight's a little closer, so I'm gonna keep it there at -850, and that'll be the play.
All right. So real quick, for those that are just tuning in, referencing what Simeon was saying, Lee Murray was kind of a street fighter. He'd get into a lot of problems on the street. And if you've ever heard of the story of Tito Ortiz after UFC 38 getting knocked out in the streets of London, it was to this cat, Lee Murray. They got in some mix-up, and some of the English fighters or whatever got in a fight with some of the guys from the US. Chuck Liddell supposedly knocked out a few people as well. So I think it went both ways, but Tito Ortiz has gotten teased a lot because of that Lee Murray knockout. And then a few years later, Lee Murray, his career came to an end in a sense because he was allegedly, I guess you can say, part of a heist, a big heist of a bank in England, and he fled to Morocco where they caught him, and I guess he's been serving there the last 20 years. A lot of people are saying enough is enough, let him go. But you know that whole story, right, Simeon?
Yeah, man. I'm waiting on the Netflix show to drop.
I know.
Yeah.
A series, make it like a
be
6-part series of his whole life or something.
Yeah, getting ready for a UFC fight on a Saturday and then getting ready for a bank heist on a Sunday.
And get this.
Crazy.
So there's another story. I don't know if you know this one, but he was also stabbed, I believe, in the heart at a club, Funky Buddha or something like that back in the day. And like he bled and he almost died. So
Yeah.
like he's had quite a few stories aside from the heist, the Tito Ortiz story. He just
Yeah.
used to really mix it up with the wrong crowd, and he got stabbed and he fought for his life there, but no, he survived that. He's like I say, he's his dad was Moroccan, so they have a non-extradition treaty, and that's why he went there, and that's why the UK was never able to extradite him back, but he got in some
Right.
trouble in Morocco, and he's been in jail since then.
Damn.
Mhm. Hey Simeon, I'm gonna ask
Yeah.
you an old school question that we used to ask way back in the day. Okay.
Ooh, you testing me now. Let's go.
All right. If you were to do like a bank heist, right? But you could only pick 5 guys or gals from mixed martial arts.
Ooh.
Who would be on your team and who would be doing what? So like, who's your getaway driver? Who's your intimidation person? That sort of thing. I want you to kind of think that over and then have your answer ready at the end of round 1.
Yeah, all right, cool.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a good one.
You definitely don't want Mike Perry as your driver.
Yeah.
He'd be boozing it up while you guys are robbing the bank, and then when it's time, he's all over the place.
Uh-huh.
All right, here's the favorite here, Zykov. And Mike Beltran will be the third man there in the smart cage. The glasses they're wearing is so that you can get the camera feed from the referee. I've seen that back in the days at Pride. Go ahead.
I wonder how long he's been growing his beard.
Oh, he's pushing like 20 years, I think.
Wow.
And he won't cut it off. We've offered him all kinds of money. He won't do
That's
it.
dedication right there.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Sanders in the blue corner out of the United States. Zykov representing Russia out of the red corner.
I like what Sanders is doing so far, just not really staying in one place, a lot of movement, but he's got to get away from that cage, man.
Yeah, he's got to get his respect.
It's like a capoeira match, though. They haven't touched each other yet.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's feeling him out. Trying to see what he's doing.
To the nuts? No, okay.
When Mike Beltran's in public, George, he tucks in the mustache, right? Or does he wear it out?
I've seen him tuck it in fights as well. So I don't know if some commissions want that or what. And then as far as in public, I've only seen him a few times, but I think he's usually rocking it.
I'd be too scared about where that thing's gonna fall, man. Like
in your drink,
for toilet paper or something, and it falls in the urinal or something. Like it's got to go, right? Not a whole lot going on here early on. They're definitely trying to judge what the other guy's doing, figuring out their distance. But I'd like to see somebody take control here and be the aggressor.
Yeah.
Are you guys kicking a lot in the UK, Simeon? You know, that's something that came out of, they say, the American top team gym. Benson Henderson, his team used to throw the calf kick, and now it's kind of all the rage. But I would say that in Europe and the Middle East, I don't see it as much. But what are your thoughts on the calf kick?
Yeah, no, it's I love it. I've got a calf kick stoppage on my record. So like we definitely use it a lot over here in the UK. I think it's got a lot popular even now. So with Alex Pereira using it so well. So yeah, I think it is. I think it's popular in all MMA all around.
And I know that obviously checking the kick is the defense to it, but techniques always change. So is it also one where you can time it and get a nice cross in while they throw the kick? What's your preference in terms of when you know someone's going to calf kick you?
Defend me, I like to pull my leg away, be just out of range and like just pull my leg away if I can. But with the calf kick, it's not as telling as a kick to the thigh. So it's very hard to judge the timing of it. Sometimes you can't, especially if someone does it well. There's no telling on when they're throwing. So it's a very hard technique to defend, but it is possible.
And I know you train with pads. You can't just hit someone in the calf, in training either. But
Yeah,
have you ever gotten hit in the peroneal nerve? That the one that shuts down your foot and now it's flopping. Have
yeah.
you seen that in fights?
Yeah, and like you feel it. Even sometimes if someone gets it right in sparring, like you definitely feel the effects of that kick. But yeah, no, I haven't had it where my leg completely shuts out yet, and hopefully not. you know.
My street fighting days are over. Actually, they never really got underway. But I'll tell you one thing, man.
We 10-0 in the streets.
My dream street fight is just, you're with your girl, and then this bouncer or someone's getting out of hand. It's already spilled outside, and you're standing there, and then boom. I mean, obviously a KO would be beautiful, right? But you're not gonna mix it up with a bouncer. At least I'm not. But can you imagine throwing a nice kick, a perennial nerve, and then his foot's flopping around, and everyone's going, "Oh my God, what did he do? This guy's a ninja." You know what I'm saying? All of a sudden, you get this weird respect that can live on forever.
You got to kind of give them a good line to go with it. Like, that's just the appetizer. Get up if you want the main course or something.
Exactly.
I think you got to do the walk off. You just got to walk off.
Yeah.
That'll be
take a phone call or something like that.
That's
people
cold.
would think you're some sort of a superhero or whatever, or you were up to something. Like, how did you shut down someone's leg? The people that go to the clubs, they don't know that technique.
Yeah, exactly.
Then you're all over YouTube, and so you got to have a good walk off.
Hey, look what's going on here. So there's been a couple times where Sanders has been taken down, but he's been able to get up. Now, granted, it was just for a couple seconds, but that's like a little bit of a mini victory. You don't have that same feeling that you had in that first fight where you were like, once this goes to the ground, that's it. It's a wrap. At least he's showing some signs that he can get back. I don't know if he can get back into the fight. He's definitely down one round, but I want to find out who's robbing this bank in the UK. What, Simeon? Who are your people?
Ooh, I'm gonna do a UK edition, UK fighters probably.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I need Paul Daly for the intimidation.
Okay.
I need some technicians, right? So we gotta be smart.
Let's not phone it in. So Paul Daly's the one that after you break through, he's doing the
he's the aggressive,
everyone on your knees and all that, right?
Yeah, he's the I'm giving that to Paul. I'm gonna be technical. I'm gonna get Leon Edwards, and bring Fabian as well. We'll be the technicians. We're doing all the smart stuff, being sneaky, being smart. Getaway driver. Ooh, who have we got? Who have I got left? I need Mike Bisping, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put Mike
getaway
Bisping.
Driver.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, I like your team, but let me tell you what you were missing, right? Because we've done this a lot of questions, so we've gone through this a lot. You need like a Demetrius Johnson that can fit in places that nobody else can fit, right?
That's Brad Pickett then.
That's Brad Pickett.
That's Brad Pickett. There we go.
He really wants to stick to the UK on this one.
Somebody tall enough to like spray that camera and all that.
The minute you mentioned an American, he's like, nah, we got this.
Yeah, we got this.
I like that Sanders being a little bit more aggressive here.
You don't want no Tom Aspinall, a little bit of muscle.
Too big, but Tom's gonna get us caught. He's too big.
Gotcha. Right.
I mean, you just got to look at the cameras. You got to be, that's Tom. Yeah.
Second round underway here. A little bit of the same. Most of this is being contested on the feet, which is a win for Sanders, in my opinion, if he can keep it there. 10-9 to Zykov, though. He got the first round.
Yeah.
So you said you wanted to keep busy next year. So it sounds like a regular season and playoffs is right down your alley, because that would guarantee you 4 fights, 4 paydays, and then a possible $1 million payday if you get to the finals. Is that what you're thinking, Simeon?
100%. Yeah, it's been my goal since I've joined the PFL in 2022, I believe. So I'm on it. I'm hungry. So I need to be in that season next year. Like, that'd be ideal.
It sucks that Sanders. It was just kind of a lazy
He,
kick
he,
that he
he,
threw out there.
yeah, I know he was looking good as well. He was looking
Yeah.
good, like he was warming into the fight. But hey,
Let's see if he can create some separation and try and get back up.
And Simeon, when you look at the final foursome for this season, Kasanganai, Wilkinson, Silvera, D-Yags is like what I like to call them. And everyone else that was there, do you feel like, okay, I got something for them? I'm ready
Yeah.
for those guys for that level?
I feel like I'm a threat to. I'm at a point in my career where I'm a threat to anyone in the world. But where fighting isn't just what you can, it's also your experience and your mentality. So this past year there was a lot of growing that I needed to do, and I feel like I'm there. You know, I'm there mentally now, there physically. So I feel like I'm a problem for all these guys. You know, I'm an easy fight for nobody.
What's your cardio like? One of Ipa Kasanganai's main strength is that guy has a pace and he can do it for 25 minutes. How about you? Do you have good cardio? Can you go a strong 25 if need be?
Most definitely. I train very hard, very well conditioned. So definitely can. I think I can go. What do you call it? Gun for gun in with Impa. You know, like if we're talking cardio wise, you know. So definitely, I'll train hard. So like it would definitely could push that pace. So I'm just watching the fight.
Reinikoff gets the fight to the ground now with over a minute left. And this is where he's winning the rounds. Sanders is got a little bit of a lockdown on one of the legs, preventing him from going all the way. Now he's trying to look like he was working for a butterfly guard to create some distance. Now he's got a closed guard.
It's so difficult. Like, you know, at this point, fighting somebody off like that takes so much energy from you. And
but he's up on one knee.
demoralizing.
He is up on one knee. That was good.
Down to 1 minute left here in round number 2.
If he makes it to round 3, nice slam there. If he makes it to round 3, what would you tell Sanders, Simeon? I mean, like no kicks, get them hands down so that he can't get a shot underneath and just go for broke.
Yeah,
like
he's got to go for a finish. Like as a coach, I'll tell him you're down to. We must push the pace and try to get the finish. But also we can't overextend on our shots so we can get underneath and take us down. Because I think at the start of the round he was having success.
Yeah, he was
like coming forward. You know, he was controlling the cage a bit more. So I think you got to tell him to do that. But maybe I don't know. It's hard though. It's hard because the other guy's doing a good job of controlling the fight. You know.
Now you're a big fella. You're a 205er. Have you done that grip strength?
The grip strength thing. Nah, I haven't.
Seems like everyone's doing it. I don't know if it's just over there. I think I've seen some people doing it here in Vegas, but you haven't done it yet?
No, I haven't done it yet. No, the first time I saw it was actually, I think UFC done it first, and then I've seen Ngannou do it and just completely obliterate everyone's record. You know, so
yeah. Speaking of Ngannou and heavyweights, do you train with heavyweights or do you stick to 205ers, you know, or light? Yeah?
No, yeah, heavyweights, like middleweights, heavyweights, like I think we all kind of mix in sometimes. So, because people our size and our skill level, it's hard to find bodies, you know. So,
here in Vegas, a guy like Sean Strickland, every once in a while, likes to mix it up with Ngannou. He just loves it. You know how Strickland is. But a guy like Magomed Ankalaev, for example, he's not as keen to get in there with Ngannou because he's sacrificing like 20, 30 pounds.
Right.
So, yeah, that's why I asked. Some fighters will mix it up. Others are like, nah, I'm good.
I mean, you got to also look at the heavyweight, you know. Sometimes some heavyweights are 230, 240. No, I'm not too far out of that outer camp, you know. But when you get to the 260, 280 mark, I'm like, yo, buddy, you got to chill.
That's true. Yeah, because a lot of those guys sometimes even come down from like 290, like Curtis Blades, Derek
exactly.
Lewis. Yeah. Nice kick to the body there by Zykov, excuse me. So far, the fight on the feet here in round 3. Sanders has a chance there if we can put some hands on him.
I mean, after that first
he
fight,
needs-
you can't take your eyes off of anything now.
He needs to step on it now, though.
Simeon, if Lee Murray watch along from Morocco, gets a hold of you and goes, "Hey, I'd like to be part of the team. I offer experience in these types of heists." Would you go, "Okay, bro, you know, let's connect," because he's getting out soon, we'll say, or would you be more on the side, "Well, you kind of got caught. I don't know that
they like he got caught, but I'm hearing they haven't found all the money. So I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, nice takedown.
Did the man win or not?
Yeah, who knows, right?"
Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I don't know. I probably would take it, but then again, they'll be on him because you know he's done it already. They're not letting him near a bank again.
Oh,
Zykov
bad spot.
on top in full mount.
This is
There's
probably
no give on that fence right now.
yeah. Saunders doesn't look like he's eager to get up either.
So since this fight's a little one-sided, we're having a little bit of fun here.
Good job.
Yeah, that was a good job.
Yeah.
He's back to his feet, not yet. One knee. One of those.
Now you guys were talking about, you're talking about grip strength.
Yeah.
I hope this is a no judgment zone here because it's gonna get weird. But there's an Instagram account that I follow where all it is people gripping food and smashing it. And so every day, like, I don't know why I get more pumped up over other things. And so, like, one day it'll just be a banana, somebody smashes a banana. Next day it'll be like a piece of pizza. But that's all it is. And it's got millions of subscribers.
Serious.
It's crazy.
I want to start squashing fruit then. Jeez.
Yesterday was a donut. Somebody just squeezing a donut.
Damn. I'm doing Instagram wrong.
There we go. Get us a little bit of a different angle here, and we see how tight. Nope.
Yeah.
You got a big Instagram following, Simeon?
It's all right. I don't know. What's big? I wouldn't say it's massive, but I've got my little thing going on.
What's your handle so we can follow you?
Smooth_MMA.
Smooth_MMA. All right.
Yeah.
Is it more serious training, your fight career, or are you in there clowning around with your boys?
Joe, I'm bad like with my activity, but when I'm active, like I do post some good content. But yeah, it's mainly around fight time. I don't like putting everything out there.
Mm-hmm.
Just might end here soon.
We might have a finish coming up here. Is he setting up an arm triangle, or is he going to go with rain down some more blows? Can he get the finish? 30 seconds left here in round 3. Would be more of a statement, although he has dominated. Sanders had his moment, keeping the fight on the feet longer than I thought he might.
I think he's just going to punch him till the bell's done, to be honest.
Don't forget that we have the main card coming up. It is a pay-per-view, $49.99, available on DAZN or ESPN Plus for the crowd in North America. Worldwide, you can order it on DAZN.
Oof.
And if you choose not to get it, which you'd be crazy not to, 3 title fights, including Johnny Eblen against Fabian Edwards. But if you choose not to get it, you can stick with us, and we'll be your eyes and ears and tell you what's happening throughout the fights. All right, this fight is over. We'll wait for the decision. In the meantime, Simeon, I know it's going to be a while before we ever cross paths. We used to have a studio at Mandalay Bay, and every time an in-studio guest came in, I always asked them, can you share a good street fight story? We don't have the studio anymore, So I have to ask you right here. Can you share a good street fight story? Hopefully,
Nah,
there's
because-
one at Highbury or the New Ground against some Chelsea people or anything like that. You got a good one for us?
Yo, there's growing up in London, like it was in high school. So high school, obviously after school, is always fighting. You're always fighting other schools. You're always fighting whoever wants it, basically. Yeah. But
Right.
there was this one time after school, we're all like chilling outside a chicken shop. And there's about 30 of us, and then it just became this massive brawl in
Wait,
Harrow.
15 on 15 or just 30?
No, there was 30 of us against a load of grown men, and it was just going off. And yeah,
Wait,
and
let's
probably-
start here. Hold on a second. This sounds interesting. You can't just dismiss it like that. What started? You guys were at the chicken spot. Did someone?
yeah.
start
So
surfing
I think one of my boys got slapped. He got
Damn.
slapped or something,
Just like that.
and then that was it.
Nick Diaz was
Like,
over there.
Come. Nah, but like I didn't know who the hell he was at this point in my life. But yeah, yeah, boy, it just went off in Harrow, like with the town centre where I'm from. Police, helicopters, everything. The next day in school, they dragged us all into a room separately,
Mm-hmm.
and like they were just showing us CCTV clips, and yeah, it was a long couple weeks.
Did you get kicked out of school or suspended or anything?
Nah.
Okay.
I was a smart one. I was a smart one. I was good at school.
But you mixed it up though, right? You got in there and then the fight.
Yeah, I got 1 or 2 off, you know.
Now, were you throwing shots, or I know a lot of you guys like to pick up the chairs and throw the chairs. What were your stats? Did you knock anyone out?
My stats. Oh yeah, I think I was 2 for 2 with my punch. 2 for 2 with my punches. So yeah, it was 2 punches, 2 knockouts. I think it was.
Nice. All right, that's a good one right there. Any chairs flying?
What's that?
Any chairs flying?
No chairs flying. This was outside. This was on the street. So
Outside the chicken shop.
Yeah, outside the chicken shop,
Mhm.
opposite McDonald's, outside Iceland. If anyone from Harrow in this, they'll know what I'm talking about. But I doubt it.
All right. Well, that was a good one. Thanks for sharing. And
Thank you,
thanks
boss.
for spending some time with us here on our PFL watch along Battle of the Giants. This is the undercard, and we just witnessed the fight. Kind of one-sided, but still, got to give props to Makashara Zynakov, who defeated Dedrick Sanders, via unanimous decision. Coming up next will be Rafael Stots against Marcos Breno. We had a great time with you, Simeon. Whatever comes up next for you in 2025, we'd love to cover it. So let's keep in touch, so that way we can preview your fights, preview these the big year that you're gonna have. I already see some big fights headed your way.
Thank you for having me, man. You guys have been amazing. So yeah, look forward to chatting to you guys again.
All right, you too.
Appreciate
Take care,
you, man.
All right, later.
Later. Man, that dude was cool.
Yeah,
They
he's
were
a lot
both
of fun.
cool. They
Why
were
don't we
both
do-
cool. So let me say this real quick, Goze, and then
Mhm.
you can say PFL invest in these two fighters. Chanel's undefeated. Simeon's only got 1 loss, but they seem to just communicate and they're chill. You know, obviously we know they can get down, but they're likable. You know what I mean? And so that's what PFL should do, is invest in some of those fighters, get them out there a little bit more, like they did today. So we thank you to them
Exactly.
for setting this up. What were you
Yeah,
saying?
they were a lot of fun. I was gonna say, why don't we get our pick in, and then later on in this fight card, there's just so much going on, and we have so many clips that we've accumulated for you guys to help you with the gambling aspect of it and just the magnitude of what this card is. We should probably play one of those now, George, just to kind of build that up. And we'll be honest, gives us a little bit of a break. But why don't we get our pick in, George? Who's it on? Is it still on me?
Yeah, because you picked 2 winners, so I don't see why we should stray
But
away
they're like
from that.
ridiculous odds. Okay, so look, I'm a big Rafael Stots guy. He's spent some time out here in Vegas. We've interviewed him multiple times. If you look at the odds here, he's at -600. Let's see, coming back at plus 440. I kind of like those odds. I don't know that I like Rafael Stots so high at a -600. I would probably have it more in the -300 range. But that being said, I still think he's gonna win. So I'm gonna lay that -600 on Rafion Stots. That'll be the play. And then as far as what we got going on here, just really quick, thanks again to everybody that's tuning in. Thanks to everybody who helped put this together, the PFL, our guys at MMA Junkie and Panda. And if you guys are watching, anything you see on social media, please feel free to, I don't know what you call it on X now, but back in the day it was retweet, share anything that you've seen out there to help kind of get this across to more people. And I thought maybe we could start here. Look, we got some really cool videos on the co-main event. Here's one on Larissa Pacheco. Let's play this clip here, George.
All right.
Não, eu amo fazer isso. Já faço isso há anos. Eu trabalhei muito para chegar até aqui. O meu jogo, eu acho que é um jogo muito completo.
And another lands. And another! Larissa Pacheco! Less than a minute!
O que eu posso dizer sobre isso é que eu vou chegar lá, eu vou me divertir, eu vou me entregar, eu vou soltar o que tiver que soltar, eu vou soltar o que eu treinei, o que me foi passado. Eu lutei muito, treinei muito, eu treino desde meus 15 anos de idade. De muito mesmo para Deus, para o universo, enfim, para o que rege o mundo, sei lá o que é, que seja. Que a minha vida mudasse, que eu tivesse sucesso dentro do meu trabalho. Bom, quando eu ganhei o cinturão, né, a importância do cinturão foi a virada de chave para mim.
Nós fazemos com um aquecimento de leve. Forte.
A maioria dos dias são cansados, alguns são tristes por eu estar longe da minha família, dos meus amigos, dos meus bichos e ter que sacrificar tudo.
Tá muito leve já pra ti. Pode devolver. Tá. Muito leve mesmo.
Mas eu escolhi isso, então isso me motiva. Eu não posso reclamar de uma coisa que eu pedi muito pra ter.
A motivação dela para treino, para luta, é sempre 100%.
É o que eu sempre quis e agora eu tô tendo. Então faz parte, até o sacrifício, até a dor faz parte, né, do processo do sucesso.
Boa.
É difícil, é duro, complicado, é chato. Tudo aquilo que você acha que não é. É um caminho de espinhos, assim, que o pote de ouro tá lá no final do... Cada furada, cada gota de sangue, cada lágrima, cada sorriso, enfim.
Aí, stop.
Só você vai saber o quanto você vai suportar. Bom, a mudança para Las Vegas foi por conta dos impostos, principalmente, né? Porque eu tinha que pagar os impostos aqui, os impostos no Brasil, e aí tem que pagar todo mundo, então no final acaba que não sobra muito.
Alrighty, my brave group of volunteers. I must say the city of Derek is extremely grateful for your volunteer work in finding those missing kids.
Não tô reclamando disso, mas se eu posso e tenho a possibilidade de ficar aqui e economizar o máximo de dinheiro possível, né, para, enfim, uma aposentadoria futura, o conforto futuro, eu vou fazer. Então eu me mudei para cá justamente para isso.
I'm sure you're aware, multiple children have recently gone missing here in Derry. We thank you for joining us in our efforts to locate any evidence that may lead to the safe recovery of these children.
Não, cara, eu não vou não.
Tem que assistir ali, ó.
Eu não vou dormir um mês.
Não.
Eu já luto, já faço isso praticamente metade do meu dia, né? Ou o dia inteiro. Então, mas eu busco outros ciclos de amizade. Tipo, galera que gosta de jogar videogame, que gosta de ver filme, que gosta de ver série, que se interessa por outras coisas. Então...
Awesome. Follow me, volunteers. Come on in.
E, geralmente a gente se reúne, né, aqui na sala para assistir série, para assistir filme. E a gente gosta muito de ficção, né? A gente assiste muito Game of Thrones, a gente gosta de filme de terror, né? Mas o João, ele é meio medroso, então a gente não assiste muito.
Siren, are usually bad to us. Come on, siren.
Mas todas as pessoas que estavam envolvidas na minha vida, elas me jogavam para frente, elas me colocavam sempre no eixo do caminho.
Alguém tem que estar por lá. Marina, tu é menor, Marina.
Não. Marina, tu primeiro, Marina. Bora, Marina.
Tem os meus amigos, que no caso é o João, o Sam, são os meus melhores amigos, né, que são sempre que trabalham comigo, que estão na minha equipe, né. O João nunca me deixou cair, o Sam me conheceu, eu não tinha nem possibilidade da gente trabalhar junto e hoje a gente trabalha junto, então são os meus suportes, assim.
Ah, não, gente, peraí, pô.
A minha família tá longe, mas fora de tudo isso, eles dois são os meus suportes. São as pessoas que eu confio de olhos fechados. Hoje a Marina faz parte do time, então ela é a menina que tá seguindo meio que os meus passos, que tá fazendo o que eu já fiz, o que eu e o João já fizemos.
Ai, caralho.
Motivação, acho que assim, parte do meu trabalho, né, é poder mostrar o caminho para as pessoas, né. Bom, é muito importante, né, é uma luta muito importante ser como event, então é melhor ainda de uma luta fora dos Estados Unidos, um super evento com dois grandes nomes, né, o Ngannou e o Renan. Mas assim, é uma luta. É um passo, sabe, da minha carreira. Eu não costumo me colocar uma pressão, um peso de que, nossa, isso é tão grandioso que eu preciso impressionar. Então, é importante demais ter esse evento, fazer esse community event, mas não é nada além do que eu mereço.
Agora, Marina, dá trabalho pra ela aí, cara.
Mas eu quero mostrar, né, a atleta que eu sou para eles, mostrar o meu trabalho, mostrar que nós mulheres podemos fazer também. Um trabalho que normalmente só os homens fazem. Acho que é uma quebra de tabus assim, muito grande e muito importante, não só para mim, mas para o mundo inteiro e principalmente para as mulheres, né? Acho que vai ser uma experiência maravilhosa. Bom, eu fico feliz demais, né, por estar lutando contra a Cris. Ela é pioneira, de fato, né, é um dos grandes nomes do mundo.
Tá, faz as coisas.
E eu só tenho esse privilégio porque ela foi uma das que começou isso e deu, né, caminho pra gente. Então, eu fico muito feliz. Né, é uma honra pra mim lutar com ela. Eu sei que o nosso estilo casa muito, eu acho que vai ser uma luta aguerrida demais, né? Justamente por essa agressividade que a gente tem. E o que eles vão ver é sempre a Larissa que se entrega na luta, que gosta de fazer luta com emoção. Então o que eles vão ver é uma atleta completa, responsável, que quer chegar lá. Quer vencer, não a qualquer custo, mas da maneira... Vai buscar a luta, né? Vai buscar a vitória. Sempre que vê a possibilidade, vai para cima e busca sempre a vitória. A gente vai chegar lá para entregar tudo que treinou o camp inteiro. Então vocês vão ter que assistir para poder saber como que essa luta vai acabar.
All right. So that's Larissa Pacheco. That's one side of the co-main event. I figured, right now there's just not a lot to show you. The next fight has not started, and I don't think anybody's walked out or anything yet. So we figured show you some of the cool stuff that the PFL put together and that the entire team here put together for this broadcast.
I know a lot of dudes in our chat that can't handle 60 pounds like that.
Yeah, dude. By the way, on the YouTube side of what we're doing, there was a poll that was put up, right? Who you got tonight in the main event?
I saw that.
Take a guess.
78% was for Ngannou. 21% was for Ferreira.
I think it's a lot closer than that, man. I really do.
Well, a lot of this has to do with just who have you seen more of, who do you know more of, and the accolades that they've accomplished up until this point. But even if let's say we give 10 to 20%, we'll say 15, just based off of that, right? That still would make 63% for Ngannou, and Ferreira would get pushed up to about, let's see here, 36%. So, maybe that's a little bit more of an indication. Were you looking for like 50-50, 55-45, 60-40? What were you thinking?
I think realistically, it should be somewhere around 60-40 because, had Francis Ngannou not taken the time off, not done boxing, this would make a little bit more sense to me. But he's got so many things against him in this fight. Now, I'm not saying that he can't overcome that. He definitely can. But, now we're looking at a Francis Ngannou who has been knocked out not that long ago, right? Whether it's in boxing or MMA, it doesn't really matter. Your lights still turn off. You're just a different human being. The training, right? I mean, you look at Ferreira, that's all he's been doing. Mixed martial arts. That's all it's been ingrained in his head. Francis Ngannou is in a different world, right? There's a lot of pressure here coming into this fight. I have it a little bit closer. I still support Francis Ngannou, think he's going to get the job done, but I don't know that it's as easy as it was in our heads when it was announced.
They're talking to his brother, Michael FOMO. Do you think he has fear of missing out?
Probably, yeah.
His brother? Okay, that's why he wanted to be a part of this one. No, that's what his last name really is. So that's not me having a goof or anything. Yeah, so we have a couple of these videos that we want to share, and I'm not sure we can sneak in the next one because they're about 8 to 10 minutes long. And the pay-per-view starts at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. Remember, it is a pay-per-view, $49.99, available on DAZN and ESPN Plus in North America. And worldwide, it's on DAZN. Now, DAZN might already be a part of a package that you already subscribe to. The reason I say that is because I was in Peru for 6 months recently, and I was able to access certain fights through different packages that my family had. So search for it, but if you have to make a decision, this is a good one because it's got 3 title fights and some really compelling fights, including Paul Hughes versus AJ McKee. And Paul Hughes is a rising star out in the UK. He's from Northern Ireland. And AJ McKee has been one of Bellator's best fighters, arguably on the Mount Rushmore of Bellator fighters. He's won a Grand Prix, he's won a world title, and he's like 20-1 or something like that. So like he's definitely got a close to impeccable resume. If not for the loss to Patricio Freire, who might be the GOAT over at Bellator, he'd have a pretty pretty perfect record there. So that's going to be a great fight to kick things off. And again, that's at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. Now, we still have one more fight, and that includes Rafion Stots against Marcos Breno. Goze already gave his pick. It's Rafion Stots. And you know what's amazing, Goze, is I know you're quoting the DraftKings odds. I hadn't refreshed in about an hour or hour and a half, and he went up from 470 to 600. Because when you said it, I was like, did he make a mistake? And then when I refreshed right now, he literally went up that much. So a lot of people are laying the 470, the 500, whatever you got him at. Now he's at 600 to win 100. And look, Rafion Stots has had a pretty amazing career himself. He's 20-2. His only losses are to Patchy Mix, who, by the way, is like 17-1 and is a current bantamweight champ, and Merab Dvalishvili, who's the champion over at the UFC. So he's no joke. But do you really want to lay 600? You know, I don't know. Like, do I think he's going to win? Yes. But sometimes you just sit back and enjoy the fight, see what happens. If you're wondering what the comeback is, Breno is plus 440. If I had to bet, I guess I'd go with 600 to win 100. Because, like I say, Stots hasn't really been tripped up by anyone other than the best out there. But yeah, and we just put up a poll as well. I did on YouTube, basically who you got between Cris Cyborg and Larissa Pacheco. So if you guys can click on that and give us an idea of who you're leaning towards there, I definitely would like to see it.
Yeah, currently, this is what it's looking like right now. I was surprised to see 34% for Pacheco, but you know, that'll change as more people vote. But that's interesting where it's starting off at.
In the chat room, I saw something from Bartholomew of Haywood. They're talking about Bones and Ngannou, you know, the heavyweights, right? He says the problem with Bones is he would have completely destroyed Ngannou's knees, so he'll only fight Aspinall if he sees a weakness. I disagreed with the first part of that. I don't know that he's a destroyer of knees. Yes, he's got the linear kick, right? He does kick your legs a little bit, but I don't know that Ngannou's replaced. He's had the surgery. He's good. He's got some tree trunks. Would he have attacked the legs? Yeah, probably, perhaps. I see that, but I don't know about destroying it. But I do agree with the second part of this comment, which was Bones would fight Aspinall if he sees the weakness. I noticed that a lot of fighters do that. They'll catch a rising star before they become good, much like Mayweather and Canelo Alvarez. Although that's not to say that he wouldn't have beat him anyway. But when he beat Canelo Alvarez, it was like 10 years ago. And so I thought, if anything, I thought Mayweather was brilliant in fighting him at that time and fighting Pacquiao later, right, in his career. I don't hold that too much against them. Now it only gets held against them when he wants to say, why am I not regarded as the greatest fighter of all time? Well, you weren't necessarily fighting all the great fighters, you know, at their in their peak. So that's when it hurts you. But Jones, that's some of the criticism that he's receiving is that he's probably exiting right around the time when a lot of fighters may not necessarily succumb to his strengths, because he's moving up in weight class, and Tom Aspinall can strike. I mean, guy finishes every fight in the first round, it seems like, and he's got a good ground game as well. So he's dangerous where Bones seems to be dangerous, and he's also younger. So I do agree with that part with Bartholomew of Hollywood. Was that his name? Yeah, I think that's what it was.
Yeah.
Bartholomew of Haywood, excuse me. Haywood, not Hollywood.
Yeah, I think honestly, look, you can't take away from John Jones' greatness. He is who he is, but I do think he plays that game. You know, I think the second he sees any weakness in Tom Aspinall, he's more likely to say, "Hey, I'm going to stick around." Than you know, if Aspinall keeps running through people, he might just say, "I'm going to walk away." And I don't know that many people would really hold that against him too much, because we just kind of tend to forget that he was this awesome light heavyweight, and then just having the balls to go up to heavyweight and compete is pretty big, man. Surreal Gone was more of an up and coming fighter at the time. In what I mean by that is skill set wise, like we still knew he had some holes, right? And John is very good at exploiting those, and he took advantage of that right away. Stipe is a more complete fighter, but he's way older. He hasn't seen competition in a long time. So if he really wants to make a mark at heavyweight, he's got to go through one of those big names, I think, to do it.
Yeah, he's had one win in 5 years. He's 42, had some injuries. And then on the flip side, look at Ngannou. Since the last time Ngannou fought, Renan Ferreira has fought 8 times. So there's something to be said for that. You know, your timing, just being fluid, learning from camps and stuff like that. Look at Beltran now has his beard tucked in. Simeon Powell, our last guest, we were discussing that with him. He tucked it in for this one. It could be maybe the fighters requested, or maybe the commission made note of it. Maybe one of the commission officials was watching this PFL watch along here on MMA Junkie and said, hey, the guys have a point. All right, starting the fight off here is Rafael Stots out of the red corner. He has got the blue trunks on, and Marcos Breno is out of the blue corner with the black trunks on. Red corner for Stots. I don't know if I said that or not, if I said blue. All right, here we go. And he's fighting out of the southpaw stance. Breno out of the traditional righty.
Williford Tile in our other chat, in our Panda chat, saying Bones was starting to take some shots in the last few fights before the move.
Oh, yeah. He's had some close calls.
If you get hit by Francis, it's good night. Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Breno looks like he's got some good pop. He extends nicely on his punches.
It almost looks like he's confusing Stots a bit.
Stots may want to invest in his wrestling a lot sooner, man. And he did. He kind of went for a single there. Breno did a good job of getting out of it. But Breno's landing that right hand.
Those are those mini battles.
Yeah, Stots fails for the second time. I can tell that Stots has been hurt from these punches.
Yeah.
He's not on shaky legs or anything, but he's gotten the attention from Breno. Nice head. Oh, he puts now he wobbled his knees. He almost knocked him down, but Stots was able to survive that. Breno's smelling a little blood here in the water.
He is, and he's kind of blocked. He's kind of throwing the same combo out there, the 1-2, and it keeps landing over and over. Like, Stots is hurt right now, man.
He sure is. He should cover up. He should get his hands up a little higher, and he should punch back at some point, because Breno does not respect him at all. He just feels like whatever he's got is nothing. I'm going to go right through it. Nice kick to the head, although Stots did get his hands up. Stots now throws a jab and a 1-2. The 1-2 misses. 248, 247, 246 left here in round one. Breno off to a great start. He goes to the body there. A 1-2 for Breno, again to the body.
I think he'd be really disappointed in himself if this fight ended soon, because he just hasn't been able to get off in this fight at all. Breno's done a great job of just pushing the pace and taking his fight to Stots.
There's a left that landed, and Breno just ate it like it was a tic-tac, man. Stots looks flat. He threw a kick earlier that didn't have much mustard on it either. So at this point, he's going to have to win through his wrestling. And look, he's getting hit worse and worse. That means the energy meter is going down, down. You know, if Breno were to really put it on, man, I mean, now you start thinking of these 10-8s again. When you're overseas, are the most experienced judges there? Are they more jumpy? Will they write the 10-8 sooner than a more experienced judge would? I don't know. Stots now does get the fight to the ground, but with a wizard, Breno's able to mitigate that a little bit. And he's back up to his feet, although Stots is relentless with it. Let's see what he can do. Breno keeps getting up. Stots is now taking his back against the fence. I don't think he can make up the ground on the damage he took in round 1, but at least he can maybe take some momentum into round 2.
Yeah.
Breno's got to feel pretty good about himself right now.
He's got to put some fear into Breno. Like right now, you like how you were saying, Breno's just walking forward without any care. He's not worried about anything that Stots is doing. And now with the wrestling here, he's fought off 3, 4 takedowns. Finally, Stots gets one down here to the ground. Let's see what he can do with it.
It looked like he was attacking the neck there for a second, but nothing came of it. 30 seconds here left here in round 1. It won't be enough to win back the round unless he attacks the neck again. And even then, damage at the forefront of the scoring criteria. And Breno had some really, really nice strikes that landed on Stots. One kind of shook him so bad that he almost got knocked down, but luckily Stots was able to recover in time, but he was still affected by it. That's why he resorted to the wrestling, and the wrestling paid off for him. He's been able to clear his head a little bit and get back a little momentum, but I still score at 10-9 for Breno. How about you guys?
Yeah, it wasn't enough. It would have been nice if he would have gotten that a little bit earlier and maybe done a little bit more with it. But it wasn't enough to kind of see the damage that was done with some of those strikes. You could tell Rafian was banged up a little bit. But like George said, it does carry a little bit of momentum into round 2. And hopefully it gives him a little bit more to think about here in the next round. But if I'm Rafian Stots, I think I'm a little worried.
I agree with Bogdan C in the chat. So far, just control, no damage on the ground from Stots. You are right. You are right. In a close fight, that might have made a difference if nothing had happened. But stuff happened. We give that round to Breno. But yes, you need to do something when you get the takedown. After that, what do you do with it? Are you attempting to improve your position? Are you attacking a limb, a neck? Are you going for some sort of a finish, or some ground and pound? And he didn't really get that going, so he wasn't able to win that round back at all. And it's a clear 10-9 for Breno. Good job,
Look at even
Bogdan
the body
C.
language. If you look at their body language there, like one guy looks like he can't wait to get going. The other one looks frustrated.
Boy, there's a big argument between Good and the Persian in the chat about Aspinall and DC. This is like arguing about the 72 Steelers against the 89 49ers. Like, one guy's retired and the other one isn't. I don't know. I don't know what would have happened, to tell you the truth, but I tend to favor the newer generation just because the skills, the strategies evolve. I don't know that my head can think right now without exploding who would win between DC and Aspinall.
Ooh.
But I'll say this on behalf of DC, and I'm a DC homer. All right, so you can hold that against me if you want. But DC, man, was able to pick up Josh Barnett and ragdoll him, and that was a big dude. So even though he was all 5'11", he was strong and he had some great wrestling. Now, would Aspinall allow that to happen? I don't know, but Aspinall has great subs. So does Josh Barnett. And Josh Barnett arguably has better wrestling, but yet DC had his way. But that was a younger DC too. I don't know if we're talking about the older DC or not. Anyway, back to this fight. 3:30 left here in this round in the second round here between Rafian Stots and Marcos Breno.
Stots trying to be a little bit more calculated. I wish he would be a little bit more aggressive though. He needs to start backing Breno back a little bit. That's what Breno's been doing to him. And it looks like Stots is now starting to pick up a little bit of momentum here. But the shots have to hurt him, right? There it goes back to the wrestling.
Yeah. He needs to wrestle him and win round 2 so that he ties up the score going into round 3. But coming out of round 3, he's the least tired fighter of the two and has momentum. But like I think it was Bogdan or whatever his name was, you need to create something here and cause damage. If you're not going to go for submission, cause damage, get him on the ground and throw some elbows. But he's having trouble getting him to the ground and keeping him on the ground. Well, at least in this round he is. We're halfway through round 2. Rafael Stots is pressed. Marcos Breno against the cage. He's getting him down. He's got one hook in. Breno gives up on trying to stand up. He's now on his butt against the fence. Let's see what happens from here. Looks like he's kind of breathing through his mouth a little bit. Stots stays on him. Breno had gotten to his feet, and Stots brings him right back down with 2 minutes left here in round 2. Have they posted any live bets? And live odds, I should say.
I haven't seen any yet.
I'm curious what they think. Lucas Jotsa says, such a boring fight. You know, it's not the most pleasurable. I'll give you that. I'm not at boring yet because it's compelling because Breno, who's the huge underdog, made something out of round 1. At worst, unless Stots were to finish him here, it's 1-1 going into round 3. So there's something about that. But yeah, it's not rock'em sock'em, that's for sure. And it's on Stots to do that because it would behoove him to rough him up a little bit now, being in a dominant position. Right now he's in a half guard, or it looks like a quarter guard. No, he's back in a half guard. But he's more worried about positioning than damage. Now he's back in a full guard, which means Breno can't get up. He needs to open his guard up to do that. Elbows are allowed. They're not allowed in the PFL's regular season. They are allowed for this event. I suggest Stots throw a few.
Better round for Stots though here, right? Like not just getting it to the ground, but kind of controlling Breno, keeping him in the right spot. And then these aren't the most damaging blows, but at least you're giving them something to score off of. If this fight remains here for the next 24 seconds on the ground, it's going to be 2-2 or 1-1. Sorry, going into the last round. It'd be interesting to see what we have here. Minus 600 though. I don't think we've seen that tonight.
Minus 600. What do you mean?
The odds,
live odds?
No. To start the fight, wasn't he minus 600?
Yeah. No, the second fight was pretty big too. The one with Ibragimov. That one had pretty big odds. Okay, probably 19-19 going into round 3 here.
Yeah.
So let's see what kind of adjustments both guys have. But you see Stots got up right away with his hands up. He's been here before. He's gone into championship rounds before. Breno looked like he got up a little bit slower, you know. So who's the stronger fighter going into round 3? Probably Stots. Who's gotten more of an ass kicking, in my opinion? I think Breno because of those strikes early on, but Stots has the cardio. He was able to take the damage and survive it. But see, basically, these are 3 5-minute fights, and the judges are required to score them 10-9. So if these were 2 kids that were going back to school the next day, I think Breno would have more bragging rights. Yeah, but I knocked you down, I locked you up, you know, or whatever. And the other guy would say, well, I took you down and held you down. And everyone in school would be like, yeah. Now let's see what round 3 does. Because if Stots does that again, then he'd basically say, I big brothered you once you got some of those shots in. Anyway,
Breno,
here we go.
Whatever Breno's has, he's got to give it all right here, dude. He's got to be really aggressive and really back Stots off a little bit. Just a reminder there in the bottom right-hand corner. If you guys haven't bought the pay-per-view yet, it's a solid pay-per-view. I would definitely do that. If you aren't going to do that, you could stick around and watch the pay-per-view with us. You won't be able to watch the fights, but George and I will call the action and let you know what it is you are seeing, or we are seeing, sorry.
Yeah, and hopefully you stick around with us either way. And look, $50. It's usually 80 when you get the UFC. 50 is pretty damn good for 2 title fights, including the baddest man in the world, the baddest woman in the world. Arguably, right? Because Francis Ngannou, lineal heavyweight champion, went to boxing for a few years and never really lost his UFC title. And then Cris Cyborg, you know, ever since Amanda Nunes retired, Cris Cyborg just keeps doing her thing, collecting belts. She's fighting a badass in Larissa Pacheco. Then you got Johnny Eblen defending his middleweight title. AJ McKee, a former featherweight champion, now competing as a lightweight. I think if he beats Paul Hughes, should he beat Paul Hughes, he could be fighting Usman Nurmagomedov for the Bellator lightweight title there as well. Solid 3rd round so far. mostly on the feet. Oh, look at Breno. I'm going to take you down.
Yeah.
Stots attacking the neck, though. Do we get a thumbs up? Or is he going to let it go?
He has anything. I think he should concentrate on getting back up.
You think Breno just told him that guillotine's no bueno?
Yeah.
Breno on top with 3:07 left here in round 2. Let's see what he can do from this position. You got the takedown. You survived whatever threat there was on that guillotine. Now you're on top. Are you going to ground and pound? Or are you going to try and go for some sort of a submission? Oh, and Stots now takes position, sweeps Breno. He's on top. Wow. Huge for Rafion Stots. That could have been basically the fight winning move. There's what's that show goes about pro football? I think it's called Turning Point. NBC has it. I don't know if they still have it, but they always isolate a certain part of a game where that's the turning point. This might have been in that sweep right there, especially if Breno can't regain that position.
Rafion's got to do something though.
Breno should explode and try to get back up. Oh, he hesitated. He can't hesitate because now look at you. You still got the guy on top. Now what if he gets a hook in? It's those moments, man. You got to seize them. Oh, he's getting up.
Oh,
and now Rafion Stots locks in and he gets him. He submits him. Way to take my advice, Breno. You shouldn't have done that. You should. I sound like a jerk right now. But no, yeah, look, experience. Stots was solid, man. That was key and clutch.
It's big. He got the finish. You know, it's what you want. But there are some things I think when he goes back and watches this fight, he's going to be a little frustrated with his performance in that sense. Because remember, he was on our show last week. And I don't want to say he was talking smack, but he was telling us what he wanted. And what he wanted was to go back and get revenge on some of those fights that he's lost. And this performance doesn't tell me that he's ready for that just yet. Props to him for getting it done, but he's got to figure out what happened there in round 1. And even, a little bit here in round 3.
Here's the moment right here. He gets under the chin quickly. Breno, I'm amazed he didn't use 2 hands. He's only using one and uses the other one to tap. Or was the other one trapped? Hopefully they show it again one more time. But Breno's stock is going to go up even in a loss because Rafion Stots is a good fighter. And now we know a little bit more about Breno. We know he's got some power. He's the one that took the fight to the ground. He's the one that decided to wrestle. So this one's kind of on him, but I still think he had a good showing for himself, considering he was a huge underdog. When this thing went off, Breno was plus 440.
Man, big one for him.
How about the timing too for PFL? They're just going to sail into 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific with a perfect start time to the pay-per-view. Because if this thing would have dragged on, and God forbid there's some sort of a foul or a penalty or an injury, something that drags on, then that kind of trips them up a little bit. Instead, I bet you there's some high-fiving going on in the back. They're ready to rock and roll. And you have a decision to make, folks. Remember, $49, $49.99 gets you 5 fights, including 3 title fights and some good ranked fighters, all competing here for belts, for status in the sport, especially the heavyweights. Who is the baddest man on the planet? The winner of this fight or the winner of Jones versus Miocic? Or is it even Tom Aspinall, who's kind of hanging off to the side saying, what about me? Who knows, right? But we got to see the fights. We got to see the fights take place. Look at the stats. Breno held his own, man.
Yeah. That was a fun fight. It's funny. Like, as soon as that guy said that, because, he's right. It wasn't the most entertaining fight. But it's like as soon as he said that, it did start to get interesting.
It was like he was in the crowd and he booed, and then that psyched the fighters up to start competing.
I get where he was coming from, though.
There you go. Raufeon Stots is your winner. Respect here between both guys. Yves Edwards, one of the top lightweights in the world in the early days of the UFC before they canceled the lightweight division. That was him in the corner with him. Good friend of ours. We went on a military visit with him a few years ago, as we did with Randy Couture as well. Same trip. He was part of the same group.
Doesn't Dan Hardy look like at any moment he'll drop that mic and pull out a saxophone and just start riffing?
Yeah, it almost looks like they could say we're at the Grammys, and he's an artist.
Mm-hmm.
A saxophone, exactly.
Randy's the drummer. Sean might have to be their manager. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Sean's got the manager look. There you go. There's your options there if you want to buy this pay-per-view. ESPNplus.com/PFL. You can scan to buy the pay-per-view there straight from the barcode there that you see. It's available on DAZN and ESPN Plus in North America and DAZN worldwide. And we'll be here for the next 5 fights. For those that choose not to get it, we'll be your eyes and ears and tell you what's happening in real time. Congratulations to Raufeon Stots on his win. I don't know what's next for him because he's a bantamweight, and the PFL doesn't have a bantamweight division. Now, I know he wants to mix it up with Patchy Mix, but we don't know what's going to happen in 2025 if Bellator just basically seizes and it's now all PFL, or if they still continue with their, their champion series or whatever. I'm sure Stots would like to get another crack at Patchy Mix. But if not, that division is popping, and I suggest that the PFL join the party and get the bantamweights going.
That'd be legit. That another one, dude, that's really starting to blow up is flyweights. Even outside of the UFC, the prospects that are coming out, I think people need to get on that soon because I think that's going to be a fun division again. But you're right, bantamweight kind of runs the world right now, in my opinion. That's my favorite division. Middleweight made like a little bit of a comeback, right?
So did welter. Welterweight's popping, man. There's some good welterweights, both at UFC and PFL. And I'm going to make a bold prediction, Goze. There's one guy over at PFL that's a welterweight, Shamil Musayev. Man, that dude looks like he's a problem because he can wrestle and he can strike, and he just looks like he's got that ox strength.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, agreed. I made the world's worst coffee today, George, and I can't stop drinking it. It's awful.
But why do you keep drinking it? Because you have no other choice?
I have no other choice, yeah, but I keep doing it. You know what? So maybe right now, George, as we're waiting for this pay-per-view to kick off, it might be a good chance to throw up another video. What do you think?
Yeah, let's do the second half of the previous video that we saw. It's the PFL basically zeroing in on their fighters, where they're from, their training and everything. And we did Larissa Pacheco. Why don't we do Cris Cyborg next?
My whole career, I have a target in my back. When you have a target in your back, it make you train, it make you improve, it make you want to get better.
There it is, right hand, hammer fist, Cris Cyborg makes the statement, Mamma Mia!
If it be submission, KO, doesn't matter for me, but I'm looking for the victory. And they're gonna give you everything. When I did my first training, my first fight, I said, nice, I think I'm born for this. I want to do this. I believe it's very important you have a good body. I think this is one of the things helped me a lot in my career. I'm 19 years in sport. It's because I started training at 12 years old, and I was swimming, I was lifting weight, I was doing, you know, everything for building my body up. And then, you know, when I started doing MMA 19 years old, I was ready. I never thought in my life I was gonna fight for so many belts in my career, and then now I'm going to the 5th belt. Champion for me means training a lot of discipline. I always have a mindset, you are contender number 1. Even if you're champion. You're humble to learn every day, and you continue to improve your game.
With Cris, it's pretty easy because when she comes in, she's ready to work. She's very professional.
You know, people say, how you can train every day, 6 hours a day. This is my job. I know it's hard to do every day the same thing, 10,000 times, but you cannot be lazy. You have to have discipline. It's not gonna be easy. I wake up every day happy, excited what I do. Of course, sometimes I wake up tired. I want to just lay down in my bed. Even my daughter say, why you don't just rest? I say, nope, I need to work. When you love to do, you know, it's no job anymore. What is something you love to do? I always have in my mind, doing my best. If you believe in yourself and then you believe you can make it, God's gonna bless you for sure.
His name is Sakuraba.
Hi, good boy. Hi, good boy.
Okay, let's go.
When I moved to the United States, I was supposed to stay for 6 months. I want to make my dream come true, so I'm gonna stay here.
This is Manny. Manny, come here, Manny. This is Manny. Sit down. Sit, 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 sit. Good boy.
The beginning when I moved to America was not that easy, you know, I didn't speak in English.
Good boy, man.
But you know, I started learning and I have a lot of Brazilians to help. It's overcome every day, it's hard.
Hi, Leila.
I moved to Huntington Beach. I love this place, you know, I have a lot of good friends here. Reminds me Thailand. Thailand was one of my favorite places.
Good girl.
I have a lot of animals. We put all the names of fighters. We have a Leila Lee, have a Sakuraba, have Holly, have a Manny Pacquiao, our pig, Canelo, have the bird Jose Aldo. So we have a lot of animals.
Oh, say hi, baby. Good boy. Good boy.
I like to chill in the house. I like to be with my family. I don't like to go out too much. I don't go to nightclub. I don't drink. So I have an easy life.
If I go train back, stay in the house, read book, stay with my family, enjoy, run the dogs. It's easy.
You know, at the beginning in the sport, it was really hard because you don't have an example. You know, I just have some guys in my gym, big names guys, but it's a guys, it's different.
Oh, Hopper, we're gonna do suplexes. Right here.
It makes me really happy to see these girls training and have the mindset I want to be the champion. These girls are all the next generation.
In wrestling, we like to say it's not how strong you are, it's how long you're strong. You know what I mean? Like, you could be sparky for 30 seconds, but the end of that round's not gonna go well.
It's cool be, you know, around the people that you can see they have the fire inside. I like it. So motivate me every day.
Big money, baby.
I feel like I did a lot for sports and I want the sport to continue. I don't want, okay, when I'm retired, done sport. No, you know, I want to plant the seed to continue. When you have a target in your back, make you running, make you training, make you improve, make you wanna getting better. If people look at you because they wanna beat you, this means you're doing the right thing. I believe I'm a complete fighter. Larissa Pacheco, much respect to her. I think both are aggressive. I think both have KO power. But doesn't matter. I believe both of them come forward and they make an amazing fight.
So the top of the foot flat.
You know, I've been doing this for 19 years and our plan was to complete the 20. I don't think I'll be fighting here because I'm not prove anything. Every fight I feel like I'm getting better, I still learn, I still have a fire in my heart.
Yeah, there we go. See?
My team say, Chris, enjoy every single moment, every single minute and when you're in the cage because you don't have much more.
Yeah.
I know it's kind of a little bit sad, but I wake up happy every day, excited. Cyborg Nation, walk with me. We got 4 titles together and we're looking for to get the 5th one. I always looking for the finish. I have a KO power. I like to make exciting fights. I think this is my fans most love. How's the think the fight gonna end? With my victory.
You know she rarely loses.
You know what gets lost in all of that, George?
Mm.
The fact that her little pig is called Manny Pacquiao. That's awesome.
I agree. And Sakuraba was the cat, right? The first cat?
Mm-hmm.
Manny Pacquiao. It's funny. That's what they call me at these buffets here in Las Vegas.
Manny Pacquiao.
Although I haven't been porking in a while. But back in the day,
in forever.
At least 3 trips. Otherwise, it was a waste. Manny Pacquiao. That's a good one. All right, folks. The first fight coming up is going to be AJ McKee against Paul Hughes to start the pay-per-view off. AJ McKee is -205. Paul Hughes is +170. Goes. I hope this fight hits the ground because that's where it gets more competitive for Hughes. But McKee can definitely hold his own. On the feet, though, I think it's I slant a little bit more towards McKee, the experience. I'm going McKee on this one, but it's your choice.
I gotta go McKee. Just, you know, one of the things, dude, is nobody's ever gonna outwork that kid. You know what I mean? Like the game that's been instilled into him by his father, the work ethic. Those guys are soldiers, dude. They don't miss practices. They constantly try and improve their game. I'm all day AJ McKee here. I think it'll be fun though, but I think he gets it done. And I think he gets it done early.
Yeah, I do as well. And when they kind of posed off a little bit, you could tell McKee was just a little bit bigger of a guy. At least that's what it seemed like to me. Sometimes, you know, when you're wearing clothes, you really can't get the full grasp of who's who, but it looked like McKee was a little bit bigger. And that's considering McKee came up from featherweight and now he's a lightweight. Says he could still make featherweight if need be, right, for a big fight. But I don't think that's the plan. I think the plan is to beat Hughes and then fight Usman Nurmagomedov for the title. But again, just like we discussed earlier with the Rafian Stots situation, once the year ends, does Bellator still remain Bellator? Will they still have a championship series? Or do they get absorbed in the PFL, and will PFL have their own arena series with champions and title defenses, or do they stick to the regular season? and playoffs format, or could they do both? Who knows? But whatever they do, I want to see Usman Nurmagomedov and AJ McKee, if McKee can get past Hughes.
Right, that's the fight to make. Right now, here on the pay-per-view portion of what we're watching, they're sort of doing, their version of what looks to be maybe like I don't know. This intro was somewhat Pride-esque, right? There's a lot of lights, a lot of things going on. We'll see what they're going to actually do with it. But, mentioning this fight, how we're going to start the card off, we spoke to Ian Parker about the odds of this fight. He helped break down the fight with us. It was a great episode of MMA Junkie Radio. If you haven't caught that, go back and catch Ian Parker. Did a fantastic job on our show. And we've had him talk about a lot of the fights that we're going to be seeing tonight. So this is what he felt was going to happen in the McKee-Hughes fight.
We've seen a lot of McKee at Bellator, but I haven't seen much of Hughes. But yet the odds, I'll catch us up on the odds a little bit, by the way. If anybody was wondering, Eblen is minus 395, Edwards plus 310. They're rematching. Eblen beat him in their first fight. And then the McKee fight, he's minus 166, Paul Hughes plus 140. Do you see it being that competitive?
No. I don't know why my voice just went up 12 octaves, but you know what? I don't get it. I don't get it. It goes back to what you were saying about the Cyborg. I don't understand this. So Antonio McKee Jr. ran through Clay Collard. Him. Nobody runs through Clay Collard. You just don't. And Antonio McKee Jr. made that look easy. Antonio McKee Jr. legitimately at 145 or 155, in my opinion, is a top 5 to 7, regardless of organization. He's that good. The Pitbull fight where he lost, whatever. It is what it is. It's going to happen. But this is a very bizarre odds situation. When I first heard this fight coming out, I thought Antonio McKee Jr. was going to be a minus 400. And that's not a knock on Hughes. Hughes is clearly one of the best prospects in the whole world. PFL did a fantastic job getting him. I know the UFC was interested as well. But this is not a knock on Cage Warriors. They're a fantastic organization, right? We've seen a lot of great fighters come from there. But there's a big difference from going from there to Bellator, the PFL, or the UFC. He has not fought on a prelim for the PFL or a showcase fight or a prelim for Bellator. He hasn't fought another prospect in either organization. He hasn't fought a top 15, a top 10. But he's arguably fighting number 2 in lightweight in that division. Because if McKee Jr. wins, I got to imagine he fights Usman Nurmagomedov for that Bellator belt, right? Yep. Or, for PFL, if they want to put together a super fight there. I'm all in on Antonio McKee Jr. at these odds. And for Hughes, I think it's a win for him if he doesn't get finished. Not even if he wins it. If he wins this fight, mind-blowing. And that's not a knock on his skill, but can you imagine can you imagine your first fight is almost like against Charles Oliveira in the UFC? If you debuted, then it's almost like when Arman Sarugian came in and fought Islam Makhachev, and Islam wasn't even the Islam we know right now. It's a very, very tough task for someone to come in on the biggest card of the PFL's year, maybe in their history, probably in their history, right? And you're fighting arguably one of the best fighters, regardless of organization, in 2 divisions in the world. That's tough. These odds, and they've been dropping. So money's been coming in on Hughes. Unless there's an injury to McKee Jr. that we are unaware of, I've heard absolutely nothing. I think this is a no-brainer. You got to bet McKee Jr. here.
Heard that goes, a no-brainer. But I go back to the first fight, man. Anything can happen in MMA, right? Even Marcos Breno had Rafion Stots hurt in round 1. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's a crazy sport to bet, especially on favorites. It can really ruin your evening. So one way to kind of get around those odds is if you bet 2 big favorites. It kind of settles the odds into more of an even money situation, or at least more manageable situation should you lose either of those 2 fights. The rest of the afternoon, usually you're watching fights where there's 10, 15 fights on a fight card. You can still salvage the day, or maybe sprinkle in some college football or baseball or whatever. Speaking of baseball, how are you feeling about the Dodgers?
They. How can I
It's
put this?
3-2 and they're going home.
They're scary at home sometimes. They don't. Sometimes they can be completely dominant at home where the crowd is always loud. But for some reason the players don't always play off of them. They get a little relaxed. What scares me is I don't want to get to game 7 because game
right.
7 in LA is not always a lock. I think they need to put them away here in game 6. And I don't know if they're doing bullpen game or what they're doing for this, but that did not work the last time. So I'm a little nervous. But look, the fact of the matter is, if you could be one or the other, you got to say you'd want to be in their position.
Yep.
So we'll see. By the way, Paul Hughes just spent like the last 20 minutes walking out to the cage. Did you see how slow he was going out there?
Yeah, he was soaking it in. That's for sure.
How do you feel about it?
Well, the Dodgers or Paul Hughes?
The Dodgers.
No, 3. I'll make it quick and simple. 3-2 coming home. They've been hidden. The starting pitching has woken up. The bullpen's obviously huge for them. So I would feel pretty good about that. Yeah. And their top stars are hitting the ball well. You know, you don't want a situation where like one guy's yet to wake up, which I thought that was the case a little bit with Ohtani a few games ago, but no, he's on. Betts is on. McKee's going to make this one a little quicker. He's coming down the ramp here. I like ramps. I like stages. Yes, it blocks out, you know, maybe a couple hundred tickets if you're in the business of selling tickets, which I imagine they are. But they're in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. I think they like to make this more of a spectacle. They love production. And so that's what they're doing here. So AJ McKee's the second person coming out. He's in the red corner. And he's going to be fighting Paul Hughes. They'll get a little bit of the prep point stuff going on, some Vaseline. Check the cup, check the nails, and send them in for battle. He's from a family of fighters. His dad's Antonio McKee Jr. He's AJ McKee. And so he's kind of grew up in this culture. I'm sorry, Goze, what were you saying?
I was just saying, damn, that was good. He just looks like an assassin right now. He looks so dialed in. And it's a little bit to talk, you know, we talked to him a little over a week ago too. And one thing he kind of talked about was just maturity, you know, and how different he is now than when he first started being that guy in the room that just wouldn't stop and talking trash. He's a little bit more calm now, and you can kind of see it a little bit in his demeanor. But this fight overall, I think it's going to be fun, but I honestly think AJ gets it done soon.
A lot of Ngannou fans inside the chat. Some Cameroonian flags. God give Coney. Nats Watiku. Welcome to the chat. A lot of people kind of getting ahead a little bit, already breaking down the Ngannou Renan Ferreira fight, which will be the main event. But first things first, there's 5 fights here on this pay-per-view. And right now, this is the opening fight of this watch-along. Paul Hughes from Northern Ireland against AJ McKee from the United States, more specifically, Strong Beach, California.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if all the hype is real. He's been talked about, this Paul Hughes guy, for a while. He's on a 6-fight win streak, and 9 of the 12 wins are stoppages.
He was interesting. He was a nice guy. He talked a lot of smack. We'll have to see.
Confident fella, yeah, for sure. And believe it or not, you would think, being from the LBC, that's how AJ McKee would get down a little bit. But no, he's a little bit more of a professional prize fighter. He does his talking with the fists. You saw the quick work he did with Clay Collard. Great point brought up by Ian Parker, man. No one does that. Clay Collard fights are drag out barnyard fights, you know, that go on forever, like the Chicken and Peter. And he made quick work of them.
He did. Which is what Dustin Poirier said the other day. He was asked about what would have happened if you and McGregor actually would have gotten close to each other, because they saw each other in in Vegas, I think. Mm-hmm. And he said, "You ever seen the Chicken and Peter?" I think he said that to Ariel Helwani, and he didn't know what he was talking about. But those fights have been classics if you're a fan of that show. Yeah.
Here we go. Starting things off. I guess we'll see if we can sync up, Goze, you and I.
They just started on mine.
Yep, me too. Pretty close. 55, 54,
Oh,
53.
wow. We're exactly linked up.
Nice. Okay. McKee started off with a kick that Hughes caught. They threw a couple punches, nothing landed. They're standing in the center of the smart cage.
Look at his
McKee out of
stance
the
where his
southpaw
hands are.
stance, and Hughes out of the orthodox righty. So they'll be fighting for that outer foot position. You hear Jamal Hill and Alex Ferreira talk a lot about that when they're asked about that fight.
Look how technical McKee can be, George. Like, look where his hands are. They're in a perfect location. Look at his stance, his explosion. See his left hand go right up when he throws the right one. Like, he is good, man, and he can only get better.
Yeah, and he just went for a nice head kick, but it got blocked, and now he kind of pushes Hughes up against the cage, sneaks in a nice little elbow there. Hughes has a nice little defense. Oh, he landed a nice knee that hurt McKee. Now McKee has responded by grabbing a single. So luckily he toughed that out. Otherwise, Hughes would have been in a nice position. McKee at live odds of -210, so they've slightly gone up. Although I think the biggest strike of the fight is that knee that appeared to land for Hughes. It was a tough angle, but since then McKee's recovered, and again he's pressing Paul Hughes up against the cage here.
Is he trying to say that knee landed low, or was he talking about holding the glove?
I
tell
didn't
Hughes
see
he's
that.
complaining about something.
So they're still up against the cage here with 3:17, 16, 15 left here in round one. Couple of the sheiks in the background with on their phones. They're not too entertained. Pay attention, boys. This is a big fight.
McKee still got him up against the cage. Not a whole lot going on defensively. I think what Hughes is just waiting for is for the referee to separate them, but I don't think he's going to get that. He's got to do something. Here he goes. He's putting AJ now up against the cage.
It's like a stalemate right now.
Mm-hmm.
AJ gets out of that quick. It is always fun to see when they break off who can sneak in an elbow. Oh, another knee there by Hughes. Hughes definitely's got good timing there on McKee's head when it goes down for a takedown, and McKee needs to take note of that because that's 2 times where it looks like he's got a partial strike in. Again, McKee has survived it and now has Hughes pressed up against the cage. Didn't seem to miss a beat, but I'm telling you, those shots can end the fight. And now McKee does get the fight to the ground, but Hughes does a good job of getting out of it. In fact, Hughes is now standing over McKee, who's on his back, trying to get some ground and pound in. McKee up kicks. One of them lands. Nothing too much on it. 2 minutes left here in round one. McKee still on his back. Hughes with some ground and pound. Can't seem to reach McKee's chin, though, but he is throwing. And now Hughes is on top of McKee, and McKee's rolling for a knee bar? No.
He tried to,
did it with the leg for a second, but Hughes rolled out of it nicely. Now Hughes on top, lands a couple strikes. Nothing too heavy on him, but he did land them. And now he's on top in a half guard position with 130 left.
Around.
Yeah. And he's won back some respect too. Hughes is very, very strong on the ground. McKee with odds of -195 at this moment for live odds. Hughes comes back at plus 150, it appears. Now he kind of postures back up. He's standing over him, but as he does that, he kind of eats a couple kicks from the bottom from McKee. McKee still choosing to lay on his back and not get up.
Mm-hmm.
Hughes lands one punch more to the body. He was aiming for the head. They scramble around, and even though McKee kind of went flat on his belly for a second, he gets back on his back. He's trying to tie up Hughes's legs. Now there's 47 seconds left here in round one. Hughes is slowly winning the round back. Has he won the round back, Goze?
I think he has, dude. He's really impressing me here because even in the scrambles, he just seems to be more alert than AJ McKee, and that doesn't really happen too often. And it kind of makes you think about the Nurmagomedov possibility matchup there. Like, you definitely have to beat him in some of those scramble situations right now. I think Hughes has done a tremendous job so far. There's 20 seconds left in the round.
Is always a good thing too. McKee does get back up to his feet. McKee chooses to strike. He's got to be cognizant of those knees that he's kind of been eating, or at least partially. He does get one strike to the body. Oh, Paul Hughes lands another knee. But now he punches McKee. McKee falls down. It's not over though. It's the end of the round. There was some hesitation there. Mergliata was looking back like there was some confusion going on.
Yeah, he's pissed off. I don't think they rang the bell quick enough.
Hughes definitely finishes strong with that knee, a standing knee that landed, and then he threw a nice right hand, it looked like.
He almost KO'd him with that right hand.
Okay,
he hurt him bad.
So McKee on his way down grabs the single. Boy, he's got a chin because he looks like he's eating some shots, but he doesn't seem to get completely wobbled. Finally, Mergliata gets in there. Yeah, see, a couple shots get in there. I did hear the bell, but Mergliata heard it too late. It must be loud in there, or the bell's not loud enough, but I heard it.
Mm-hmm. And especially the way that round ended in that situation, you have to be on top of that because AJ was pretty close to being out in this situation. Boy, they got to make some adjustments there. Cristiano Ronaldo, check that out.
Now, remember, Goze, he's taken some damage, and that go-to obviously is the takedown, but he's been eating some knees on the way down to the ground as well. McKee has to really navigate round two here very carefully because Paul Hughes has got an answer for everything, it seems like. Paul Hughes now minus 145 favorite in live betting, and AJ McKee plus 114. McKee trying to throw a punch to the body, misses. Hughes steps out of the way. They're back to the center of the smart cage. This is the opening bout of PFL Battle of the Giants. Head kick blocked by McKee, thrown by Hughes. 4:30 left here in round two. Hughes up to minus 195. McKee tried to go right up, straight up with a push kick. But Hughes got out of the way. Now he goes to the spinning back kick that lands at the body. Hughes kind of brushes it off. Hughes staying composed here. Biggest fight of his career. And again, Hughes is going to wonder, if I can win, would I get the flowers and get a shot at Ismael Nurmagomedov? Mm-hmm. If you're talking about this guy getting them and I just beat him, do I get all that? A lot of reward for him.
AJ looks a little bit more composed. I thought he'd be still kind of a little messed up, but he looks composed. But you could tell he's got a lot more respect for Hughes than he did at the start of the fight.
Good kick to the body by AJ McKee.
AJ's got to take this fight to Hughes. He just can't be standing there waiting for something to happen. Because Hughes has been able to show us that he's got the timing down. I mean, he landed what, three or four of those knees right full on the chin.
He has to fight other ways to get in and maybe to get the takedowns from singles against the cage. Because exploding for a double, he's being met with a knee. At least it happened twice in round one. And he got caught once just standing. So Hughes has a pretty good jumping knee attack, or at least the timing of it is nice. Okay, so that's what I was just saying. McKee does have him pressed up against the cage. Let's see what he chooses to do here. Minus 520 for Paul Hughes. That really jumped up. It's only 10-9, folks. Relax. I guess there is 217, 216, 215 left here in round two. And it's not going the way McKee wanted, but it's still a winnable round for McKee. And if it is, then it'd be tied going into round five. Okay, so now they reverse positions. McKee's fighting off the cage. Hughes again throwing a big knee with the right leg. Misses though. McKee does land a couple punches here. Nothing too damaging. Hughes answers back. McKee answers back again. That 1-2 was nice for McKee. 145 left here in round two.
He kind of rope-a-doped with the cage, right? Like he came off the cage and landed some good shots.
He did. Hughes just exploded. McKee shrugs it off like nothing big landed, but the odds are down to Hughes minus 425 now with 130 left in round two. What was that?
Low blow, I think.
Yeah, Dan Murgada stops the fight to speak with Hughes. See, because AJ was kind of spinning, so I couldn't tell what happened there. With the kick up the middle.
It wasn't too bad.
Oh, McKee kicked him. Okay.
Oh, wait, yeah.
Yeah, it was right on the nuts. Hughes tells him, come on, man. And McKee's like, I didn't mean it. 110, they're back to fighting. McKee throws a nice kick to the body, but Hughes lands a nice left hook to the face. I still feel like Hughes is leading this round.
I think it's up for grabs.
It is up for grabs. It's definitely winnable still for McKee. But there goes Hughes exploding yet again. Another knee to end that combo, except it cost him because he slips, and then McKee's on top of him. Can he keep him down, though? Nope. Paul Hughes manages to get back up. McKee's trying to drag him down with 36 seconds left here in round 2.
It's not going to be enough, though.
If he doesn't do it, he's not going to win this round, and now McKee's going to be drawing dead unless he gets the finish. He's investing a lot of time here.
I'd say at the 20-second mark, just stand up and start throwing, because even if he completes a takedown, it's just not going to be enough.
He does get the takedown. Now there's 10 seconds left. Hughes is already on his knees trying to get back up. AJ going through the sequence of taking him down, but there's not going to be no time left to do anything. Maybe throw some ground and pound. He throws a couple knees. I don't think that's going to do it. I think it's another Hughes round.
I'll tell you this much, though. It was a close round where I could see it coming down to a split decision where maybe one of the judges gave it to McKee. Because he landed some nice shots, but I think Hughes' shots had more pepper on them.
Bit TV on the chat says, sounds like Hughes is winning. Just came on. If it was 1 10-minute fight, I would side with Hughes. But it's 2 5-minute rounds so far, and I still think Hughes clearly won round 1, and this one was closer, but I think he won this one too.
Some cuts on AJ McKee's face now.
And now what do you tell AJ McKee? You can't tell him it's 1-1. You got to tell him you need to finish this guy. So if you get him down early and attack with the submission game, okay. But I don't think you can do that at the end. You won't have enough time. So you better throw some hands. Third round. Wow, what a big win this would be for Paul Hughes. Nothing's happened yet here in the first 15 seconds. Linear
All
kick
that
there by
talk,
Paul
and
Hughes.
He's backing it up.
Spinning back kick by Agent McKee. I'm not sure why he kind of stopped and froze for a second there. Then he throws a combo that's blocked by Hughes. Kick to the body. Now McKee goes for the takedown. Those strikes are just to set him up. He's got a single. He's trying to trip him. Can he get him to the ground? Still 4:15 left here in round 3. He's doing a good job, basically using the fence to hold him up and one other leg. Looks like Batista Aldo from a few weeks ago. McKee almost gets him down, but Hughes has great balance.
Yeah, he does.
Now McKee's behind him up against the fence. Let's see if he can drag him or trip him.
If this were 1-1, I would agree with the strategy, and it could very well be. But I think AJ needs to fight like he's down 2 rounds to nothing.
The fight finds itself with now McKee on his back and Hughes on top of him, holding his ankles, trying to get some punches in. He does get into McKee's guard. Now he stands back up. Now McKee's back up. So they're both standing. Hughes comes in with one of those knees and misses. McKee gets out of the way, steps to the side. Hughes still keeping him up against the fence. 3:19 left here in round 3. Couple strikes that are missed. Adrian McKee going for a trip. He does get Hughes down, but Hughes does a great job of bouncing back up, getting on one knee. Now he's up on both legs. McKee's relentless, though, still trying to take him down. Just can't seem to keep him down. A lot of time and energy are being wasted. And this is a round that's key because just getting the 10-9 won't do it. And I do have AJ McKee winning this round slightly. Now you're relying on, if I'm wrong, if Goze is wrong, if the chat's wrong, if the commentators are wrong, everyone was a little split with round 2, but I thought it was one of those where 2 out of every 3 thought Hughes won. Just that feeling.
Is that what is the chat on the same side as well?
I was just kind of throwing them in there. Safari Ferrari says 10-8 Hughes. Let's see some other scores. John Hines says it's not 1-1, it's 0-2. Okay. This guy in the red shirt is coping hard. Goze, are you coping right now?
Maybe.
Ovidiu Mihai says, huh? So we listen to the radio? Yeah. That's your choice. You know it's illegal for us to restream it, right? And we did it. That's the end of us. You think we're going to do that for you? It's radio time for you, baby.
Spinning back fist from AJ McKee.
Only $49.99.
Hughes comes back every time, though. He has an answer every single time.
Dan Hardy says AJ looks tired now. The odds, though, are close to even. Hughes minus 130, McKee plus 100. In the middle of the cage here with 130 left here in round 3. McKee winning this round, but yeah, he does look like he's fading a little bit. Hughes looks like he's getting stronger, trying to win back the round. Ooh, the odds jumped to Hughes minus 345.
Good
the
right
crowd
hand from
going
Hughes.
nuts every time Hughes lands something. McKee shoots down for a single.
AJ's exhausted.
He looks a little broken right now. I thought he would have just stood the next minute or so. I think Hughes has proved, A, he's tough to take down. B, he's tough to keep down. And then what are you going to do with him with less than a minute left? And right now he's in a real tough spot because Hughes is sprawled out on top of him with all of his weight. And McKee looks like he's in a yoga position, child's pose. McKee does turn the corner, started to get him down, but again, Hughes got right back up. 26 seconds left, and he's back on one knee. See, these knees to the butt aren't going to do anything. I mean, he must think it's 1-1, and he thinks he's going to win the round. And look, he might be. I don't know, but I also think it was 2-0 going into round 3. And Hughes is a gamer, man.
Yeah, he's made a statement tonight.
I think he wants to get, I was about to say one more knee in there, and he did. Not too much on it. Good fight. Good fight. We'll see.
I mean, arguably, you could say he won that round too, right? Like, so it could possibly be 3-0.
Yeah.
It could be 2-1.
This would be a big, big win for Paul Hughes. It might even net him a title shot. Who knows? And of course, we know if McKee wins, he'll get a title shot, but he's going to lose some of that steam that he had prior to this fight. And I think Usman Nurmagomedov is at home smiling, or he might be in the arena. Who knows? Thinking, okay, I think I got something for each one of these guys. But that's a whole entire different fight, and we've yet to hear the decision, so we'll wait and see. What do you think, Goze? What's your official scorecard?
If I'm going to give AJ McKee a round, it would be round 2. It was very close, but I still feel like Hughes probably won it. So I think he won all 3 rounds, 30-27.
Okay. Shout out to Ovidio Mihai. I think he was just asking, and he's saying, hey, you guys are doing a good job. So fist bump to you. Worst hype train in UFC history, Cayman Rider. He's not UFC level. Who's he talking about, AJ?
It's got to be.
That seems like an overreaction. It could just be a bad night. Because remember, AJ brings a very decent resume to the party. So I don't know if I'd go that strong, but you're entitled to say he lost. He didn't look good. All that's fair. Overhyped. Who knows? he might go to the UFC and walk through people, you know. Remember when Chandler, after his first fight in the UFC, he goes in there and smacks Dan Hooker, and one could say, wow, Hooker's overhyped. And look at Hooker now. Hooker's probably ahead of the game to Chandler because he's rebounded and won like 4 straight. While Chandler, I think, has gone 2 and 3, and he's had this time off. So it can change. I'm trying to be rational. I'm not trying to come at whoever said that. Cayman Ryder, I think I've seen his name a lot in the Spinning Back Click show. Here's the decision.
Alvarez came over, got served up by Cowboys, still came back and won a title.
Here we go. It's going to be a split. 29-28 Hughes. 29-28 McKee. I think Saldamato will give it to Hughes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's an experienced judge. I know he gets a lot of crap, but he knows the scoring criteria. And I think it's the correct call for Hughes to win. I think it's the correct call for him to win 2-1. Boy, getting 2-1 McKee is really, really
baffling
stretch for me, you know, in terms of like, wow, like you when the way you were scoring the fight really favored whatever McKee was doing. I'd have to talk to that judge. Brett Okamoto here with the post-fight interviews. He's asking him about the split decision. What do you think about it? He says he was never nearly hurt by AJ once. He saw the crowd. He saw AJ McKee's face. He was like, come on, what are you doing scoring a split here?
You know, there's always that little battle, too, between PFL and Bellator, and Bellator took a hit there, right?
Yeah, and he's giving props to the PFL for believing in him. Supposedly, he got a good contract out of him. I don't know if that's a shot at Bellator and the UFC and everyone else, or he's just giving love to the company. I don't know. You're right, Goze. PFL wins this one, but remember when they had that series early on, I think Bellator went 4-1 that night.
4-1.
Yeah, so they got a little bit of a lead there in case anyone's keeping that type of score. Hughes is saying it wasn't one of his better performances. Said he had to dig deep to win it all. I guess his corner couldn't be there because it looks like people from In-N-Out Burger cornered him with the all white back there. Or are they painters or what are they? What's going on here?
Somebody said that it looked like the Progressive insurance people were in.
But they're rocking the Bellator gear. That's kind of cool. Why are they rocking Bellator gear? Isn't Paul Hughes a PFL signee technically?
I don't know. In-N-Out. You want to make
watching? Send me one in XX. I'll rock it. That's cool.
You want to make a play for the next fight here?
Yeah. All right. So the next fight is probably the one that has the least hyped fighters on the card. It's between Zafar Mohsen and Hussein Khadimagomayev. Khadimagomayev is minus 1450. Mohsen is plus 850. So this is really, really one-sided according to the bookies, right? But it's a fight. We'll treat it as such. Mohsen's going to represent Germany. Alemania is in the house. I've yet to see Germany really goes like claim, you know, I think you have to have kind of like a good 12 fighters before you can say they're on the map. Like I think France is now on the map. I think Germany's getting there. They got a few fighters. Originally, he was born in Afghanistan, but now he's fighting out of Germany. I'm talking about Zafar Mohsen. And then on the other side, Hussein Khadimagomayev. God, I just butchered it a few times. He is born in Switzerland and fighting out of Switzerland. So he's the big favorite I think we're just going to take him to win the fight.
Yeah.
I think we're going to be clear in saying we wouldn't lay 1,400. So, like I say, when you have a fight card that's 9, 10, 12 fights deep, sometimes you just sit back and enjoy some, learn more about those fighters, and then bank that information for a future fight, future bet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So look, this is gonna be a long pay-per-view, and we want to make sure we get everything in. So we do want to play another clip here from the main event. This is now the Renan Ferreira side. Let's learn a little bit about him and how he got here.
Isso é gratificante, você ver que todo o seu trabalho está valendo a pena. O Francis é grande campeão, sempre treinei para lutar com os melhores, com os grandes campeões.
Oh, right hand! The headline immediately drops right, Vader! The end of the fight!
Com certeza eu sou o nome ali a lutar com o Francis, né? Por tudo que eu tenho feito. Eu já provei que eu sou um dos maiores pesos pesados da atualidade e essa luta, tudo que eu tenho mostrado ali dentro, nada melhor do que eu para dar as boas-vindas para ele. Chegar a esse ápice aí de ser campeão mundial é a concretização de um grande sonho. Assim, levar 2 cinturões para casa não é em pouco tempo, são muitos anos de trabalho, né? Assim, conseguir chegar a ser campeão agora, então mas são muitos anos de dedicação, são muitas dificuldades que eu passei até aqui. Você tem que trabalhar, tem que estar focado, não pode desviar o seu olhar para lado nenhum, tem que estar ali 100%, trabalhar duro que o seu momento vai chegar. Com certeza, espero motivar muitas pessoas com tudo que eu tenho feito, com todo o trabalho, com a minha persistência, com a minha perseverança.
Renan is a special professional athlete. It's completely different because a heavyweight, so athletic like he is, it's unique.
Isso aí, tá pronto pra guerra. Tá chegando, October 19. Nossa.
Every step that I take, every push that I make, it will get me there. 1, 2, 3, bora! Hell better prepare. I'm the one with the win. I'm the one out the gun. The unstoppable force.
It's amazing to work out with him and see how he can perform some exercises and how he can transfer this to the fights. Renan is fast, long. Any punch he connects can drop anybody in the whole world. When Renan touch him, he will feel it.
Então, me sinto feliz com o trabalho que venho desenvolvendo e saber que eu estou no caminho certo. Ser bicampeão mostra o quanto eu tenho evoluído, né? O quanto eu tenho trabalhado duro para chegar nessa posição de ser de ter 2 títulos mundiais aí em cima de grandes nomes, grandes campeões. Me deu ainda mais segurança e mostrar para o mundo aí que eu sou um grande peso pesado. E sei que eu tenho muitas coisas a conquistar ainda. Desde que eu fui campeão, minha vida já mudou muito. Agora eu tenho mais conforto financeiro e me dá mais qualidade de vida e eu posso proporcionar boas coisas para minha família, então isso me deixa mais à vontade. Sim, ainda tô nesse trâmite de trazer minha família para cá, de estar próximo e com certeza logo mais eles vão estar todos aqui comigo. Depois de uma semana dura de treinos, já tá um pouco sem energia, eu procuro ficar em casa, comer bastante, dar uma volta na praia com minha filha, com minha esposa. Eu acho que o meu sucesso é uma coisa do que eu aproveito todos os dias, como uma motivação, como uma gratidão a Deus por ter me proporcionado chegar até aqui. Então, eu não sou muito ligado à fama, a toda essa parte de mídia. Eu trabalho todos os dias ali com o pé no chão e sei que posso ir um pouco mais além. Com certeza, eu acho que a vida que eu imaginei na América, mais questão de trabalho, de treinos, de me consolidar na academia como uma família e aprender, evoluir. Então, tudo isso tem acontecido na minha vida. Depois que venci o Bader, eu já fiquei muito feliz com a oportunidade de lutar com o França. Eu sempre trabalhei para lutar com os melhores e lutar com o França para mim vai ser uma grande honra. Essa luta para mim é uma luta que eu sempre esperei, né? Lutar com um grande nome, um grande campeão, um cara muito duro. Já tenho feito grandes lutas, grandes nocautes e sei que estou novo ainda, tem muito a entregar para o MMA, mas eu já sinto ser um dos melhores do mundo. Hoje eu me sinto um lutador cada vez mais completo e com certeza vai ser um grande combate. Eu acho que assim, não é que é diferente, mas é um pouco mais afiado, mais treinado em todos os aspectos e mais experiente. Eu vou levar todo tipo de problema para ele, tanto na parte de trocação, no...
All right, we're going to cut that one a little short. We only had like 30 seconds left, but this fight's about to kick off here.
Good, because Bitman TV was going to have a heart attack in the chat. I think he wanted us to say, yeah, he came out and they applied the Vaseline. Oh, he's on the right eyebrow. Okay, here we go. Kadi Magomed, we'll call him Kadi, out of Switzerland in the red corner with the red gloves, and Mosen fighting out of Germany, blue corner, blue tape on his gloves. Kadi minus 850 on live. So if you missed minus 1650 when it started, you can get them in for minus 1850. That's 1850 to win 100, 185 to win $10, or 1085 to win $1. No, 1850 to win $1. So picture you're sitting around with your homies and you go, hey, I got this guy, but if I win, you give me $1, and if I lose, I give you 1850. Your buddy probably go, all right, like I lose $1. That's no
I think
biggie.
the only scenario where I would ever say something like that is if it was like an 18-year-old racing a 5-year-old or something like that.
Yeah. Or if I was at a Globetrotters game. Yeah, no, I give you the Globetrotters minus 10,000.
So Mosen here is pressuring, but he's not really doing much. And sure enough, the first takedown that Kadi Magomedov goes for, he gets it. Kind of easily, too.
It was a gift, wasn't it?
Pretty much, yeah. Now Mosen's probably going to find himself defending for the rest of the round. There's 3:15 left in round one. He's kind of on his side right now. Kadi Magomedov is trying to figure out what he wants to do here. He's getting him up against the cage.
Kadi Magomedov is attacking with having Mosin pressed up against the cage. They're on their feet. He had managed to get him to one knee, but they're up against the cage right now. There's 2:45 left in round one. Honestly, not much has gone on. Kadi Magomeyev is now minus 1050. I wouldn't say there was enough that happened on the side of Mosin for that to drop from 1850 to 1050, but that's what they're at.
Mm-hmm.
Kadi Magomeyev pressing Mosin up against the cage. Folks, there's really not much going on here, just that. In fact, if I could talk to those sheiks from earlier, I'd say now's a good time to go on your phone. Check the college football scores. Oh, nice. Takedown by Mosin. Now he's on top. He's attacking Kadi Magomeyev's head. Well, no, he's not. Now he's just fighting the single because Kadi Magomeyev is back on his feet, trying to get him down. Mosin's got good balance. 150 left here in round one. Kadi Magomeyev, are they joking around? He's back up to minus 1850.
How about we settle on Caddy Mags
or Caddy, and Mosin gets him down again. He doesn't take his back, and now Caddy's back on his feet. He trips him, right?
Mm-hmm. Here's what the YouTube audience is saying right now: 80%. Caddy Mags.
I like
it's
Caddy
making
Mags.
sense right now. Mosin's not backing off though.
Austin Capote says, when is the Ngannou fight? There's still 3 fights to go, and it's tough to say because they're scheduled for 5 rounds, the other 2. This one just started. So it depends on how fast those end. But if I had to guess, let me see here. 130, 245, 330. Wait. 5:30 Pacific. No, 5:30 Eastern. No, 6:30 Eastern or 3:30 Pacific. That'd be my guess. And if you're in another part of the world, you gotta adjust. Mosin throwing some nice kicks and a spinning back elbow. Look like back fist. Caddy is egging him on, saying bring it. He doesn't seem too concerned.
Kind of a slow fight. So we got this one. Then we get the Eblen fight, right? Eblen and Edwards.
Mm-hmm.
Then a title fight, but Cris Cyborg is known for making those short nights, even though she's the underdog. So yeah, you're right. Probably around that time.
Chris Goes Wild makes a good point. He says, I really hope Ngannou has properly recovered from getting beat up by Anthony Joshua. That didn't get brought up too much from when I spoke to people, when we spoke to Ian Parker online. I haven't seen it much. I've seen it a little bit, but not much. But here's why I think it's important. For one, he took time off from the KO. That's good. But here's the other thing. Not only did he get viciously knocked out, Goze, he took 2 hard, if I'm not mistaken, 2 hard knockdowns as well. Or I mean, solid punches. So that's why I knew the last one was inevitable. I didn't know it'd be that ugly. That's a great point. Renan Ferreira's obviously got a lot of power, 4-ounce gloves. Can that chin hold up? You know, that's a good question. That's what I like about Volkanovski. He's saying, I want on the Sydney card, which I think is UFC 312 in February. I like that because he'll be 1 year removed from that vicious KO he took to Topuria. Remember, that was 3 months removed from the vicious KO to Makhachev. So that's 2 back-to-back. He needed time off, and I'm glad he did it because he's kind of itchy, always wanting to get in there. But it's Lopez who's going to be the backup fighter in Abu Dhabi for UFC 308, and Goze and I will be doing a watch along for that. More on that later. It's not Volkanovski, it's Lopez. So I think that's a good thing for Volkanovski, even though he's got the itch to compete. Joseph Boza in the chat says, win or lose, if we don't get the Francis we saw in the UFC, I think the fans will be upset. Yeah.
True. Those two guys, Joseph Bosa and Crisco Wild George, I consider them part of like the first 9 of spinning back click. If we equate that to Sons of Anarchy, they would have that badge.
Mm-hmm.
Mosin's looking a lot better in this round.
Yeah, he is. And now the odds are Kadimagomev. He's minus 160 goes. Remember, he was minus 1850 earlier in the fight.
Mm-hmm. And he started off the round minus 180.
What if you put 1850 to win 100 right now, and the guy next to you goes, really? I got in for minus 160. How pissed would you be?
Pretty pissed.
What's that honk?
The neighbors shutting each other up, I think.
Okay. Fights up against the cage. 235 left here in round 2.
Kadimagomev has to have something else other than this attack.
It's a lot of wrestling. No one's landing any strikes.
But he's not like blending anything. He's just going for the takedown over and over and over. Mosin's done a good job defending it here in this round.
Jesus, look at Mosin's back. Look how strong that guy is. It honestly looks like his back muscles, they have muscles.
Mm-hmm.
So if he was going to the gym and I said, what are you doing today? And he said back, I'd say, oh, your real back muscles or the muscles your back muscles have? Which ones are you training? Oh, nice trip again. He hip tosses Kadimagomev, and Kadimagomev is now on his back on the ground. This is going to look like a 1-1 fight going into round 3. I don't see anyone really going out of their way in terms of the damage, but as far as at least the control of the fight, being in the better positions, that's what makes this fight a little bit interesting. But yeah, no one's bleeding, no one's really hurt. Some nice hip tosses though by Mosin. Now the odds are Mosin minus 160, Kadimagomev plus 124.
There's some blood coming out of Mosin, I think. Maybe out of his nose or something.
Could be.
Or above the eyebrow here, his right eyebrow. I think it was an elbow from the bottom. Mosin's been on top here now for a bit, on his way to probably winning this round. They're going to have to deal with that cut. Luckily, it's off to the side a little bit of his eye. It shouldn't be too big of a problem. He might have multiple cuts, actually.
Kadimagomev does a good job of getting to his feet, pressing Mosin up against the cage. And again, it'll be interesting because going into round 3, I think it'll be 1-1. Mosin minus 195 now. Kadimagomev plus 150. Is it a crowd-pleasing fight? No. It's not a barn burner for sure, but this is the hand we were dealt here, boys. Boys and girls. Brett Okamoto hustling here. He goes backstage with Cris Cyborg. I wonder if she would retire, Goze, with a win.
I don't think so. She's fought a lot, but I wouldn't say she has a lot of wear and tear from fights on her.
Because collecting the 5th belt would be quite the accomplishment. It'd be a nice way to ride off into the sunset.
Mm-hmm. So Ronaldo's actually in the dressing room there.
Yeah, he is. You know, Cristiano Ronaldo, if I'm not mistaken, has 1 billion followers on all his social media.
Is he really?
And I think IG alone is 500,000. Let me see. I want to make sure I'm not talking out of my ass. 641 million alone just on Instagram.
Damn. Nice left hand from Mosin. Knocks down Kadimov, tries to throw a knee.
Yeah, stick with Caddy goes. You kind of blew through that last name right now.
I did.
Mosin minus 425. Caddy Magomeyev is plus, what is that? 300. Wow. Randy Couture thinks that Mosin won both those rounds, goes.
I thought he lost round 1.
Dude, can you imagine if he took all the dogs just on the main card alone? You'd already be up on Hughes, not much, but then you take what you were going to risk on Hughes plus what you want on Hughes, and then you put it on Mosin. What was the comeback on Mosin? Plus 850. Jeez, you'd be close to up 1,000 if you're a $100 player if Mosin can hold up.
Caddy's going for the takedown. He can't get it. Mosin defending. This would almost be like
left.
The PFL's logo. We get a kind of a lot of this. Mosin doing a good job of defending though. It's got to be frustrating.
Mosin's he's got good techniques on preventing. Right now, he's fighting one of the wrists of Kadi Magomeyev, so he can't even get a single or a double. Can't get his arms wrapped around him, but he's also just flat out strong, man. And Kadi Magomeyev he continues to resort to the wrestling, but it's not yielding him results here.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, some people have it 2-0, but it could be 1-1. If it was 2-0, this isn't gonna finish the fight. This strategy here. 2 minutes here left in round 3. Looks like the ref wants to split him up. Beltran, he does. Mosin looks like he's fresher too.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's minus 810. Wow, he went for a head kick, and Kadi Magomeyev just ducked out of it.
I think if he would have even blocked it, it probably would have still at least put him down.
It had a lot on it.
He's tired.
Oh, nice right hook lands for Mosin. Kadi Magomeyev just throws himself down for a single. He doesn't get it. And he's just exhausted and
yeah, this guy looks just as fresh as he did in round 1.
Yeah. And he's the muscular dude. Remember the first 10 years of the UFC? People used to say the muscular dudes don't have cardio. Those muscles need oxygen. And then Sean Sherk comes along. He was one of the first cardio kings, even for being as muscular as he was.
The muscle shark.
Kasim Ganai, man, that guy's fit too. And Cannonier, like they have no body fat, but man, they can go. Cannonier hasn't looked as strong in his last couple of fights in terms of the cardio because he's taking damage too, but yeah, 25, 22, 21, 20 seconds left here. Mosin's on top. He's starting to deliver some elbows. This fight's over. If you have a ticket and you put anything on Mosin, salute to you. I take my hat off. I don't even care if it was like just it's too good to be true. No strategy. I know nothing about him, but you still did it. Good for you.
Yeah, this one's over. Go to the judges' scorecards, but I mean, unless there's something goofy going on, which was kind of scary, right, in the McKee fight, but they should be fine here.
Okay, folks, it's been about an hour. I haven't asked. About an hour. Please hit the like button. I request that. I don't see why we can't. If all you just go, all right, I'll do it. The likes could hit 300 here in the next minute or two. It's an easy ask, right? Click, done.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Let's go to the chat room. Austin Capote says, I just want him to look like the old Francis. Me too. Win or lose, what can you do, right? Almost 3 years have gone by. But if he were to look as good as he did back then, but the other guy just happens to be the better man, then that's just the way it works. Kane, the 7-foot monster, says, the biggest problem is he making AJ look like a world-class boxer when he really isn't. I would disagree. AJ's won a world title. That makes him a world-class boxer. He's also an Olympic gold medalist. What else do you want someone to do to prove to you that he's a world-class boxer? He might not be the best boxer right now. I agree with you there. He might be past his prime, whatever you want to say, but he's a world-class boxer. Volk has been calling for Diego a 312 interim title. Well, I don't think we need an interim title because the Undisputed is defending against Max Holloway. So why would it be for an interim title? Kind of silly. Zach Jackson says, you guys ever seen Mike Hawken fight in PFL? I have not.
Wait.
Adam Dillon says, Armin Dillon says, who's winning? In the last fight right now that just ended, we have an upset. I mean, we just have to hear the announcer say it, but I don't see why he wouldn't. Zafar Moslin is going to beat Hussein Karimagomedov unanimously, probably 29-28 or 30-27. And the next fight's going to be Johnny Eblen against Fabian Edwards.
Man, these odds. Johnny Eblen's a minus 470.
Carlos Sanchez Narbona, ¿dónde se ve en directo?
No se puede.
No se
Tienes
puede
que ordenar
enseñar.
el pay-per-view.
Sí, es verdad. Pero puedes apretar el botón like, Carlos, por contestar tu pregunta. All right, here comes the official scorecard. I don't think any of us are in suspense. They brought the painters back into the octagon or into the smart cage. All three judges had it 30-27. Randy Couture was right. He won every round. Afghanistan and Germany in the house.
Let's get this next pick in, George.
Yeah.
Johnny Eblen, it's on you now. He's minus 470. Fabian Edwards comes back at plus 360.
I think Edwards is going to win.
Really?
Based on how this night's going, yeah. I mean, he
All
had a
right.
decent showing the first time, and he did get finished, but, you know, that's a high-level gym. His brother's a high-level fighter. I think he's, you know, Eblen plays with fire a little bit. I don't know. It's just the theme of the night. Obviously, we put a gun in my head and chose me and forced me to pick a winner. I'd probably go with Eblen. But it's just the feel of how the night's going. Just seems like upset central, you know, upset city, whatever you want to call it.
Why don't we do this, George? We have Ian Parker. He's breaking down this fight. We can hear from him. We interviewed him on MMA Junkie Radio. These are his thoughts for this fight. Fabian Edwards and Johnny Eblen, I wanted to get your opinion on this because, you know, I feel like Johnny Eblen, when he goes out there, he's fighting his opponent, but he's also kind of fighting everybody out there that's saying this guy could be the best middleweight in the world or on his way to being, right? It seems like some of that does affect them a little bit. This is a rematch. You know, they've probably learned a little bit from each other. How do you see this one playing out?
You know, I think this is one of those fights, and it's no disrespect to Fabian Edwards, but lack of depth in that division for Bellator, right? Let's call it what it is. I do think Johnny Eblen has the potential and the skill set to be one of the best middleweights in the world. You know, the wrestling is great. The cardio, his striking has gotten better. He's with American Top Team. Everyone there rants and raves about him. And they're saying we haven't seen his best yet. And I believe that. You know, the fight against Impa Kasaganay, I think that was like one of his really true tests against someone who's got good defensive wrestling, who's got power in their hands. And he felt it. He got dropped in round one, faced adversity, came back and won. I just don't know if I see a different result happening from the first time, right? Because since Fabian's fought, haven't really seen that much of improvement. You know, the level of competition he's fought from fighting Eblen, you know, fighting the champ and then fighting, you know, guys that are ranked like what, 10 or 12 in the Bellator division. It's a real drop right there. He's going to have to keep this fight standing. He's going to have to get the first, if he doesn't get finished early, he's going to have to steal these first 2 rounds. He's going to really have to make this into a kickboxing fight and try to slow Johnny Eblen down. However, probably won't happen. I think Eblen gets this done inside the distance. I think he just keeps getting better. I think he's got to stop worrying about being the best middleweight in the world and just be the best middleweight in that fight against Fabian. Because even if he wins but doesn't show out, that lowers his stock a little bit, right? But if he goes out there and flatlines him, gets it done in dramatic fashion on a card like this, that's when the stock goes through the roof. That's when he gets that credibility regardless of organization. And that's what I want to see out of Johnny Eblen, because I do think the sky's the limit for his talent. He's just got to put it together, and this is a good fight to see him do that in.
Makes sense. Fabian Edwards is your pick, though, huh?
If you want to overrule me, go right ahead. I'm just going with the theme. I'm going with the theme of the night. I'm not coming up with anything. And the fact that fight 1 wasn't a blowout. Edwards was in it.
It wasn't. You're right. He kind of made Edwards look, Eblen look a little human in that fight. But I don't know. Johnny Eblen strikes me as a guy that would get right back in the gym, work hard, and try and make those adjustments. Learn a lot of things. We'll see. We'll see if we can live up to this hype that a lot of people are surrounding him with.
Another good wrestler out of Missouri, joining the list of Tyron Woodley, Ben Askren, Michael Chandler.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he's going inside the smart cage. Many say he's the best middleweight in the world. Right now, the UFC champion is Dricus du Plessis. And I think he's earned that title. He's beaten Robert Whittaker, Sean Strickland, and Israel Adesanya, all former champions, all top middleweights. He hasn't lost in the UFC. Johnny Eblen had a good argument. Maybe when Strickland beat Adesanya, because obviously Adesanya was on top with his 5 title defenses. but then he lost to Pereira, and then he beat Pereira. So maybe he had a time in there where he could boast it. But man, DDP's been on a run. Now let's see what he can do here. We can get past Edwards. Hey, look, being undefeated, you got my attention when you're undefeated. You can say whatever you want, honestly.
True. Who did Eblen take out with him? Mako, right? I know Brown.
Joey Silveira.
Joey Silveira.
Josh Silveira, is that his name?
Josh Silveira, the heavyweight?
The
light heavyweight.
Yeah, Conan's son.
Yeah. Josh is in his corner?
That's who he took out because that fight week that PFL did, he was with him all the time. They coupled up, they brought out their ladies, and I guess they stretched it into a vacation. They went out a little sooner, but yeah, he was with them. Mike Brown is there. I don't see Mako. Mako was in the videos when Renan Ferreira was training, but at Coconut Creek. I don't know that he flew out with Renan either. Mike Beltran is going to oversee this one. The beard is tucked in. It wasn't earlier.
Here's how you guys are seeing this. 58% have Edwards winning this fight. All right. Maybe I'm off here.
They exchange leg kicks here to start the fight. Eblen orthodox, Edwards fighting out of southpaw. Leg kick still being exchanged.
You could tell Johnny respects Fabian's power the way he throws that leg. You know, he's keeping his distance from him. I hope Johnny's worked his defense a little bit.
He goes up for a head kick. Edwards gets out of it and throws an overhand left. Between all that, nothing much happened. Eblen at minus 475 for live bets.
Edwards landed a nice body shot.
There's former UFC welterweight champ Leon Edwards in his brother's corner. Eblen goes high with a kick that's blocked by Edwards. Edwards responds with a punch that kind of misses. Jab by Eblen. 3:15 left here in round one. Edwards landed a kick to the body. Eblen responded with a punch.
I think
big left by Eblen. In fact, he hurt Edwards. He pushes him back, but Edwards seems to have recovered.
Edwards got to get away from that, from throwing that head kick. It's just not working.
Now Eblen's got him against the cage. And he's going to try and probably get some sort of a takedown or at least tenderize him here against the fence a little, soften him up. But that's the biggest strike of the fight. Dan Hardy saying there's some swelling on the eye of Fabian Edwards. That's where he took the punch. It's on the high cheek right next to his right eye. So it's not going to be anything that'll affect the vision, but it is a mouse that's growing.
Fabian in a much more comfortable position here. Johnny Edwards pressing forward, throws a 1-2, misses.
So Edwards just Eblen wants to land that straight right, man. He keeps going to that head kick. It's not really got much on it, and Edwards sees it coming each time.
It's just
Edwards goes right. Eblen goes for a takedown. You know, you called him Johnny Edwards, and now I've done it 2 times since too.
Really?
It's contagious. Yeah. All right. Eblen got him down. Edwards got right back up. And right now they're pressed against the cage, both standing, but Eblen does have his back against the cage. And he's threatening one hook, and it's the one that's tougher to get in. It's the one against the cage. He's going to maybe slip that in. But he's got both of his arms wrapped around the cage, and he does take Edwards down. Edwards lands on his knees. He pops back up to one knee right away, and now he's back on both feet. Let's see if Eblen repeats that. There's 55 seconds left here in round 1, and he does put him back down. This time he delivers him more head first. But again, Edwards hangs in there, gets to one knee, eventually to his feet. Eblen might do it one more time as there's 40 seconds left here in round 1, sorry. And this is a title fight, so they'll go 5. Well, possibly.
I mean, it's feeling that way, right?
And Eblen drags him down again. He's not able to get a hook in, so right away, Edwards to one knee. Eblen, though, is a minus 810 favorite on live betting. Less than 10 seconds to go here. This round's going to end with both of them standing, but definitely with Eblen taking a 10-9 back to the corner. Okay, how do we look at it? Edwards survived takedowns. He got up from takedowns. He lost round 1. Eblen obviously is threatening with the wrestling. That'll open up his striking. But Eblen arguably landed the best strike of the fight, the one that created that mouse on Edwards' right eye. So I think for Eblen, you know, he's ticked a lot of boxes. He's looking good.
I think he looks good too, yeah. But I wouldn't count Edwards out completely from this fight just yet. But things are definitely trending in Eblen's favor.
And I believe it was Edwards that won clearly round 1 in their first fight last time.
Keep seeing the in and out, guys. I'm looking at their body language right now, and I'm not liking what I'm seeing out of Fabian Edwards.
Here we go, round 2. Back to center of the smart cage. Johnny looks a little more relaxed. That round went his way. He had success on the feet and on the ground. Fabian looks a little more tense.
Yeah, definitely. Johnny's way more comfortable right now. But you could tell he wants to set up that right hand. He wants to come straight in.
Edwards almost timed a nice elbow as Johnny was coming in. Oh, ooh. Nice left by Fabian Edwards. It buzzed Eblen. He rolled with the punch, but it landed solid on the chin. Eblen finds his way up against the cage. He throws a couple strikes to set up this attempt to get a single. Let's see what he does now. Edwards is fighting it off, trying to spread his legs a little bit. Let's see what Eblen does to get this takedown. There's 3:33 left, and he does get Edwards down to his knees. Edwards pops back up quickly, but Eblen keeps going with the single, and now he drags him right back down, and he's on top. Now he's on his back, and he's holding him there. There's 15 left here in round 2. Now this could be where Eblen kind of demoralizes his opponent and starts really opening pathways for him to end the fight later on. But really taking some energy out of Edwards, some confidence out of Edwards. Let's see how Edwards responds. All this can be, out the window if Edwards pops up here in the next 5-10 seconds. But it looks like Eblen's trying to establish something here. He's only in half guard. He's cradling his head. He's not really setting anything up. I think he's just basically creating his base, getting comfortable, making sure he can stay here for a while. He does land one nice elbow on Edwards' dome.
He just seems like he knows he can get this position when he wants it. But he's got to lay that damage on him as well. So, it's a long fight. Eblen remains on top right now. Edwards has got a hold of his wrists.
And Eblen trapped one arm, but Edwards used that as an opportunity to spring back up, and Eblen takes him down.
He's just
hard, too. He's getting a warning for the back of the head from Mike Beltran, is Eblen. But he's on top of Edwards, who's on both knees, trying to get up, but Eblen's got one hook in. 140 left here in round 2. Sorry, he doesn't have a hook in. He's just basically behind him right now. Now he wraps his arms around his body as they stand up. It might be that he just does the same thing, rinse and repeat, just drop Edwards back down. Couple knees there, and yep, he takes him right back down. Edwards pops back up.
But that's got to be like the 4th or 5th time he's just absolutely ragdolled him, right? Edwards got to figure out a way to turn around.
And now we're down to 1 minute left here in round 2. On his way to 2018, Edwards would have to pitch a shutout if it goes to a decision to win this. Edwards does get out of it. Now he starts kicking a little bit, once to the inside of Eblen's left leg, once to the body. 40 seconds here left in round 2. Soft kick, inside kick there by Eblen, who's a minus 1,300 on live bet. The comeback on Edwards is plus 700. Little light touches from the legs from each guy, but then Edwards throws a nice left there with some power on it. It didn't land flush, so that's why I didn't say much, but it was a nice technique. You can't get caught slipping with those lazy kicks, man. You tend to drop your hands, and if someone times it right, they can catch you coming in. 10 seconds left.
Fabian's being a little bit more offensive now.
Nice left by Fabian. Okay, Fabian made a little bit of a comeback there on the feet in the last minute or so, but I don't think you can take away what Eblen did.
No, he was dominated. He did make a little bit of a comeback, but it definitely wasn't enough. But it's kind of trending in that direction. He needs to be that guy. He has to be more aggressive. He can't just find himself playing defense the whole time, or Johnny Eblen will exploit every moment of that.
Peppers in the chat is asking, how much is the pay-per-view? $49.99. There's this fight left and 2 more title fights. So you're running a little late, but if money ain't no thing, you still got 2 great Battle of Giants left. 1, Cris Cyborg takes on Larissa Pacheco, and 2, Francis Ngannou takes on Renan Ferreira. And now the 3rd round's about to start between Johnny Eblen and Fabian Edwards. What round is it? The 3rd round's about to start, Tito Alvarado. Jeremiah J says Eblen 2-0. I agree. Chanel Tang says, who is from Cameroon here? Not me, but
Definitely not us.
Francis Ngannou is. So is Joel Embiid. Can you name someone else from Cameroon, guys?
From their old soccer teams. Oh my God, what's his name? Isn't it Toe from Cameroon? Was he from Cameroon?
He might be. I was gonna say, wasn't Terry Sokoju from Cameroon?
I don't wait.
I'll look him up.
Yeah, he was. He was.
He was a judoka. Yep, he was. Let's see if Samuel Eto'o is. We were both right. All right, cool. We celebrate these minor victories because we're usually wrong. Roger Mila. Oh, that is one hell of a pull. Bartholomew of Haywood. I was seriously thinking that, but I got to check that one. I think he is from Cameroon. I don't think you would have said it if you didn't know it, because that's one hell of a pull. A great striker in his late 30s. I remember he had a mark in one of the World Cups. I think it was France or maybe the one in Korea. Wait, wherever 2002 was. But
right hand from Eblen.
I can't remember if he was from Nigeria, but I think you're right. Cameroon. I think he was from Cameroon. Great striker into his late 30s. In fact, it might have even been an earlier World Cup than those I mentioned, because that's a memory from a long time ago. But my ass is old. That's why I fist bump you. Pretty sure Francis gave Sokoju credit for being the first UFC fighter from Cameroon. Nice. Italia 90, he says. Yeah, that sounds about right. What goes?
Fabian Edwards landed a nice body shot and went up top. He throws to the body with a kick. Eblen can't get too comfortable standing there in the pocket with a guy like Fabian Edwards. He'll make you pay.
Eblen minus 1050 in live betting. Edwards comes back at plus 600. Randy Couture mentioning that Edwards has yet to hit the deck. That's because Eblen hasn't tried to take him down, but he's got a single now against him on the cage, and he does take him down, and he holds him down. Let's see if we can hang on here. He's 8 for 8 on takedown attempts. Goes Eblen is.
It's pretty impressive. He's on Fabian's back right now. Let's see what he can do with it. You know, a lot of what's that?
They're still up against the fence. 1:37 left here in round 3. Eblen just putting on a wrestling clinic. Go ahead, Goze.
No, I was just gonna say, we've been really grappling heavy here early on, but the next 2 fights, man, I think that's I do not see them going this way.
So he's managed to break free, and now they're in the center of the smart cage with 105 left here in round 3.
Do you feel like Fabian Edwards is gaining a little momentum, like a little bit more confidence?
Well, when they broke free, he did seem a little loose, and he didn't seem like exhausted or broken. This has definitely been a better round for him in terms of not hitting the deck, like Randy Couture said.
Yeah, he's got more fight in him still. I think Johnny needs to put his foot on the gas again.
Oh, he comes in with a nice knee. It hits Eblen, but not too much. And then Eblen answers with some punches that don't have much on him. I think he might sense that Eblen can't really hurt him with the hands now. He seems to have lost a little bit, whereas Edwards can still crack. That said, he walks in to a takedown attempt by Eblen, who pushes him against the cage. And now let's see if Eblen can drag him to the ground. Won't matter anyway because there's 10 seconds left.
Live odds are at Eblen minus 810. Oof. It's been a long watch along, huh? We normally do 4 fights before the pay-per-view. So today we started at what, 10:30?
Yeah, this will be kind of the same. Well, we went a half hour earlier, I think, than what we normally would do on other ones.
Francis Ngannou was in the back, and he did kind of a little push kick into Dewey Cooper and almost sent him through a wall.
Have you seen Eric Nixick in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, he was right next to Dewey.
Oh, okay. I looked up and didn't see him. I hadn't seen much of him, honestly, in the 5-week series or nothing.
So at the beginning of each round, Fabian Edwards does come out and start firing. Not everything finds its mark, but he's doing something, you know. At least he's building some sort of little lead at the beginning of the round.
Edwards does look like he still carries some pop in his strikes.
Yeah.
It's not that Eblen doesn't. It's just that he doesn't seem to have retained some of that pop that he had earlier in the fight. But like I say, he's been perfect with the wrestling. 8 for 8, I think we mentioned. We're in round 4 here with 4 minutes left here in round 4.
Oof.
Edwards did throw, Eblen threw a nice right hand, and Edwards answered that right hand with a left of his own. But both guys still standing in the middle of the cage. Edwards just landed a nice left that backed Johnny Eblen up a little bit. Hands are starting to drop for both guys. 3:25 left in round 4.
Eblen is stalking though.
Left hand there by Edwards lands, but not much on it. Eblen uses this opportunity to get the fight to the cage, and he gets Edwards down again. Eblen clears his leg, and now he's in side control.
This is where you could do some pretty decent damage. Can't just let Fabian Edwards stand back up, though.
It looks like that's what Edwards is going to do and does do. Eblen right behind Edwards, though, striking with knees. And now he puts Edwards down on his back yet again. Sorry, not his back, on the ground. $2:15 left here in round 4.
Eblen just keeps ragdolling him, dude.
And look, this is great. It's dominant, but it doesn't help his case for being the best middleweight in the world.
No, because you look at some of those names that are at the top, right? And you just think Johnny Eblen's probably not going to be able to do that to those guys.
And you got to stand out. When you have a chance, you got to stand out. Why are you a minus 450 favorite? Show us. I suppose you are dominating, but yeah, I mean, could he do that to Adesanya, Whitaker, Strickland, all those other guys? I don't know.
Man,
minus 2,100 for Eblen.
It's a lot. Not a whole lot going on here, guys. It's just Johnny Eblen hanging on Fabian Edwards' back.
1 minute left here in round 4. It's not exciting. I mean,
Picks
it
him
is
up,
if you're a
throws
fan
him
of
back down.
wrestling, because it's domination for sure. But every time he takes him down, Edwards pops back up. So Edwards has no answer for the takedowns, and Eblen can't seem to keep him down. But when they are standing, Edwards isn't making Eblen pay for the time that they're standing either.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of the day, the key is to get your hand raised. Remember, the winner, the victor, gets all the spoils, especially in MMA. You get the bigger paydays. You just get more opportunities. Eblen's protecting what's his. Edwards throwing a few strikes. The crowd gets kind of excited when he finds himself back to the feet. It looks like he wants to, make him pay, we'll say, but he doesn't really make him pay. That's the end of the round. Oh, boy. Looks like a shutout, no?
Yeah. It's not the most entertaining fight, though.
Let's see if these guys can open up. Okay. The Edwards brothers getting some of that wrestling practice they needed of Bilal, man, put it on Leon. And now Eblen's putting it on Fabian. Might be 3-0 Eblen. We agree, Jeremiah J. Probably 4-0 now. When does Ngannou fight? I predicted 3:30 earlier today when I was asked, and I think that holds up, but it all depends on how quick Cyborg and Pacheco go. This is round 5. Then they announce the winner.
4.
Brett Okamoto might talk to the winner. I don't know. Just checked in here. The enthusiasm is really contagious. Yeah, well, there's just not much of an exciting fight. Yeah, I'm not gonna pretend I'm Mauro Ranallo either. Which time today? El Bardo 64. Remember how El Bardo goes?
Yeah, he used to spray paint on the walls in Springfield.
Yep.
So here we go.
Ferreira will be too big and too strong for Ngannou. Mark my words, according to Scott Birmingham.
This is a bad eye poke, George. It went right into Johnny's eyes. A cut
Kenny
forming
Smith,
on...
I would not go to the gym because I think the next fight will end quick. And this fight's almost over. Cisse 5 says he bet 20K for Ngannou. Is that like 20 to win 5 or 6,000, or is it like 70,000 to win 20,000? Loki Lopez says we love Johnny. Think this fight's going to continue? This is round 5. There's 4 minutes and 40 seconds left, so we still got most of a round. I don't need to remind you, the Edwards brothers have had success in round 5 before, but that's tough to replicate. And there goes Johnny trying to get a takedown.
You got a nice right hand in that exchange, though.
Yeah, Fabian's kicking, punching. Looks like he just kicked him in the nuts.
This fight has no rhythm, man.
I know.
Fabian Edwards took a good right hand to the chin. It didn't really do much, but then he just came back and kicked him right in the nuts. Like,
it looks like he brushes the cup right here. Yeah. Oh yeah, he hits it. He does get some abs as well, but nice left there, lands for Edwards. Kick to the stomach by Edwards. Eblen says, nope, I want to go down to the ground. And Edwards finally shucks him off. He met him there halfway and boom, got some underhooks in. Edwards throws a body kick. Eblen with a soft 1-2. He's like touching him, not punching him. Lands a nice right hand, though, does Eblen. 3:40 left here in round 5. Edwards lands a 1-2, not much on it. Eblen answers back. Inside leg kick by Edwards, kick to the body by Edwards, not much on either one of those. Nice right hand by Eblen. 3:25 left. Great body shots there. One kick and one punch by Edwards. Eblen might have snuck in a punch or two as well. Edwards definitely taking command of this. Why isn't he doing this earlier, Goze?
I don't know. And I know it's
too busy fighting off the takedowns, but
it's Fabian, not Leon, but it does kind of always stick in the back of your head, right? Like him turning it on right now in round 5. You never know. Some of these strikes, if one of them can get through, Johnny's kind of like just playing too much defense. He needs to go back to a little bit more offense.
Minus 2,800 for Eblen, plus 1,200 for Edwards. Eblen unsuccessful in taking the fight to the ground, but Edwards not making him pay. Crowd getting a little excited because Edwards is starting to mount some offense. Is it going to be enough, though?
It's got to do something special here.
Live odds, Eblen minus 2,800, plus 1,200 for Fabian Edwards. Will the fight go the distance? Yes is minus 10,100. No is plus 1,335. Fabian now throwing some nice strikes with 150 left. Another elbow sneaks in for Edwards.
Johnny Eblen can't screw around.
Bobbing and weaving, getting out of the way of some of Eblen's strikes. 134, 133, 132 left here in round 5. Eblen pushing Edwards up against the cage. Unsuccessful with the initial takedown, but let's see if he tries to go down for a single. No, Edwards has a good over-under on him, which is good to avoid the takedown, but bad if you're trying to score points and get a KO. Edwards with a nice forearm that lands. Kick to the body for Edwards. Knee to the body for Edwards. Eblen answers back with a nice right hand. Edwards goes to the body.
There just doesn't seem to be much pop on Eblen's punches right now.
Yeah. But when he's tried to go to the ground, take the fight to the ground, Edwards has done a good job of fighting it off. 40 seconds left here. Edwards landed a nice knee to the body. Eblen threw one of his own, but not much on it. Edwards lands a punch to the body. Kick to the body. Overhand left to the head. Collar tie, a couple uppercuts land for Edwards. Not much on those, though. Less than 20 seconds left. His brother Leon and the gang are cheering him on, but I think it's going to be too little, too late. I think if this was round 4, Edwards would have a decent shot in round 5 because Eblen really slowed down, but this is it. This is the end of the fight. So Edwards will get the W here.
Both of them
are for the round, but he'll lose the fight 4-1. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's both of them collapsed to the ground instantly. Like they just seem exhausted.
Great stuff from both. It wasn't great stuff. It was a great 5th round. It wasn't a great fight. It was solid. Eblen did what he needed to do to hang on to the title, because I remember saying he needed to wrestle more in this fight because the striking was playing with fire a little, and so he did. So how can I blame him for that? But the chat room and others at home have every right to say, hey, this isn't fight of the year.
Right. Probably 4 rounds to 1, right?
Yeah, that's what I would say. Up next, Cris Cyborg versus Larissa Pacheco. Jeremiah J. Ferreira has a good chance to KO Ngannou. You never know.
Yeah, I'm not hating that, man. Like, I really think best Francis Ngannou wins this fight, but there are just so many factors going into this matchup that I don't see why you wouldn't throw some money on the underdog.
Ziryab Jamal says close but no cigar for Edwards. Jeremiah J says 4-1 Eblen. I agree with him. Bartholomew of Hollywood says, how have the judges been tonight? I don't remember a questionable. Oh, no. AJ McKee versus Paul Hughes had a 29-28 McKee, and I don't think anyone really felt that. But let me check MMA decisions to see if anyone else had McKee. For example, in the Pena-Pennington fight, no one scored it for Pena at MMA decisions. But let's see here. And it was 25 for Pennington, 1 scored it a draw, and 0 scored it for Pena. So that was up there, man, in terms of one-sided decisions from the media. And for this one, Hughes and McKee, 2 for McKee, 5 for Hughes. 4 of those 5 were 30-27s. Here we go. All the judges have the same score. Oh, 48-47. Still the champ, Johnny Eblen. But 3-2, huh? Not 4-1. All 3 judges consistent. Okay, so I think I don't think Eblen and Edwards need to meet again. That one's done, right?
Yeah, we have finale.
Edwards would need Eblen out of the way before they were to ever lock horns again. Eblen admits to fading towards the end. He said he came out 10 days from South Florida, but he needed to come out earlier. Says there's still some aspects of his game that he needs to work on.
All right. Well, look, it's been grappling heavy. I think co-main and main event, there's going to be some banging going on. George, let's get our pick in here. Do you know who it's on? It's on me, right? Because you went Edwards.
Yeah.
All right. Look, I don't know why the line is like this. Larissa Pacheco's minus 155. Cris Cyborg is plus 130. It could have been flipped the other way around, and I probably would have still said Cris Cyborg. So if you're going to give me plus number, I will take her at plus 130. That is the play. George, you feeling it or not?
Yeah. For one, because I just gave out Edwards, so I have a lot of nerve, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Cyborg, only Nunes is beating her. I know she's got 2 losses on her record, but you want to know when that other loss was? That other loss was the first fight of her career, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And let's see here.
She does have a
It was to Erica Paez in 2005. So Cris started off 0-1. And then she literally rattled off 20 straight wins before she lost to Nunes. And since losing to Nunes, she's won 7 in a row.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, dude, like I'm okay with going with Cyborg, but Larissa Pacheco is no joke either.
Mm-hmm.
She does tend to get hit a little bit more for my liking, but she also has power. So, She's good too. She's 23-4. Cris is 27-2.
We spoke to Ian Parker earlier in the week. Let's see how he sees this fight playing out.
Larissa Pacheco is favored over Cris Cyborg. What am I missing just right off the bat? I mean, I know their skill sets, and I've seen a lot of fights over the years, but is it an age thing? And trust me, I'm a Pacheco fan, man. I love how she fights. It's just that we live in Vegas, and sometimes it's that anticipated draw of the money that's going to come in usually also accounts for something. I thought a lot of people didn't even know who Pacheco was, whereas the whole world knows who Cyborg is.
I think you just hit it spot on. You took the words right out of my mouth. I don't really get it either, and that's no disrespect to Larissa Pacheco. You know, I think people get so hung up on her beating Kayla Harrison, which was a huge feat, and that's great. And what she did this past season, she won two division champ, and I respect her for that. But, you know, she went to a decision with someone like Julia Budd. She knocked out Yelena Kolesnik, who she's fought like 6,000 times. Again, no fault to her own. This is who was there and what was presented to her. She is a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, but she's fallen in love with being a knockout queen. And I just don't see where she beats Cris Cyborg, you know, in the physicality and the strength, maybe. You know, the whole age thing, I don't really buy into that because I think that there's a lot of fighters. That really comes out to damage for me. You know, someone like Cris Cyborg, who's what, 38, 39 years old, I don't think that really matters. She takes care of herself. She's constantly training. She's not taking any damage. And when's the last time she took any damage in a fight? It was probably the Amanda Nunes fight, if I'm wrong. You know, she's been knocking everyone else out, dominating still. I think if this fight stays on the feet, Cyborg wins. Unless Pacheco can get her down and stay on top of her for 5 rounds, I do think Cyborg wins. I think the value is on her as the underdog. So I'm with you, man. I don't really see how Pacheco would be the favorite here, especially with the styles, unless people forgot that Cyborg has that Muay Thai background, also a black belt in Jiu-Jitsu. I think she's the better wrestler. And Pacheco doesn't really have great head movement. She kind of is that type that's like, I could take it because once I deliver it, you're going down. That's not going to work against Cris Cyborg, man. It just won't. So for me, I like Cyborg here. I liked her even if the odds were flipped. But at plus money, Cris Cyborg all day, twice on Sunday for me.
Ian's good at this, man. If you think
so weird,
Cyborg's
man.
going to win and he thinks it's going to win, that's kind of a winning formula for me.
Yeah, I just think she's going to back her down. I mean, just straight punches coming forward. You'd have to see something pretty exceptional on Larissa Pacheco's side, I think, to get this done.
All right, Larissa
So here's
Pacheco's
Pacheco.
walking out.
She's walking out right now. She was pretty funny. Remember when we had her in studio? She had a good sense of humor, right?
Mm-hmm. She's in the prep point.
Yep. Let's see who you guys believe is gonna win this fight. We are at 77% now for Cris Cyborg, 22% for Pacheco. Remember when we started out, this was 65% Cyborg, 34 Pacheco. So I think a lot of you guys are now kind of drifting over to this side. Pacheco's a good fighter. Like I don't think it's it'll be absolute destruction, but I just didn't think that line was right.
Here comes Cris Cyborg.
Do you remember that time when she met Fedor?
Mm-hmm.
That was cool to watch. That night was awesome. They had so many legends in that cage.
They didn't bring her in though, remember?
Mm-hmm.
I thought they fucked up.
I thought so too. What do they have? That Matt Hughes, Mark Coleman, Dan Henderson. I think
Yeah, it was
Quinn
for
Rampage
Fedor's last
Johnson.
fight. Did they ever give the reason why?
No.
The only thing they could have said, which would have been offensive to some, is, "Oh, well, it was all guys," but because she's just as great as some of them. In fact, she's had maybe even a greater career than some of them. And so they brought a bunch of legends to take a picture with Fedor at Fedor's last fight when he lost to Ryan Bader in it was January of 2022. And with Chris being there, I just thought they should have said, "Come in here, Chris." Hell, they put freaking, what was his name? Christian Leitner on the first 12 Dream Team. Yeah.
Well, there was another one too, wasn't there, on that one? Didn't they have two? Christian Leitner.
They had
and
two
someone
Dream
else?
Teams, but I think they only had Christian Leitner was the one college guy that went.
Mm.
Everyone else kind of fit in. I think Isaiah Thomas should have gone personally, but Jordan and Magic weren't feeling it. I saw Isaiah Thomas tear up the Lakers, man, a few times where I was like, Ngannou wins clean and clear. Come back and confirm, according to Curlane Chronal. Bartholomew of Haywood says Cyborg is a beast. Win or lose tonight. John Hines says you're all wrong. Larissa's winning.
I like that at least he's straight to the point.
Cesar Gutierrez says lots of empty seats in the arena.
Yeah.
JJ says, what a boring card. Hopefully Cyborg and Francis save it.
Prelims were good.
Danny's embarrassed for us both.
For both of us?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
All right, here we go. Pacheco being announced. This has been a great card, according to Hybrid. I'm not about to read that whole name. Hybrid, catastrophic impact, 83rd, X83rd power. The arena's packed. I don't know. They haven't really panned the arena because I'm looking at you guys and then I look up. So if somebody said it was empty, it might be a little, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if it's pockets or just unsold tickets or what, but I know what they want is to sell pay-per-views.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how
the
it went
name of
for
the
them.
game.
All right, here we go. They touch gloves. Two Brazilian fighters, old school and new school. Cris Cyborg, red corner. Larissa Pacheco, blue corner. Already throwing a stiff jab is Cris Cyborg. They say Larissa threw one too. Nice body shot from Cris.
Pacheco's not backing off. She's coming forward.
Yeah.
You don't see that too often.
Cris gets a body lock. Does she want to take this fight to the ground? We'll see. Some knees to the thighs of Pacheco from Cris Cyborg. Oh, some nice hooks thrown from both ladies.
She bloodied up Cris Cyborg. Cyborg has blood coming out of her nose now.
And Cris goes for a nice takedown. I mean, well timed. And it could be because of what you just said, goes bloody nose. Okay, let me take this fight to the ground. But it was really, I mean, like a GSP-esque type takedown. Well timed and violent.
That type of leak is I've seen it a lot, man. I think she might have broke her nose.
Well, this is the spot to be then. You're not getting hit in the nose now. She's on top, inside control. There's a quarter guard for Larissa Pacheco, hanging on, preventing Cris from mounting. Although I don't think Cris wants to. I think Cris feels pretty comfortable right here.
Yeah, look at her
inside
base.
control. She does get that leg out, and now she's throwing some elbows from the top. And now Larissa's back to her feet, but Cris throws a nice kick to the head. And Larissa just said, nice, thank you, and still keeps swinging. But that was one hell of a kick. Goes shin to head from Cris Cyborg. Now they're pressed up against the cage. The announcer's making note of the blood trickling out of Cyborg's nose. 2:46, 45 left here in round one. So far, this fight's been exciting.
Mm-hmm.
The others, not so much. This one.
Yeah. Larissa's landed some decent shots, though.
Dan Hardy's standing up.
They better have some plastic over their notes because blood's going to be flying on there soon.
They're saying a cut and swelling around the left eye of Cris Cyborg. I do see a little swelling now, like on the eyelid. We haven't been able to see her because she's been on the ground or she's had her back towards us. Let's see what happens when they split up. Cyborg with a nice left hook. But see, Pacheco's expressionless. Pacheco's got a lot of blood on her face, and it's Chris's blood. There's 150 left here in round one. And again, Cris waits for Pacheco to throw some punches. And then Cris gets a great takedown, except she walks into a guillotine. She looks comfortable because she was throwing some punches. But Larissa does have the arm under the chin. Cris seems to be okay here.
I think she'll be fine, yeah. She's not liking it, but she should be fine.
And again, Cris just punching to the body. So that's why we can tell she appears to be okay. She does give a thumbs up right now. She's held on to that squeeze for a while. She might want to let it go at some point. Cris now postures up, maybe to lessen the squeeze, to find some air. But again, she doesn't feel like she's threatened. She might pop her head out, and she does. And now there's 45 seconds left here in round one. She's on top with Larissa Pacheco in half guard. And she throws some nice ground and pound. Remember, she was the underdog. She is trickling blood all over Larissa Pacheco.
It's coming from the eye and the nose now.
Pacheco punching from the bottom, but nothing like being the top position fighter and doing it. Cris stands up, kicks Larissa Pacheco's legs. Looks like she's letting her stand up if she wants. Yep. The ref gets in the middle. 10 seconds left. Let's see if they swing. Cris was actually doing pretty good work in ground and pound. I was shocked that she was willing to let her back up. Now let's see what the cut looks like and if they're able to clean her up. Oh, look at that kick, man. She just eats it, Pacheco does, and comes back swinging. It was more ankle than shin. And like the guy said, she could have been sleeping off that kick because it was delivered right to the face, man. Cyborg is an athletic specimen because those takedowns were so nice.
So it looks like they got the blood to stop. So good work in the corner. But yeah, couple injuries there for Cyborg on the way out. Wait, there's another cut on the other eyelid too? She's got 2 cuts, George.
Yeah, they cleaned her
Both
up
eyes.
well.
You would never suspect that she won that round.
Dan Hardy says, it's possible I may be more scared of Larissa Pacheco than either of the guys in the main event. She's kind of fighting like a cyborg because she always comes forward, man, nonstop without fear.
Yeah.
But make no mistake, Cris still throws hard. Her takedowns, the way she mixes up MMA is nice. Her kicks are nice. She hasn't missed one beat, man.
Larissa just, I don't know if she doesn't respect her or what. She's not moving her head. She's got no emotion. She just keeps coming forward and lands 2 good right hands on Cris
Big
Cyborg.
right hand from Pacheco.
Who would have thought we'd be in the age where we hear from Jake Paul what he's seeing?
I can't believe Sean O'Connell asked him, how'd you score it the first round? I thought that was a clear Cyborg round. That kick to the head was amazing. I mean, Pacheco did land some punches, but man, Cyborg's takedowns, her ground and pound, like she just seemed like to have a lot more offense.
Mm-hmm.
So now they're pushed up against the cage here. There's 3 minutes left in round 2. It's Cyborg pushing Pacheco up. Throws a nice elbow and then kind of a back fist that looked like almost like a back fist type slap, man. Wow, that was amazing.
Mm-hmm. It bothered Larissa.
But Larissa still keeps hunting.
Cyborg's eyes are a mess right now.
And Cyborg times it again off of a big punch that Pacheco does not land. And between the momentum of Pacheco going forward and Cyborg's timing, she just gets underneath and puts her down, dude. Looks like a linebacker sacking a quarterback. She's on top in half guard. 2:10 left here in round 2.
It's an odd situation because if we were to turn on the camera right now, right, and you guys would see what both gals look like, you would think Pacheco's winning this fight. I mean, Cyborg's face is a mess right now, but it's Cyborg on top right now, trying to deliver some ground and pound. But Larissa doesn't go away.
.90 seconds left here in round 2. But Cyborg's still on top in half guard. She doesn't seem like she wants to relinquish the position. She likes where she's at. She's still able to throw some strikes. She hasn't really postured up and landed any elbows. She's not attacking with any submissions. She just feels comfortable here where she is. Pacheco doesn't have her back against the fence, nor she even in that position. And she keeps the lockdown on Cyborg's leg, so no urgency to get up.
Less than a minute left, and it's still Cris Cyborg on top, landing ground and pound now.
Those are some good punches from Cyborg. She elects to stand up, though. Now she throws kicks at Larissa Pacheco while Pacheco's on her back. She's just kicking her right in the butt, right in the thigh. Referee Brian Miner gets in the way. They stand up. There's 25 seconds left in round 2. Pacheco goes back to hunting. Coming up, Francis Ngannou against Renan Ferreira. Battle of the Giants main event. Big right hand lands for Pacheco. Right. That caught Cyborg's attention.
That fight would be over fast, George.
Oh, yeah. 10-second warning has already gone off. This round's going to come to a close here, and it does. I don't see how Cris didn't get that round as well.
Yeah, she got it. If you're Larissa Pacheco, you just can't get taken down again. I mean, Cris has just proven she could do it and keep her there. Pacheco's just got to get a little lower in her stance, and she's got to be a little bit more aggressive. I think that's what worked for her in round one.
They're showing reactions from some of the celebrities or notables there in the crowd. But what happened was Cris threw an elbow that missed, and then she caught it back and threw her fist, and you could see Pacheco even going, ooh, like, what was that? You know, like I got buzzed.
She has almost the exact same cut on both sides of her eyes right here.
How many rounds is this fight? Victor Camarasa asks. It's 5. It's a title fight. Cris Go Wild. Francis Ngannou versus Renan Ferreira. Did I say that?
Yeah.
It's Renan Ferreira.
That's why I said that fight would be over quick.
It would be a death sentence. 2-0 for Cyborg, according to Jeremiah J. Those cuts on Cyborg are nasty. You ain't lying.
Those are usually cuts that come off of elbows, but I think she did them both with punches.
Crown Clown asking who is winning. I just got here. Cyborg, we think 2-0.
But she's taken some damage along the way for sure.
She's the favorite at -130 on live betting. Pacheco +100 as the underdog. Cyborg kind of this is interesting. Cyborg's on the outside. She likes being on the outside. Pacheco's standing in the middle going, come this way, come here. And Cyborg would not bite. The crowd kind of booed a little bit, but
she had kind of her Max Holloway moment pointing to the center of the cage, but she couldn't get Cyborg to come there.
Well, it's Larissa that needs to score points, so she has to let go of that. Luckily, she didn't stay on it. Hardy says Pacheco's in good shape right now because she's not damaged. She looks good right now. Damn, they can both throw a nice right hand.
You know, there's very few females I've ever seen stand in front of Cris Cyborg and just somewhat look comfortable. Like Larissa just doesn't look like she's bothered by what Cyborg throws.
250 left here in round 3. It's Pacheco that stalks Cyborg against the outside. Cyborg looks really comfortable, kind of fighting close to the fence, but not along the fence. And Pacheco stalks her down. They both throw. They both absorb some really, really good punches from the other. Oh, big right hand from Pacheco. Puts Cyborg on her butt. Now she's on top of Cyborg inside her full guard with 220 left here in round 3. Cyborg closes her guard. She's holding on, probably recovering a little bit, but it was a great takedown.
When do we ever see this, George?
Yeah.
She caught her clean, put her down clean.
Look at the shoot box tattoo on Cyborg's calf. She's originally from that team in Curitiba, Brazil. Legendary team. Mauricio Shogun Rua, Vanderlei Silva, Anderson Silva, Fabricio Verdum. They all started off there. And so did her ex-husband, Evangelista Santos, as well as Cris Cyborg. That's the same gym now that has Charles Oliveira and Ian Gary and a few others. Elvis Brenner, I think. That's the shoot box team. Their version of Muay Thai. Pacheco still on top with 105 left here in round 3. She's definitely winning the round. She got the knockdown, and she's followed it up with some riding time on top, some strikes. So this could be 2-1 going into the next round. However, live betting has Pacheco at -145, which could imply that the odds makers think she's won 2 of the 3 rounds.
I think they're just messing with us, right? Like, I thought those were clear Cris Cyborg rounds. I think Pacheco can do a little bit more here. You know, she's got a good position. It's a closed guard. Cyborg's not really showing us that she's even trying to get up. I think Pacheco needs to go all in here with 20 seconds left. Elbows, punches, whatever she can.
Those of you in the chat, how have you guys scored it so far? Include this one, because this is going to go to Pacheco. So through 3 rounds, how have you scored the fight? Let's see what the chat room thinks. Also, if you can hit a like button, I wouldn't hate you. Good round for Pacheco. She takes some momentum into these championship rounds. They do have belts on the line here. So these are championship rounds. They're not just going 5 for funsies. I'm going to check my live betting and see what they're saying.
Just showing some highlights here. The punch that put Cyborg down kind of hit her like in the chest, throat area. It was a little bit of a balance thing, but she capitalized on it. She got it. Man,
look at that cut goes over Cyborg's eye. It's below the eyebrow and above the eye, but it's big. It's not really bleeding much. They cleaned it up nice. They stopped the bleeding, and they have some Vaseline there. But a big elbow could definitely open that thing up a little bit because it's exposed. I mean, we're not talking Irene Aldana type forehead, but still. They touch gloves. 4th round starts. Here we go. Inside leg kick there by Cris Cyborg.
She's got to do more of that. After that round, though, Pacheco had this little grin on her face, like her confidence grew a little bit more. Let's see if she can kind of take advantage of that. That was a nice leg kick. She kind of took Cyborg off balance there for a second.
This would be massive for Larissa Pacheco if she can get the W.
If she did, how much of the blame do you think is going to be put towards like Cyborg maybe getting older?
Man, Larissa Pacheco is just a good fighter. So if you lose to her, you lose to her. She looked to me in the first couple rounds like she didn't miss a beat.
Nice left hand from Cyborg. Pacheco landed a nice leg kick that threw Cyborg off balance when she came forward.
.320 left here in round 4. So what'd the chat say as far as scores? 2-1 Cyborg. 2 different people, Jeremiah J and Chris Soto, say 2-1 Cyborg. Victor Camarasa says Pacheco. Cyborg Pacheco. He's got it 2-1 Pacheco. Okay. Keep them coming.
Heavy strikes being thrown there by Cris Cyborg. They didn't probably land the way she wanted them to. Nice right hand from
thinks
Pacheco.
2-1 Cyborg as well. All right, here we go. 2:35 left here in round 4.
A little bit of a slower pace, right?
Yeah, I thought this one was going to be over quick.
Main event's got to be over quick, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, look at the Vaseline kind of blocking Cyborg's field of vision a little.
Mhm.
It's like goop kind of hanging there. Pacheco minus 425 in live betting.
This round
Overhand right there lands for Cris Cyborg. It seemed to hurt Pacheco. Pacheco
Good right
does swing
hand.
back with a nice couple hooks that catches Cyborg's attention, tells her to back off, but Cyborg was starting to attack a little bit.
I was just about to say this round is up for grabs right now. Both girls just kind of moving around, not throwing a lot of strikes right now. They haven't thrown a
Dan
strike
Hardy
probably in 30 seconds.
going to bat for PFL. He says these two would leave the other ladies on the ground. He's
Quite
talking about
possibly.
the ESPN pound for pound top 10, and I'm pretty sure 8 are from the UFC, and these two are PFL. I think that is point.
Cyborg landed a nice body kick, and Pacheco countered with a nice right hand. They're kind of going tit for tat, man.
Dan Hardy thinks Cyborg's losing steam. 45 seconds left here in round 4. Oh,
Ooh.
nice left there lands for Cyborg.
I mean, maybe a little bit, but she's landed the more significant strikes, I feel like, in this round.
Pacheco minus down to 270. Down to minus 270, I should say. So she's still the favorite, but it came down from earlier in the round.
Oof.
Cris attacks again. I think
Pacheco's
Pacheco
fighting
needed...
like she has the lead, though.
Yeah, and that's kind of weird because... Oh, they swing again. Less than 7 seconds left. Oh, nice kick to the head by Pacheco. They high five. They go back to their corners. Yeesh. These scores could be everywhere.
They could. I still feel like right now we're watching the highlights. I still feel like Cris had the more significant strikes. I have it 3-1 Cyborg. You?
I think so too.
Chat room?
Let's see what the bookies are saying. The announcers, Randy Couture thinks it's 2-2. Hardy seemed to agree. He wasn't as assertive in that opinion, but he left it as a strong possibility. I would agree with that. I mean, they're swinging, and the high five, and round 5 is underway.
Cyborg got away from trying to take the fight to the ground, though, in round 4. I wouldn't be shocked if he tried that here in round 5.
Nice jab there from Cris to start. Lazy kick there by Pacheco. It gets blocked. They're tired. 4:20 left here in round 5. Oh, they both throw big right hands that miss.
If I'm Brian Miner, I think I'd take a step back after seeing that.
Huh. 3:40 left here in round 5. They kind of been standing there, just squaring off, touching gloves, pairing at each other. Nice calf kick there from Pacheco. We haven't said that too much on today's show. Not as many calf kicks as we're used to seeing.
Yeah.
But it does feel like yesterday when we were talking to Chanel, Dyer, and Simeon Powell.
It does. Pacheco seems like the one putting pressure now. She's backing Cris Cyborg up towards the cage. That's where Cyborg likes to be. She likes to fire off that back leg. And there it is, to the body. Nice right hand from Pacheco.
Yeah. Cyborg
Firing
attack.
back at Cyborg.
She must have hit her or landed because Pacheco's on the ground. Cyborg's now throwing some ground and pound. I can't tell if Pacheco's just trying to turtle up and cover or if she's really hurt. Now she's going to kind of roll in. Oh, no, now she stands up, so she's okay. Sometimes these fighters just slip or recover quick. She's up quick, and she's stalking Cyborg now.
Cris Cyborg landed some brutal shots, though, when she was on the ground.
2:15 left here in round 5. What if it is 2-2? Cyborg might have just taken a good, strong lead going into these last couple minutes. Pacheco needs to make up for that. Cyborg minus 160 on live betting. Pacheco plus 124. And there's 2 minutes left now.
Her corner's got to let her know. Pacheco's got to put her foot on the gas, and I think she's very capable of doing it. She seems like she's not that tired.
Not much going on here with 125. They're in the center of the smart cage. Scorecards could be everywhere. Right hand there by Cris. Did that land us? It kind of backed her up a little.
A little bit.
Maybe caught the tail end of her.
She's got a lead from what she did earlier, though. And
Cyborg's face is a mess.
Pacheco's been fighting this round and the last round like she's winning every round. She needs to be more aggressive here.
Dan Hardy says, I got no idea how I would score this. I'm glad I'm not a judge. Minus 230 on live betting for Cris Cyborg. Couple stiff jabs from Pacheco. That overhand right from Cyborg comes around every so often. Usually gets a piece of Pacheco. And there it is again. In fact, she kind of throws the right hand and it leads to a takedown. Now they roll to the ground. Pacheco managed to kind of create a scramble, which caused Cyborg to stand back up. Pacheco's on her back still. The referee gets in the way. Stands up. 16 seconds left here. Let's see if they throw down. Oh, a nice exchange there from both ladies. And now they hear the 10-second warning. It looks like they want to. No one's pointing to the ground, but Pacheco and Cyborg both threw some nice overhand rights. That's it. That's the end of the fight. Oh, God, Goze. That is a tough one to score. But I think Cyborg won 3-2.
I think so, too. I think she won, but I think Pacheco's going to be mad when she goes back and watches it because I think she could have done more. And in that little more, she probably could have stolen some rounds and cemented it. She just didn't do enough.
That was a good fight, man. I hope they're not hating on it because you don't see too many people throw that hard in women's MMA. Like they really socked each other up pretty good, man. Joseph Boza, Pacheco 3-2, he says. Hybrid says PFL has the best female fighters.
You might be right.
Bartholomew of Haywood says Cyborg versus Mayweather next.
At some point, we just got to call him Bart, right?
Yeah. Please. Well, it's actually Bert.
Bert?
Yeah, because he's Bartholomew.
Oh, he's Bartholomew?
Isn't it Bartholomew's usually? But this is a Bartholomew. Can you please tell us who wins? I will, Jay. Is Francis next? XRP Hank, yes. Please hit the like button if you don't mind. And if you do mind, give me a pass and do it anyway. Here we go. $49.46. All $49.46. Cris Cyborg wins $49.46 on all of the judges' scorecards. And I was fine with 3-2. Cris Cyborg, I think I can accept 4-1 as well. I know there was one round clearly she didn't win. But man, okay. I thought it was going to be 3-2 either way. No one's booing. The ladies are showing a lot of respect. And that belt on Cyborg is amazing. That's her 5th major belt, man. And Cris had to answer a lot of adversity because she got cut up really good early on. Brett Okamoto having a word with Cris Cyborg. Brett asked her about the exchange she had with Larissa, and she's saying, I was telling Larissa, you're a legend. It was a pleasure for me to fight her. This is the new generation. Saudi Arabia, you guys gave me much love. I love you back. Cris was the underdog, yeah. She feels blessed, grateful, 20 years of hard work.
She wants to defend that title.
She wants to fight in Dubai in February.
George, if you're Cris Cyborg, before you end the career, do you just fight for a bare knuckle title just to add another one?
Pretty amazing what she's done, man. I mean, like that might be. I always say Dan Henderson's pretty decorated himself because he's got a UFC tournament belt, the King of Kings belt, the Pride welterweight Grand Prix belt, the Pride middleweight belt, the Strike Force middleweight belt. He did come up short on 2 undisputed UFCs. And I think that's it. But still, that's pretty amazing because the King of Kings was a open weight tournament with heavyweights. Yeah, he competed mostly as a middleweight, but then he also won 2 middleweight belts. And sorry, he was a 2-division champ at Pride. That's right. He was a welterweight and middleweight champ at Pride, and a Strikeforce light heavyweight champ, and a UFC tournament champ, and a King of Kings openweight champ. Like, but now she's got 5 different belts as well with some title defenses. Who else has jumped around and won belts like that in different leagues? I know Gilbert Melendez had a Shudo belt, a WEC belt, a Strikeforce belt, came up short on the UFC belt. I'm not trying to put him in that category. I'm just saying I'm thinking of people that have won at least 3 belts, major belts. There's not too many of them.
Well, let's put our play in here, George. We got Ngannou at minus 225. What's he coming back here? And then comes back at plus 185. I see a lot of avenues for victory here for Ferreira. But I got to imagine the best Ngannou is going to show up. I mean, look, he's coming back from another sport. He's had some personal problems. He hasn't fought in a long time. He's had to travel for the fight. There's just so much. But Francis Ngannou in his life has just shown that he knows how to bounce back from bad situations. So I'm gonna make that play. Unless you completely disagree with me, what do you think, George?
So who do you like?
I like Francis Ngannou minus 225. But I wouldn't be shocked if there was an upset here.
Yeah, I'm gonna ride with Francis Ngannou here. Luckily, it wasn't like John Jones. He just flat out didn't fight for 3 years. Came back and won. All credit to him in a different weight class. But this guy was training for boxing. So if anything, maybe he sharpened his hands. But was he wrestling, doing jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai? No, he wasn't doing any of that. So that part sucks. However, I think I've told this story before. He's a specimen, man. When I've seen him train at Extreme and they do stuff on cardio day, he doesn't phone it in because he's a world champion. Like, he goes out there and tries to sprint as fast as he can and, things like that. But what were you going to say?
Well, I was going to say, we spoke to Ian Parker about the main event. Why don't we get his take on what he thinks is going to happen here?
Okay. Going off 2.5 years, right, that he hasn't fought versus Renan Ferreira. And I wanted to ask you, Ian, what is kind of like your barometer for ring rust? Now, he hasn't been fighting in MMA, but he's been training for boxing, and he's a specimen for sure.
Yeah.
And it seems like as of late, these 1 year, 2 year layoffs haven't been hurting fighters. Case in point, Juliana Pena, which I argue that Pennington won the fight, but still, she went out there and at least made it competitive enough that judges, disagreed and agreed. But what are you expecting out of Ngannou that night?
You know what? I think with the heavyweight division, you're expecting stand-up. So he's been training in that, right? Even though MMA, boxing is different, but it's different when you're having to worry about stopping a takedown, which I don't think Renan Ferreira will be shooting on him anytime soon. If anything, I think it would be the opposite. I think Francis, path of least resistance is the same way he went at Cyril Gane by turning it to Francis Nurmagomedov and turning this into a wrestling match, and getting on top and doing damage that way. I don't love the layoff based on his age, and I really don't like the knockout he just took from Anthony Joshua. It's not a knock on Francis at all. Listen, he's a wonderful person. The story is incredible. What he's done is, just an unbelievable inspiration, and he's a great fighter, and he's one of the best to ever do it. The power he carries in those hands is beyond, Thanos-like. It's crazy, but he's been out of the game for a bit, coming off a knockout loss. He's not getting any younger, and he's fighting a bigger, younger, probably more athletic, active guy whose confidence is through the roof. And at these odds, guys, it's hard to not take the problem on Renan Ferreira here. And it's not a knock on Francis' skill level or ability. But you guys watch this sport as much as I do, right? I think sometimes people forget even when the rankings happen, that there are just fighters whose skill level is just dangerous. And that's why guys that are higher ranked, I'm like, nope, make them work for it. We don't want to fight them yet, right? That's why someone like Chimaev did what he did, like a Bo Nickel. We're going to slow him down. With the PFL right now, they have an opportunity with someone in Renan Ferreira to go out there and take out a former UFC champion and show that this guy is one of the best heavyweights in the world. And at these odds, I'm going to take the underdog here. I think the odds are a lot wider than they should be based off the knockout loss Francis went through, based on the style of fighting. Man, you got two mammoths in there, though. This is going to be wild.
Agree and disagree with what Ian said.
I agree. That's what makes this fight so interesting. There's just so many things that could happen. One thing that I don't see it making it 5 rounds. That these dudes are just too big. They throw too hard. I see it 2 rounds tops, maybe. I think, no matter which way it goes,
The chat thinks 79% are going with Ferreira. Ngannou, sorry, and Ferreira's 20%. And that layoff scares me a little bit. Those KOs, the knockdowns and the KO he took scares me a little bit. But I didn't think he was going to do that great in boxing, and he went toe-to-toe with Tyson Fury. So it's like he finds ways of surprising me. I remember the hurt knee against Gane, and yet he gutted, man, and won that fight.
So let me ask you this. How does each guy get it done? Like, how do you see Francis getting it done?
There might be one takedown in Francis to try and beat him up that way, but that's I'm overthinking it. So I would say just straight up fists. Francis Ngannou trusting his hands, his power to knock out Renan Ferreira. I think he wants the win, but I think he also wants to make a statement as well. And so a decision, it ain't going to go to a decision, and grappling his way, I don't think that really drives him. I think he wants to put on a show in Riyadh, make up for those losses in boxing, and also send a message to John Jones, Stephen Miocic, Tom Aspinall, and of course Renan Ferreira. I'm the baddest man on the planet. That's the way you do it.
And Dana White.
If
Francis Ngannou loses this fight, I think what'll happen is when he puts together 2 to 3 punch combos, 4 punch combos, sometimes he gets a little sloppy towards the end. I could see Ferreira catching him with a check hook or something. I could see something like that, but I don't know, man. To me, he does look dialed in. I think he's going to be good. And I do like your scenario, and I do see that possibly happening, is him going for a takedown and possibly getting it early.
Yeah, just to be different, because Eric Nixick in his corner is good at coming up with, game plans, that sometimes involve like thinking ahead, right? So there's teams that'll, you think they're going to pass, and instead they'll run the ball early on, and you're thinking, this isn't what we expected, and it causes you to change your schematics on defense, and then all of a sudden they come back and hit you with their strength. Now, some people will say that's overthinking it, and that you very well could be right, because if 30 seconds in, Renan Ferreira is standing over him, right, then, and he ate a knee, yeah, I suppose, but I don't know. He doesn't really, like, when do you really open up Junkie and hear about Renan clubbing it, right, in Vegas, or being obnoxious or drunk or immature or just abusing his body? Like, okay, I see 38 and 34, but I see somebody who's just, still in physical prime. 85-inch reach for Renan Ferreira. That's even longer than John Jones. Man.
I'll never forget being at Extreme Couture, and I was on my phone, and then Francis walked in, I didn't see him. I was just on my phone, and he went to fist bump, and I just remember all of my phone disappearing. Like I couldn't see my hand, I couldn't see my phone. It was just all gone, and it was covered by his hand. It was so big and massive. I couldn't believe that, man. So to even see this dude who's bigger than him, I can't imagine what these two monsters are going to be like there in that cage.
Yeah, sometimes it just comes to who lands first, too, right?
True. Like
Very
slap
cool that
fighting.
they're utilizing Michael C. Williams here for this big event. I think he's an outstanding announcer. I did want to say one thing here. Goze and I will be doing a watch along next Saturday for UFC 308. It's also an early start time, so be on the lookout for that. I'm not kidding either. This event starts at the main card's at 11 a.m. Pacific, 2 p.m. Eastern, and we usually come in a little earlier. So be on the lookout. We'll make announcements throughout the week just to see how many fights we're going to do and at what time, because honestly the prelims go at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific. Also, Goze and I were part of this weekly show here on this youtube.com/MMA Junkie Video. It's called Spinning Backclick, and that's why we're telling you to subscribe and hit like. You can catch us every Monday breaking down the biggest stories in mixed martial arts for 1 hour along with our colleagues. I'm at MMA Junkie George. Goze is at the Goze on Twitter and on Instagram. If you can hit a like button, we'd love you for that. Subscribe, we would love you for that as well. Enjoy this fight. This is going to be a great fight either way. But yeah, I got some work to do here in regards to the rankings because these are two of the top heavyweights in the world. Whoever wins over the other definitely gets a serious look as baddest man on the planet, man. Sure. I'm not trying to play any UFC versus PFL card at all, but Miocic hasn't been active. Jones hasn't been active. I think Aspinall is one hell of a heavyweight too. Another big dude's going to be reffing this fight. It's Dan Mergliata. Dan the Tan. We're getting ready to start here. Here we go. Touch of gloves. Yep. They hesitated for a second. Ferreira's a little bit more the bouncy guy. Oh, nice calf kick there by Francis Ngannou. Kind of twisted Ferreira up a little bit. Oh, nice kick by Ferreira. Oh, dude, everything is
right back at him.
Oh my God!
Look at leg kicks.
He looked like a Rocket from New York. He kicks
like they're swinging baseball bats.
He kicked Ferreira's leg so high that Ferreira kicked his leg up high. 2-1 leg kicks on Ngannou. Neither guy has thrown a punch yet. 4:20 left here in round one. Hannon's got his hands down a bit. Another nice leg kick by Ngannou, and Dan Hardy's like, whoa, because Renan Ferreira threw a big right hand that missed. And another big leg kick from Ferreira. And now, guess what goes? Ngannou goes for a takedown and gets hit.
Nice, too.
Let's see what happens here. It was a nice takedown. It was. And now he's got him in half guard. Ferreira's kind of trying to get up. And it looks like Ngannou is preventing that from happening.
Ferreira is not in a very comfortable position right now.
No, he's flat. He's flat on his back. And he's stretching out Francis's legs so Francis can't posture up. But Francis is still on top of him.
He's trying to figure out what to do next here from this position.
So Francis manages to get up to his knees. Ngannou minus 230 on live fights. Live bets, sorry. 253 left here in round one. Ngannou's kind of, Ferreira's kind of trying to a triangle.
Yeah, it
He's
looks
got
like the
long
third
legs.
to
I think
go. It's a very long setup. So if Francis falls
Francis
for
needs to
this,
be careful. Yeah.
I mean, he is setting it up so slowly.
And Ryan Miner kind of swatted away one of the feet that was stuck in the cage. Now he's in half guard on top of Ferreira. He might be in a more comfortable position right now to do some heavy ground and pound. Ferreira's now starting to get his back to the wall a little bit. This is very unexpected. I know I said something like this, but I really didn't think it would happen. I just thought Francis is coached very well. And now Francis is unloading. Ferreira straightens out his leg to create some space. He tried to get up, but Francis is just hammering away. And Francis is still on
saw
top.
him respect the power there.
No hook, but he's got 260 pounds on top of Ferreira. Ferreira's kind of turtled up. And Francis now wailing away a couple punches. Some getting in, some being covered up. Okay, some are starting to get through. Francis is wailing away. Ferreira's not doing anything. And this fight's about to be stopped. Not yet. And that's it. It's over. Looks like he's out.
He was knocked out like 3 punches before, and the last couple ones went straight to the back of his head.
Wow, and the crowd pops, man. And it does look a little scary the way he's laying there flat. I didn't know it was 3 goes. I know that Mergliata looked like he gave him every last chance because he was kind of covered up, and it was hard to see what was affecting him. But yeah, right now he's like just out. Francis being respectful.
One of those kind of took him out, you could tell, and then he might have come back a little bit, but a couple of them were just directly to the back of the head, man.
Wow.
Doctors are asking for room.
Eric Nixick hugging Francis Ngannou, talking to him. I'm sure he's telling him something having to do with his son. I bet you he's reflecting on that. None of this is as important as what the loss to his son was. And Renan Ferreira's kind of looking at him right now. Looks like he's just they're kind of sitting right next to each other. Looks like Renan maybe wants to talk to him.
He's confused.
Yeah, he's confused. He's out of it. And they do shake hands, but you can tell Francis is emotional.
Renan Ferreira kind of held the back of his head there for a second too. He's got a huge knot up on the top of his head.
Oh, Francis is really, really shaking up, Goze. Look at him.
All of them. They're all crying. Dewey Cooper, Eric Nixick.
That's emotional.
I mean, George,
that's emotional of the decision he made.
That's the performance of the baddest man on the planet right there, right?
Mm-hmm.
What he did to him.
Ray Lewis is talking to him too. Renan Ferreira's still kind of like, what happened? Ray Lewis is talking to him. Hall of Fame linebacker, formerly of the Baltimore Ravens. He's starting to collect himself a little bit. Peter Murray comes in to congratulate him. So he goes in for the takedown. He timed one of Ferreira's overhands. Ferreira never really got going with it. He timed it nice. He gets him down. Great takedown. He kind of pulls a single and brings him down to the ground. And then once he got on top right here, Ferreira did too much time covering up, thinking, oh, these won't go through. But in reality, yeah, that one he's out right there. So this one's just a bonus. So I'd say maybe it was 1 late, possibly 2 goes, but oh.
I think, I thought he was out after that one.
Oh, there's another one. There's another angle where he looks like he's too late. Meaning
there's one that slips through that I think kind of put him out.
Okay, right here. No, that kind of covered up there too. This one maybe gets through a little bit. This one I hear, okay, that's damage. No, he's still okay. That one didn't feel good. That one still catches a part of the defense.
Jesus, I think that one hurt him. Or that one put him out.
Yeah. So there's probably 2 extra, but I forgot about that one.
Holy crap!
Maybe it was 3. I don't know. One angle didn't look so bad. Wow.
It's a big dude.
Doesn't he kind of look like Bruce Smith, who used to be a defensive lineman for the Buffalo Bills?
Mm-hmm.
Jeez. So now he's got a PFL belt and a UFC belt.
Yeah, dude. I think you can say baddest man and baddest woman on the planet are over here. The Tom Aspinall fight to me is more interesting than a John Jones fight, though.
In other words, if you had your choice of who Ngannou could fight, you would go Aspinall over Jones?
If I wanted to find out who the baddest heavyweight in the world is, that has to go through Aspinall.
But Jones is a bigger fight.
Right.
He's the business fight that's bigger, the legacy fight that's bigger. But I agree. I think Aspinall's more of a talented heavyweight than Jones. I'd love for Jones to prove me wrong and beat Aspinall if he beats Miocic, but it doesn't seem like he wants to do that. Wow. They put the belt around him. Let's see what I think Brett's going to talk to him. Let's see what Brett has to say. How's this moment feel to you? Francis is still holding back emotions. He's mentioning his son. I fight for him. I'm not done, he says. His voice keeps breaking and cracking. He's thinking the location, the PFL, the people. He thinks he's got a good fan base in Saudi Arabia.
Difficulties and challenges in your life for what you just described. I don't think any other human being can even picture walking out with that on their minds. What was it like for you to walk to the stage tonight?
What was it like to walk out into the cage with all those emotions? He says the training camp was tough and the last few days were tough. A lot of emotion. He says it's hard, a lot of pain. And now he's getting emotional again just thinking of that. He says he didn't feel like he lost a step at all, even though he was away from the sport for a while. He says he knew he was in shape for MMA. He says he knew everything would be there, all of his tools. Managing his emotions was the toughest thing he had to do. It was hard walking out. He's thankful for his family for coming out, his team. Some of his coaches were away from their families as well. He thanks them.
You said all along that you were next month's notice. Did you envision taking this fight to the floor, or was that something that you saw when you got?
Did you envision taking the fight to the ground? He says he knew it was an option. I mean, he finished Goze via ground and pound. And it was a smart way of protecting his chin. You know, we did bring up the Joshua KOs or knockout and the knockdowns. So you got to give him credit for fighter IQ. You got to give him credit for being balanced in his approach to fighting. Remember, round 5 was won against Cyril Gane with wrestling, you know, overall grappling. And he's not just a powerhouse. Obviously, most of his highlights are KOs, but he is proving he's a well-rounded mixed martial artist.
Yeah, that's a great performance. What is he asking him here?
What do you want to say about your son?
And then I dedicate this one to Thank you. Thanks so much, Francis. Sean, back to you.
He allows him to give praise to his son and his memory. And now he's taking pictures with Ray Sefo and Peter Murray and Don Davis. And I saw a funny comment in the chat room when Don Davis's ego is going to be through the roof. Something like that. That's pretty good. PFL needs a new heavyweight contender. Yeah, you're right. Chris goes wild because in a way it's just boom. Now what, right? Someone's going to win this season, but are they going to be as big of a name as Hennen? Because Hennen won the season, then he beat Ryan Bader, and now he's lost to Francis Ngannou. So with that goes Bader in a way, you know, even though Bader's getting older, I don't know how much more he had left, how much more tread he had on the tires. So yeah, this season's champ hopefully can make themselves relevant somehow, because now that we're back to reality, there is no, as much as we want it, there is no co-promoting, you know, so there is no Aspinall or Jones or, you know, nothing like that, which is kind of unfortunate. This kind of is the highlight of Francis's career at PFL, unless someone rises through somehow, or they sign a free agent.
Right. There's not many of those, or that will really fit the bill, right? Like you look at a guy, maybe like a guy that's in bare knuckle, right? Like a Ben Rothwell, someone like that could hold him over till somebody else gets groomed for that position. But yeah, I don't know. And then, you know, boxing's always going to come back with their paydays. Who knows what they do there?
Yeah, it's true. But I really don't want to see him box.
I don't either.
I think Anthony Joshua showed that there's levels to this. And I think Tyson Fury didn't take him serious. And because he's not a powerful puncher, you know, like a one-hitter quitter type guy, I think he was able to kind of play with him a little bit. Next thing you know, he realized, holy shit, I'm in a fight. And he just had to like outpoint him rather than get involved in, you know, the type of tussle where they're just socking each other. Stanley Lombardi says Francis is GOAT. Chris go wild. I feel like the referee could have stopped it sooner. Bro, that was all behind the head shots. I don't agree, Von G. As long as you hit a part of the ear, it's not a shot to the back of the head. And a few times he was hitting the hand. And it's hard to say that had the hand not been there, maybe it doesn't touch the ear. I don't know. But you said all behind the head shots. That I disagree with completely. He even went underneath the armpit and hit him on the chin. There did appear to be one Really, really late hit. You know, I didn't like that one. I think we made note of that. I wonder how the fans feel for spending 50 on that. Well, we got to finish, right? We're not bitching about judges or ref stoppages or random injuries. But did we get the best out of both of them? No. I would have wanted them to really, really maybe each guy get wobbled, and then if you have a finish, you have a finish. But it feels like one guy never even got going. But that's not Francis Ngannou's fault. The Don Davis ego joke, that was funny. I want to see Dana's reaction to this Francis win. Throws a chair, shoves at an intern. Chris is lucky she beat Larissa. Is there anyone else in PFL for Ngannou to fight? Whoever is the champ this season, that's probably who will be next, unless they sign a coveted free agent. Let's be real. Ferreira in over his head. He would be the underdog versus Curtis Blades. You might be right. I don't know. I don't know that he was in over his head. I think he's proven himself a quality heavyweight. Maybe. Who knows? Ngannou versus Aspinall, because Jones is big, scared chicken and does not want to fight either one of them. It does look that way, Robert. It's not a good look for Jones. Honestly, it goes, what's the best way John Jones could play his hand? Could he just say, hey, look, I'm injured and I've thought about pulling out of this fight, but I've always wanted to fight the GOAT, and that's it. I almost feel like if he took some sort of a route like that versus anything else, you know, he would look a lot better, because it does look like, oh, man, there is a young tiger coming, and I want none of him, which is Aspinall. And he took forever to come to the UFC when he could have maybe fought Ngannou when Ngannou was still there. It's 2 consecutive non-good looks. And insisting on Miocic is another non-good look, because John won 11 title. Sorry, he had 11 title defenses as a light heavyweight. He's probably the GOAT in MMA. Legacy set, going to the Hall of Fame. He doesn't need to do anything else. But he decides to go up and he beats Cyril Gane. All right, cool. He honestly could have stopped there. But once he stuck around, and then after the injury, and you hold up a division, I want to see you fight the best, not someone who's way past their prime. So the Miocic win ain't gonna add anything. In 5 years, when we're saying who's the best, who's the best, no one's gonna say, did you see what John Jones did as a light heavyweight? And then he beat Gane and Miocic. That Miocic win just doesn't mean much. 5 years ago, you could go
something on it, but
Miocic, like when Francis beat Miocic, he beat Miocic. You know what I'm saying? But this Miocic is just way past. You know, Francis took him out. I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't give it like 0. It means something, but not what we're all searching for. And that's establishing some sort of legacy of being a heavyweight, right? It's not going to help very much, because people are going to point at 2 other guys that were at the top of the heap that he is somewhat avoiding, right? So I don't know. If I were him, I would probably just say, look, realistically, guys, Father Time is finally starting to catch up to me. I already tested myself. I did what I did in my division. I tested myself again and went up another division and took out 2 top players there. But it's time for me to step aside and let everyone else have their fun. Some shit like that, you know?
Exactly. All right, folks. Well, we had a lot of fun with you all today. Thank you all for tuning in and hanging out with us for the last 6 hours almost. It was a great night of fights. I thought it was, because I think this was pretty historic. And he's also an Extreme Couture guy, so I'm happy for him. And then Cyborg, what can you say about her? Another major title. Huge loss for AJ McKee. Big win for Johnny Eblen. Some big upsets along the way. Hopefully you guys all had a good time. And again, Goze and I will be doing this next Saturday for UFC 308. So keep an eye on that throughout the week. Check out Spinning Back Click every Monday, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. And Goze and I also do the MMA Junkie Radio Show. You can catch it on your favorite podcast platforms like Omni, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Stitcher, Spotify, wherever. And you can follow me on social media. I'm at MMA Junkie George. Goze is at the Goze. And on the way out, if you can subscribe to the channel, you're aces. And if you can hit the like button, you're amazing. We're out of here. Go out and be a champion. We'll talk to you soon.